Although every word of this story is as true as despair, I do not expect people to believe it. Nowadays, a rational explanation is required before belief is possible. Let me at once then offer the rational explanation. It is held that Harry and Laura Innes were under a delusion on that 31st of October, and that this supposition places the whole matter on a satisfactory and believable basis. But there were 3 who took part in the events of the 31st. The other man still lives, and can speak to the truth of the least credible part of Harry's story. October the 31st. It began like any other last day of the month, and progressed into terror as it moved beyond midnight.
I never in my life knew what it was like to have enough money to satisfy the most ordinary needs. I used to paint in those days, and Laura used to write, and we felt sure we could keep the pot at least simmering. Living in town was out of the question, so we went to look for a cottage in the country. We wanted something that was both sanitary and picturesque. So rarely do these 2 qualities meet in one cottage that for a long time our search was fruitless. We were lucky in the end, though. 2 days before our honeymoon started, we discovered the ideal thing on the outskirts of the village of Brenzett, near the marshes. We got a tall, old village woman called Mrs. Dorman to do for us, and as the cottage slowly became habitable, we began to devote more of our time to earning a living. Laura began to sell her stories, and I really felt the atmosphere was helping my painting. We had 3 months of married happiness. One October evening, I'd been down to smoke a pipe with the village doctor. Laura had stayed at home to finish a comic sketch for a woman's magazine. I'd left her laughing over her own jokes. I came back to find her crying on the window seat in the light of the dying day. Laura, what's the matter? Darling, what is it? Oh, please, darling.
It's Mrs. Dorman.
What? What's she done?
She says she's got to go before the end of the month. She says her niece is ill. She's gone down to see her now, but I don't believe that's the reason. Her niece is always ill. I think someone's been saying something against us. She was acting so queerly.
Oh, come on, darling. Never mind. It's all right. Don't cry.
Don't you see? It's serious. We'll have to work all day. We'll only be able to rest while we're waiting for the kettle to boil. We won't have time to earn any money.
Listen. There'll be plenty of time, even if we do have to... Laura, listen to me. I'll speak to Mrs. Dorman when she comes back and see if I can't make her change her mind. She probably wants more money or something. It'll be all right, you see. Oh, come on, love. It's a beautiful evening, not dark yet. Let's take a walk up to the church, Come on, darling, fetch your coat.
I don't need a coat. It's not cold out. Harry, I will learn to cook soon. But...
Oh, don't worry. We walked under the yew trees up to the little old church. The path was called the Bier Walk, because years before it had been the way by which the corpses had been carried to burial. I didn't tell Laura this, though. She was impressionable. The church was Norman and was only used on Sundays. On either side of the altar lay a grey marble figure of a knight in full plate armour, lying upon a low slab, with hands held up in everlasting prayer. Their names were lost, but the villagers said they'd been murderers, marauders by land and sea. They'd been guilty of deeds so foul that the house they had lived in, the big house, by the way, that had stood on the site of our cottage, had been stricken by lightning and the vengeance of heaven. I didn't tell Laura this either. She wasn't so engrossed in folklore as I was. We walked to the chancel, looked for a while at the sleeping warriors, and then slowly made our way home. Mrs. Dorman had come back from the village, and so as soon as Laura had gone to our bedroom, I went into the kitchen to square things up with our servant. Well, can't you stay for another month?
No, sir. I'm bound to go by Thursday.
Yeah, but it's Monday today. I mean, I think you might have let us know before. There's no time now to get anybody else. My wife's not up to too much heavy work. Can't you stay till next week?
I might be able to come back next week.
Good, but why do you have to go this week? Come on, up with it.
It's cold, sir. They say, sir, that this was a big house in Catholic times, and there was many deeds done here.
Well, tell me about it, Mrs. Dorman. Well, you needn't mind about telling me. I won't make fun or anything. Would you like to sit down?
No, sir, thank you.
Well?
Well, sir, you may have seen in the church, beside the altar, 2 shapes.
The knights in armour. Effigies.
I mean them 2 bodies, drawed out, man-size in marble.
Man-size in marble. I thought then that her description was 1,000 times more graphic than mine.
They do say, as on All Saints' Eve, them 2 bodies sit up on their slabs and gets off them, and then walks down the aisle in their marble. And as the church clock strikes 11, they walks out of the church door and over the graves and along the bier walk. And if it's a wet night, there's the marks of their feet in the morning.
And where do they go?
They come back here to their home, sir. And if anyone meets them...
Well, what then?
I'm sorry, I've got to go, sir. But my niece, she's sick. I've got to go.
It's all right, Mrs. Dorman. If you promise to come back afterwards again, we don't want to lose you. What... the knights, the legend, after they've arrived here, what are they supposed to do then?
Whatever you do, sir, lock the door early on All Saints' Eve. And make the cross sign over the doorstep and on the windows.
But has anyone ever seen these things?
That's not for me to say. I know what I know, sir.
Well, who was here last year at the cottage?
No one, sir. The lady has owned the house, only stayed here in summer, and she always went to London a full month afore the night. All Saints. I'm sorry to inconvenience you and your lady, but my niece is ill and I must go on Thursday.
I didn't tell Laura of the shapes that walked in their marble, partly because a legend concerning our house might trouble her, and partly, I think, from some more occult reason. I soon forgot about it myself anyway. I was painting a portrait of Laura against the lattice window, and I couldn't think of much else.
There. Steak, potatoes. Oh, tell me I'm learning fast. Say it's as good as Mrs. Dorman, even if it isn't.
It looks beautiful.
Oh, the painting's coming along marvellously, darling.
Hmm?
There's only one thing.
Hmm? Oh, this is better than Mrs. Dorman. What's that?
I don't believe you. Harry, it's a lovely painting, but You've made me really beautiful.
Well, you are beautiful.
I love you.
Well, if you love me, get your elbow out of my dinner. Thursday passed off pretty well. Actually, the steak was like boots, and the potatoes were hardly cooked at all. But I loved her. I loved my darling. Friday came, and it's about what happened that Friday that I'm telling you now. I'll tell my story of it as quickly as I can. Everything that happened that day is burnt into my brain. I shall not forget anything, not leave anything out. You look sad, my darling.
Yes, I think I am. Or uneasy. I don't think I'm very well. It's not cold, is it?
What's the matter? No, not cold.
I've shivered lots of times this morning. Do you ever have presentiments of evil?
No. I shouldn't believe in them if I had.
I do. The night my father died, I knew it. He was right away in the north of Scotland. But I knew. Harry! We haven't played the gramophone since we've been here. Oh, let's play it now. What shall we have?
She sorted through our record collection, and she looked like a small child. I loved her then, that morning, more dearly than I've ever loved anyone in the whole of my life. It was the happiest time I've ever known, or hoped to know. The birds sang in the garden of our own home. The autumn was proving to be a mild one, and my Laura seemed gayer than ever she had been, despite her admittance to me that she thought she was not well. The music was beautiful. Laura was chatting away, and as I looked out through the windows at the mass of autumn colouring, the deep scarlet clouds slowly paled into leaden grey against a pale green sky. It was Friday, and Mrs. Dorman had gone off to look after a niece she swore was sick the day before, Thursday. I listened to the music and watched the graceful curve of my Laura's cheek. And it saddens me now, in retrospect, to remember that that day was the last time our now dusty gramophone records ever saw the light of day.
There must be millions of them in those marshes. The frogs. Harry, shall we get a little dog?
If you like.
Maybe not such a little one either. Let's have a Great Dane.
Great Dane?
So that everyone will be frightened and keep away.
Well, who do you want to keep away, for pity's sake?
People who shouldn't be here.
Oh,
I don't know. Burglars and things.
Well, I think any self-respecting burglar looking around this place would go away in disgust. Well, we might have something worth stealing one day, but not at the moment, my lovely. Anyway, Great Danes are awful cowards.
Oh, they're not. They're huge.
Sure they are. All feet and great lolloping head. All bluff, though. Pekingese would be more likely to create a din and scare away unwanted visitors.
Anyway, shall we get a dog? Not a Dane, then. A little mongrel or something. With one eye black and one eye brown. Call it Wag or Patch.
A dog called Wag or Patch shall be delivered here by the end of the week.
Oh,
I promise.
Wonderful. I'd love a canary, too.
Well, then a canary you'll have, my darling. I'll give you anything in the world within my power. You know that.
I used to have a tortoise when I was a girl.
Are you trying to turn the place into a zoo? Oh, is my pipe bothering you?
No, of course not. What's the time?
10:30. All the same, I think I'll take the last of it outside for a bit.
Last of what?
My pipe. Brutal to sit in here, filling the place with strong Cavendish.
Oh, I don't mind. I'll come with you.
No, sweetheart, not tonight. You're much too tired. Shan't be long. You were shivering this morning.
I'm all right now, honestly.
Get to bed. I'll have an invalid to nurse tomorrow, as well as the boots to clean.
Kiss me, then.
Come on, pussy. You're tired. Housework's been too much for you.
Harry. Oh, Harry.
Oh, Laura, my sweet love. I'll not be long out there. Just...
Taste of strong Cavendish. Oh, I'm a bit tired.
Yes, I know.
We've been very happy today, haven't we, darling? Don't stay out too long.
I won't. What a night it was. The jagged masses of heavy dark cloud were rolling at intervals from horizon to horizon, and thin white wreaths covered the stars. Through all the rush of the cloud river, the moon swam, breasting the waves and disappearing again in darkness. I could see the church tower standing out black and grey against the sky. 11 o'clock already. My pipe was out. I looked in at the bedroom window and saw Laura half lying on her chair in front of her dressing table. My heart went out to her. I decided to take a walk up to the church. So, with a last look at my dearest wife, I left our cottage and began my walk. There must be a God, I thought to myself, and a God who was good. How otherwise could anything as sweet as Laura ever have been imagined? When I reached the church, I noticed the door was open. I blamed myself for leaving it unlatched the other night. We were the only people who ever cared to come to the church, except on Sundays. I went inside. It seems strange, perhaps, that I should have gone halfway up the aisle before I remembered, with a sudden chill, followed by as sudden a rush of self-contempt, that this was the very day and hour when, according to tradition, the shapes drawed out man-size in marble began to walk. Having remembered the legend, I decided to go and have a look at the marble knights. I thought how pleasant it would be to tell Mrs. Dorman how ridiculous her fancies were, and how peacefully the marble figures slept on through the ghastly hour. With my hands in my pockets, I passed up the aisle. In the grey, dim light, the eastern end of the church looked larger than usual, and the arches above the two tombs looked larger too. And then the moon came out and showed me the reason. I stopped short, and my heart gave a leap that nearly choked me. The bodies were gone! Marble slabs lay wide and bare in the moonlight that slanted through the east window. Was I mad? I passed my hand over the smooth slabs. Some joke. The figures were gone, and I was alone in the church. Or was I? And then a horror seized me, a horror indefinable and indescribable, an overwhelming certainty of supreme and accomplished calamity. Laura! Laura! Laura!
of here. Hurry.
Let go. Let go. The marble figures have gone from the church. They've gone.
Oh, I'll have to give you a draft tomorrow, I see. You've been listening to old wives' tales.
I've seen the bare slabs, man. Let go.
Now, hurry, man. Listen to me, will you? Now, listen.
Oh, you gave me a scare, Doctor.
I'm going to old Palmer's place. His daughter's sick. I'll go by way of the church. Show me the bare slabs.
Well, you go if you like. I'm going home to my wife. Look, will you let go my arm?
Oh, rubbish, man. Do you think I'll permit that? I hate to go saying all your life that you've seen marble endowed with vitality, and me to go all me life saying you're a coward? No, sir, you shan't do it. Now, come on. Come on now. I'll prove to you were dreaming.
We went back to that terrible church and walked up the aisle, walked to the marble slabs. The doctor produced matches. I admit I closed my eyes. I knew the figures would not be there.
Here they are. You see, right enough. You've been dreaming or drinking. Asking your pardon for the imputation, eh?
I opened my eyes and looked, and by the dying matchlight I saw the two shapes in marble, hands in prayer.
Blast! I burnt my fingers. Oh, blasphemy in a church. Still, it wasn't meant. So, satisfied, Harry?
Oh, it must have been some trick of the light or something. Do you know, I was quite convinced they were gone.
I'm aware of that. You'll have to be careful of that brain of yours, my friend. Now, I'm warning you.
Huh?
Hello? Oh, something has been afoot here. His hand is broken.
What?
Well, you might have and see it's broken. Maybe somebody tried to remove them.
They were both all right last time Laura and I came here.
Well, someone might have tried to prise them up.
That wouldn't account for my impression.
Well, too much painting and tobacco, and maybe indulgence in some of the hard stuff too, perhaps.
Never. Oh, look, come on, man. My wife will be getting anxious. Oh, you come in and have a drop of whiskey with me and drink Confusion to Ghosts and better sense to me, won't you?
I ought to go to Palmer's, but... well, it's late. I'll leave it till tomorrow. She's not all that sick.
Oh, let's go back then.
Aye. You're getting along fine in the cottages then, Harry.
Oh, we're making do. Had a bit of a servant problem.
Who doesn't have servant troubles? You're not alone there, Harry. Ever since the day I came to the place, servants have driven me mad.
We walked to our cottage. We saw, as we walked up the path, the bright light streaming out of the front door. Presently I noticed the parlour door was open too. Had she gone out, I wondered? We passed into the parlour. It was all ablaze with candles. Her chair was empty, and her handkerchief and book lay on the floor. I turned to the window, and there, in the recess of the window, I saw her. Laura!
Good grief, man.
Laura, my baby, Laura. It's all right, my darling. I'm here.
There, out of the way.
Laura, it's all right, pussy. Please, baby, I'm here. Oh, forgive me. She fell into my arms in a heap. I kissed her and held her. But I think I knew all the time that she was dead.
Please, what happened?
Her hands were tightly clenched.
I'm sorry.
In one of them, she held something fast. When I was quite sure that she was dead and that nothing mattered at all anymore, I let the doctor open her hand to see what it was she held. It was a grey marble finger.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
The Reverend Arthur Maydew worked very hard in a large parish for 11 months of the year. He was also a student and a man of no strong physique, so that when an opportunity was presented to him to take a holiday by exchanging his parsonage in a sprawling, dark, industrial town with the country living of another clergyman in the sunlit south, he was very glad to avail himself of it. Arthur Maydew had 2 daughters, the heroines of this story set in an English county shortly after the First World War. Both these girls rejoiced at the prospect of a period of quiet and rest in the pleasant country neighborhood of Overbury. But their dreams were shattered. From the gentle green acres, the Maydew sisters passed into the dark regions of terror that lie beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight.
Quite lovely. Oh, Maggie, we shall persuade old Mr. Roberts to exchange Overbury for Father's parish permanently.
Oh, as if he would. This lovely place, these surroundings for Sheffield. Oh, Alice, who in all the world would make such a bargain?
Look, that was a song thrush. Did you see him?
No. With eyes like yours, I'm surprised you did.
Well, I will not wear spectacles. And if it contents me to say I saw a song thrush, then a song thrush I saw.
Oh.
Do you think Father is contented here, Maggie?
Of course. He has Mr. Roberts' library. What could content him more? Books, books, and more books. 100,000 books.
Oh, how green it is up here. That's Bricket Bottom down there. The Glen. How long do you think it is?
1 mile. Oh, 3/4, perhaps. You must ask Smith. He knows all the county's history.
Oh, I would not dream of asking Smith anything. He's quite stupid. Look, you see, that's the road which leads to Blazes Farm.
Oh.
Oh, I wish there were a few friendly neighbours, that's all. Then it would be paradise here. That's the only trouble. Once we've fully explored, what shall we do then? On this side of Bricket Bottom, there's nothing but Carew Court. And that's miles and miles and miles away.
I wonder what he's like.
Who?
The owner, Lord Carew, of course. They say he's one of the wealthiest men in England.
I've heard tell that he doesn't have a handsome 25-year-old son, Maggie. Only a rather plain daughter.
I was thinking nothing of the sort. I merely wondered what he was like. It is bleak, though, isn't it? All about here. Beautiful, yes, but bleak. Oh, come on. It's getting dark. We must...
Tomorrow we'll explore right to Blazes Farm. Who knows? We may be treated to fresh, warm, creamy milk.
Alice, look. Look. How very curious. There's a house down there in the bottom, which we have never, leastways, I have never noticed before.
House? Where?
Do you see? We've walked along the path down there, but no. There, girl, there. You see?
I don't see any house.
Oh, you must be able to see it. A quaint-looking old-fashioned house. Red brick. Oh, just where the road bends to the right. See the garden?
No. I certainly can't see a house.
Oh, Alice, I am very sorry, but if you don't persuade Father to buy spectacles for you soon, you'll be incapable of seeing anything.
Yes, perhaps I can see a house, but the light is getting so bad. Oh, Maggie, we really must fly.
All right, but tomorrow we shall come and explore it. Perhaps we shall meet some charming people, make new friends.
Wait for me.
Perhaps we may persuade Father to desert his books and come with us too. We must meet the people the house now. Otherwise, Father will be too shy.
We can't go tomorrow, Maggie.
Heaven's name, Alice.
Oh, my ankle. Oh, Maggie, help me.
Well, why did you come down the stairs like an elephant? It's your own fault.
Oh, you told me to hurry.
Here, don't stand. Sit down, rest it. Well, I wanted to go to the house. Father's forgotten all about visiting Overbury. We can go this morning.
Oh, it's swelling. Oh, look. Oh, Maggie, it's so painful. I shan't leave the house this morning, that's evident. If you wish to explore, you must go alone.
Maggie.
Yes, Father. If we don't go now, we'll never get away. He's sure to want to go to Overbury.
It's no good. I cannot stand. Oh, go alone and tell me about it when you come back. If there is a house in Bricket Bottom. I swear I saw nothing.
I shall see you soon. If they are pleasant people and we are invited to tea and your ankle still pains you tomorrow, we shall take the trap over.
Maggie, you are so forward.
Maggie, are you there?
Now, don't try to walk. Preserve your ankle at all costs. I shall not be late. Tell Father I am just walking. He will be cross if he thinks I have gone to the house without me. Very old-fashioned, but oh, absolutely charming. Oh, and Alice, you should just see the garden. Oh, there are hollyhocks and roses and Canterbury bells and foxgloves. It is absolutely lovely. A darling little house. It's set close to the woods, just where the lane turns off to Blazer's farm. Oh, and Alice, I saw the people too. An old lady and gentleman. The gentleman was sitting on the porch. I couldn't see him clearly, but the lady was in the garden tying up her flowers or weeding or something or the other. Oh, she looked up and smiled as I went by. Oh, Alice, I'm sure they are nice people. It would be awfully pleasant to make their acquaintance. And we shall too. I shall make their acquaintance if it is the last thing I do.
Hello.
Hello, you're walking. The ankle is fully healed.
I hobble. What's the matter?
Matter?
Yes, you don't look yourself this morning. Father was not angry yesterday, was he? I'm sure he was not awfully keen on going into Overbury.
No, not angry. No, I'm all right. Only I did not sleep very well. I kept on dreaming about the house. It was such an odd dream, too. The house seemed to be home and yet to be different.
What? That house in Bricket Bottom? What on earth is the matter with you? You seem perfectly obsessed with the place.
Well, it is curious, isn't it? I mean that we should only just have discovered it, and it looks to be lived in by nice people. I do wish we could get to know them. There's going to be a storm.
Oh, the swelling just will not go down.
Alice, I went to the house.
House? Oh, the house in Bricket Bottom. Well?
I saw the old lady, and she is absolutely a darling. I believe she simply lives in that garden. Mind you, it's absolutely enchanting. Oh, anyway, she came to her gate and talked with me, and she asked me in to look at her flowers. She's terribly keen on flowers. Anyway, the thing is, I was a little shy, I suppose, and she said, "You needn't be afraid of me, my dear. I like to see young ladies about me, and my husband finds their society quite necessary to him. Oh, she's awfully attractive, lovely silver hair. Anyway, she told me about herself and the Colonel. Oh, that's her husband. He used to be in India, in the army. Paxton's their name. Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. She said they were awfully lonely at times, and she asked me to meet the Colonel."
I hope you didn't go in.
"Why not?"
Well, I don't like her asking you in that way.
"Well, I didn't actually go in because it was getting late, but..."
"But what?"
"I have accepted Mrs. Paxton's invitation to pay her a little visit tomorrow."
"Well, I do think you ought to find out a little more about them before you go calling, Maggie."
"Why? Oh, what on earth is the matter? They're lovely people."
"How do you know?"
"Well, I'll tell you when I come home." "Oh, you would have to go and hurt your ankle." "Look, I'll go this afternoon just for a short visit. I'll be back for tea, and then we can have some croquet. You know how happy Father is when he plays croquet." "Oh, Alice, don't look so disapproving. Maybe the Colonel and his lady have a handsome son. After all, you're getting awfully old, Alice. 20.
Where is Maggie?
"Father,
Where is Maggie?"
out for a walk. And she's gone to pay a call on some neighbours whom she has recently discovered."
Neighbours? What neighbours? Mr. Roberts never spoke of any neighbours to me.
"Well, I don't know much about them. Maggie and I were out walking the other day, the day before I hurt my ankle, and we saw, at least she saw, a house in Bricket Bottom. Honestly, Father, I am so blind I
What
can't...
house?
It belongs to Colonel and Mrs. Paxton, in Bricket Bottom, a little red brick house. Maggie has made the acquaintance of the Paxtons. It's perfectly all right. He's a retired Indian Army officer. Maggie went along this afternoon, but she said she'd be back long before this."
I am not too well pleased about this, Alice. Maggie should not be so impulsive and scrape acquaintance with unknown people. She said she'd be home early.
"Well, yes."
Had there been nice neighbours at Bricket Bottom, I'm sure Mr. Roberts would have told us. It's getting late. It can have delayed her. You say she saw the house. You didn't.
"It was getting dark. And you know how short-sighted I am."
But surely you must have seen it at some other time.
"That is the strangest part of the whole affair, Father. We have often walked along there, but neither of us have ever seen the house till that evening. And as I said, it was getting dark. Father, perhaps we should ask Smith to harness the pony and bring Maggie back. I am not happy about her. I'm rather afraid, I must confess. I don't know why."
Afraid of what? What can have gone wrong in a quiet place like this? Still, I'll send Smith over for her. Yes. Smith? If you feel you can manage with that ankle of yours, perhaps you'll come too. Poor dear departed mother always swore she would have preferred sons. Less trouble. Oh, not that she wasn't terribly fond of her two daughters, of course, bless her soul, but... Smith, I want you to harness a pony at once and go over to Colonel Paxton's house in Bricket Bottom and bring Miss Maydew home. Well, what are you waiting for, man?
Go where, sir?
To Colonel Paxton's house. Bring Miss Maggie home.
I never heard of Colonel Paxton, sir. I don't know what house you mean.
Alice, tell this fellow where your sister has gone to, and let us be off to fetch her. The Paxton's house, man, in Bricket Bottom. Colonel Paxton.
Smith, you must know the house. You really must. Why, we saw it only the other day. At least Maggie saw it.
Not too heavily on that ankle now, girl. Harness the pony at once.
Yes, sir.
Stupid man. Alice, is your ankle strong enough?
Yes, Father.
Then you must show Smith where this house is. I must own I'm worried, Alice.
But why, Father? Maggie merely went to pay a visit to the Colonel and his wife.
And why have I not heard of the Colonel? Roberts would have informed me if there had been pleasant neighbours hereabouts. Be that as it may. Come, let me help you. I shall find it difficult not to be stern with your sister when we meet her again. The place depresses me, Alice, that I must own. It depresses me. The country all around is beautiful, but I am not fond of this part. Well, where is the house?
At the bend of the road. It should be there.
Coming dark. Yet you remember no house, Smith. How long have you worked hereabouts?
Nigh on 25 years, sir.
I shall be fierce with her, I promise you.
Here we are. Smith, it's here. Just...
This is the place?
Yes, Father.
But there's no house here.
Sir?
Huh?
Look, sir.
What?
Some part of a building. Here, and here, in the grass.
There was a dwelling here at one time, a long time ago. There were terraces here running... what does it all mean, Alice? Are you sure of yourself, girl? You're not mistaken? Perhaps further...
No, Father. I promise. It stood here, the house. Maggie pointed it out to me from up above.
And she went to visit the Paxtons. Well, then where is Maggie? Listen. Smith,
Maggie, where are you?
That was Maggie's voice.
Father!
She's near and in some trouble. Where did it come from, Smith?
I didn't hear anybody calling, sir.
Alice, go back to the trap. Let me help you. Smith, we must search.
Miss Maggie? Miss Maggie? Where are you?
Maggie!
Miss Maggie?
Maggie, we heard you. Call again. Where are you? Alice, drive on to Blazes Farm, bring help, ask Mr. Rumbold to come and his sons too if they're at home, and ask them to fetch lanterns.
Father, she might have returned over the downs while we were going by road. Perhaps she saw us and called out...
Drive to Blazes Farm, girl. Maggie! 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 Maggie, where are you?
May I offer you more tea, Mr. Roberts?
No, thank you, my child. No, thank you.
Nothing. 4 days. Nothing. What can have happened to her, Roberts? The police have questioned the old woman. She saw her on the path to Bricket Bottom, but no one else has seen her since.
The old woman said... What was it, Father?
She described Maggie as smiling, but looking queer-like. The house. There is no house. And yet...
Have you ever heard any local gossip concerning this Colonel and Mrs. Paxton?
No. I never heard mention of their names until...
I think the pot needs more hot water, Father.
Well, I'll tell you all I can about them, which is not very much, I fear. I am now nearly 75 years old, and for nearly 70 years no house has stood in Bricket Bottom. But when I was a very young child, there was an old-fashioned red brick house standing in a garden at the bend of the road, such as you have described. It was owned and lived in by a retired Indian soldier and his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. At the time I speak of, certain events having taken place at the house, and the old couple having died, it was sold by their heirs to Lord Carew, who shortly after pulled it down on the ground, that it interfered with his shooting. The Paxtons were well known to my father, who was the clergyman here before me, and to the neighborhood in general. They lived quietly and were not unpopular, but the colonel was supposed to possess a violent and vindictive temper. Their family consisted only of themselves and their daughter, the colonel's old army servant and his Eurasian wife. Well, I cannot tell you the details of what happened. I was only a child. My father never liked gossip, and in later years, when he talked to me on the subject, he always avoided any appearance of exaggeration or sensationalism. However, it is known that Miss Paxton fell in love and became engaged to a young man to whom her parents took a strong dislike. They used every possible means to break off the match, and many rumors were set on foot as to their conduct. Undue influence, even cruelty, were charged against them. I do not know the truth. All I can say is that Miss Paxton died, and a very bitter feeling against her parents sprang up.
Yes, but Roberts, I pray you, what...
Please let me continue. I know how shocked you are. This story, well, it may shed some light. My father never saw Paxton after his daughter's death, and only saw Mrs. Paxton once or twice. He described her as an utterly broken woman, and no one seemed at all surprised when she followed her daughter to the grave within 3 months. Paxton himself became a recluse. He was rarely if ever seen, and himself died in a very short time. Some said by his own hand. He was buried like his wife and daughter in the churchyard of my church. The property passed to a distant relative, who came down to it for one night soon afterwards. He never came again. It said he conceived a violent dislike to the place. He sold it to Lord Carew, who later pulled it down, and the garden was left to relapse into a wilderness. Those are the facts.
But there is something more. I can see it in your face.
You have a right to know. What I'm going to tell you now is rumor, vague and uncertain. About 5 years after the house had been pulled down, a young maid-servant at Carew Court was out walking one afternoon. She was a newcomer to the district. On returning home to tea, she told her fellow servants that as she walked down Bricket Bottom, which place she described clearly, she passed a red brick house at the bend of the road, and that a kind-faced old lady had asked her to step in for a while.
I saw the old lady, and she is absolutely a darling. She came to her gate and talked with me and asked me in to look at her flowers. She's awfully attractive. Lovely silver hair.
Did this girl go in?
No. She feared that she might be late back at the hall for tea. She never visited the bottom again. But 2 or 3 years after that, after my father's death, a travelling tinker and his wife and daughter camped for a night at the foot of the bottom. The girl strolled away up the glen to gather blackberries, and she was never seen nor heard of again. Of course, one does not know the truth, and she may have run away voluntarily from her parents, although there was no known cause for her doing that. is all I can tell you of either facts or rumors. All that I can do now is to pray for you and for her.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Outside, the night was cold and wet. But in the small parlour of Lakesnam Villa, the blinds were drawn, and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were playing chess. The former, who played a revolutionary game, was putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. Father and son. They were the principal actors in this drama of the monkey's paw, as were the already mentioned lady and a certain Sergeant Major Morris, who was due to visit Lakesnam Villa on this darkest of nights when the gods showed their displeasure with the world by drenching it with the cold rain of winter. And with the Sergeant Major's visit, the free inhabitants of the villa moved forward into the terrors that lie beyond midnight.
Listen to the wind.
Mr. White had seen the fatal mistake on the chessboard and was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it.
I'm listening.
Check.
I should hardly think that he'd come to know it. Mate. That's the worst of living so far out. Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathways are bog and the roads are torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses on the road are let, they think it doesn't matter.
Never mind, dear. Perhaps you'll win the next game.
Another Herbert? We'll see a different story this time. Yes. Here he is. Yes, that'll be him.
Be charitable, Herbert. Allow your father to win again.
Sergeant Major Morris. Come in, sir.
Well, I apologize for the weather, all of it.
Oh, after all these years. Well. Back in your old house.
Well, step in, man. You're soaked to the skin.
Well, the weather's not your fault, is it?
The last game of chess he'll lose today, at least.
Sergeant Major Morris. This is my wife and my son, Herbert.
And the Sergeant Major shook hands all round and took the proffered seat by the fire. He warmed his hands and watched contentedly as his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire.
With a drink after this, Oh, I don't like that cold we've got. Thank you very much, mate.
The whiskey warmed the Sergeant Major. It loosened the tongue of Mr. White. It made the evening comfortable as the flames from the fire threw leaping devil pictures over the brass of the hearth and the picture-covered walls.
Our strange scenes, wars and plagues. Strange people. A lot of traveling.
21 years of it. When he went away, he was a slip of a youth. Now look at him.
You don't look to have taken much harm.
You know, I'd like to go to India myself, just to look around a bit.
Better where you are. Better where you are.
I should like to see those old temples and fakers and jugglers. Oh, what was that you were telling me the other day, the day we first met again? Something about a monkey's paw or something, wasn't it? Something about a paw, remember? You talked about a monkey.
There was nothing, leastways, nothing worth hearing. That wasn't, nothing worth hearing.
Monkey's paw, though. Something about magic, if I remember rightly. Magic and all.
Magic.
Well, just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps. Whiskey. Was there ever a...
Yeah, more whiskey for the Sergeant Major, Evan.
Right, that.
Yes. Magic, you said. What magic?
Well, to look at, it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy.
Monkey's paw?
That's right. Thanks. Oh, bless you. Yes, here. There we are.
Oh, let me see. Oh, there's the thing. A dried monkey's paw.
Oh, what is there special about it, then?
Had a spell put on it by an old faker, a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so at their own sorrow. He put a spell on it, so that 3 separate men could have 3 wishes from it.
Get away with you.
Did?
Well.
Why don't you have 3 wishes, then, sir?
I did.
And they all looked at him, for his face had gone strangely white, and he tapped upon his strong white teeth with a half-empty whiskey glass. And he did not seem to look at any one of them, but rather through them, as if he was afraid or had invoked some memory that disturbed him.
And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?
I did.
And has anybody else wished?
Well, the first man had his 3 wishes, yes. I don't know what the first 2 were, but I know the third.
What was the third?
The third wish?
Yes.
The third wish was for death. Yes. That's how I got the paw.
Well, if you've had your 3 wishes, then it's no good to you anymore, Morris. Why do you keep it?
Oh, fancy, I suppose. I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't suppose I shall. Caused enough misery already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, most of them, and those that do believe want to wish first and then pay me afterwards.
If you could have another 3 wishes, would you have them?
I don't know. Ah!
No, don't do that.
No need to burn it.
Better let it burn.
No, if you don't want it, Morris, give it to me. Don't put it on the fire.
I won't. I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it in the fire again like a sensible man.
I'm going to have it. How do you do it? Wish.
Yes. How do you...
You hold it in your right hand and wish out aloud. But I warn you of the consequences.
Sounds like the Arabian Nights. I must get supper. Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?
4 pairs of hands?
No! If you must wish for something sensible.
Later. Now, let's be seated at the table.
Guess what's for supper? Monkey paw soup.
Yes. Monkey paw soup.
In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten. Afterwards, the 3 sat listening, enthralled, to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. That gentleman left the villa late in the night.
The story of the monkey's paw isn't any more truthful than the stories he's been telling us of India, and we shan't make very much out of it. I wonder whether he managed to catch the last train.
Oh, but they were wonderful stories. Romantic, exciting. Who cares if they're not true?
Did you give him anything for the poor father?
A little something, yes. He didn't want to take it, but I made him. Then he tried to persuade me to take the money back again and throw the thing into the fire.
Throw it?
Yeah.
Likely. We're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be a king, Father, first of all. Then you won't be henpecked.
Oh, you...
I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact. It seems to me I've got all I want.
Well, if you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Well, wish for £900 then. Well, that'll just do it.
I wish for £900.
I wonder what...
It moved! As I wished. It twisted in my hand like a snake.
Well, I didn't see the money. I bet I never shall either.
Oh, it must have been your fancy, Father. Mustn't it?
Never mind, though. There's no harm done. But it gave me a turn all the same.
They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. The hour was late. It would soon be morning. The wind was getting up again, and the old man stopped nervously as a door banged somewhere upstairs. A silence, unusual and depressing, settled on all three of them, and this lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night.
I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed. And something horrible squatted on the top of the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains.
Come to bed, Father. I'm glad to see the end of today. I didn't like it. I suppose all old soldiers are the same. The idea of our listening to such nonsense last night. How could wishes be granted in these days? And he made such a to-do about it. Even if wishes could be granted, how could £900 hurt you, Father? Very nice it'd be.
Might drop on his head in pennies from out of the sky. That would hurt him, all right. Well, I'm off to work. Don't break into the money before I come back. I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man. We'll have to disown you.
More tea, Father.
Well, if nothing happens and we don't get any money today, Herbert will pull our legs when he comes home.
Maybe it'll come in the post. Distant uncle breathed his last.
All the same, you think it's funny, but be that as it may, I felt that thing move in my hand as I wished. I swear I did.
Makes you feel spring isn't so far away, doesn't it? And the birds. Oh.
What is it?
His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. Mrs. White noticed that the stranger was well-dressed. To receive a well-dressed stranger, she should have to dispense with her apron. She did so.
What are you doing?
Going to let him in, of course. He might be bringing money, the £900.
Oh.
Hello. Please come in, please. We are Mr. and Mrs. White. That is my husband there.
Hello?
I was asked to call.
Is anything the matter?
I was asked to call. I come from Moore and Megan's.
Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it?
Well...
What is it?
There, Mother. Don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir.
I'm sorry.
Is he hurt?
Yes, badly hurt. But he's not in any pain.
Oh, thank heaven. Thank heaven for that.
He was caught in the machinery.
Caught in the machinery? Yes?
The visitor looked long at his boots. Mr. White took his wife's hand between his own and pressed it, as he had often done during their courting days, nearly 40 years before.
Is he... Yes, I'm sorry.
He was the only one left to us. It's hard.
The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss. I beg that you will understand that I'm only their servant, merely obeying orders. I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility. They admit no liability at all. But in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum in consideration as compensation.
How much?
£900.
In the new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old couple buried their dead and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could not realize it, and remained in a state of expectation, as though of something else to happen. But the days passed, and the expectation gave way to resignation, the resignation of the old. It was about a week later that the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of weeping came from the window.
Come back. You'll be cold.
It is colder for my son. Oh, the monkey's paw! The monkey's paw!
Where is it? What's the matter?
I want it. Give it to me. Where is it? You've not destroyed it.
No, it's in the parlour on the bracket. Why?
I only just thought of it. Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?
Think of what?
The other 2 wishes. We've only had one.
Wasn't that enough?
No, we'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly. I wish our boy alive again.
Are you mad?
Get it quickly, and wish... Oh, my boy, my Herbert. Oh.
Get back to bed. You don't know what you're saying.
We've had our first wish granted. Why not the second?
A coincidence, that's all. A coincidence.
Go on, get it and wish.
He went down in the darkness and felt his way into the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized him. And he found he had lost all direction of the door.
Wish! Go on! Wish!
It's foolish and wicked.
Wish!
I wish to see my son alive again.
The monkey's paw fell to the ground, and the old man sank trembling into a chair, as the old woman with burning eyes walked up to the window and raised the blind. Time passed, and the candle she had lighted burnt low and finally went out. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward, his wife came silently and apathetically beside him.
What was that?
What's that?
A rat. He passed me on the stairs.
Herbert. It's Herbert. It's my boy. It's Herbert.
What are you going to do?
It's my boy. I forgot it was 2 miles away. Oh, what are you holding me for? Let me go. I must open the door.
No, for pity's sake. Don't let it in.
You're afraid of your own son. Let me
Come back.
go. I'm coming. Herbert, I'm coming.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No! Mother, no! Don't let it in! No!
Oh, the boat! Come down! I can't reach! Oh.
But White was down on his hands and knees, groping wildly in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. The old man heard the scrape of a chair as his wife placed it against the door and stood upon it to reach the highest boat. He heard the boat, the final boat, as it came back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and breathed his third and last wish. Outside, the night was cold and wet. But in the small parlour of Lakesnam Villa, the blinds were drawn, and the fire burned brightly. And with the Sergeant Major's visit, the 3 inhabitants of the villa moved forward into the terrors that lie beyond midnight.
In the year 1864, in the December of that year, to be more exact, James Murray, barrister at law, did a lot of grouse shooting. During the last few days of the season, he made several trips across the northern moors after the elusive and soon-to-be prohibited birds. December. The wind was due east. The moors were bleak and wild. On his last expedition, the very day before the ending of the season, James Murray became hopelessly lost. The first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm fluttered down upon the heather, and a leaden evening was closing in all around. The purple moorland melted into a range of low hills. There was not the faintest smoke wreath, not the smallest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track. The world had changed, become hostile, alien. Murray shouldered his gun and pushed wearily forward, on and beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P., head of 7th Street, Parkmore to Hannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soap and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
On thus throughout the whole of the night, walking. Will there not come a time when my limbs simply fail me? Walking in circles. Circles. Hello! Oh, can you hear me? Here, this way, here. Can you find me? Here. I'd almost given up. I'd begun to think of falling down and sleeping. I must have been walking in circles. Thank God. What for? Praise be. What for? Well, for you, of course. I began to feel I should be hopelessly lost in the snow.
Well, then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time. And what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise?
If the good Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit. But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Grolding?
A good 20 miles, more or less.
And the nearest village?
The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 miles to the side.
Where do you live, then?
Out yonder.
I pray you, keep that lantern steady. You're going home, I presume?
Maybe I am.
Then I'm going with you.
Oh, it ain't no use. He won't let you in. Not he.
We'll see about that. Who is he?
The master.
And who is the master?
That's not to you.
Well, lead the way, please, and I'll engage that the master shall give me supper and lodging tonight.
You can try.
Yes, sir, wait. I've got for long enough. I can't afford to do that anymore. the house?
Aye, it's the house.
Down there.
Wait here.
Children, at least.
That's for you. Yonder's his room. Go in.
Who are you? How came you here? What do you want? James Murray, barrister at law. On foot across the moor. Meat, drink, and sleep. Mine is not a house of entertainment. Jacob, how dare you admit this stranger?
I didn't admit him. He followed me over the moor and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2".
And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house? The same by which I should have come to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation. Self-preservation? There's a foot of snow on the ground already. It should be deep enough to cover my body by daybreak. It is true. You can stay here if you choose till morning. Jacob, serve the supper. Be seated. Your manners are excellent, my friend. It is a very fine head, like a poet's. Kind of scientist you must be if this room's a telescope. Pictures, saints and devils, geological specimens, microscope. And is there an organ there in the corner? Books and more books. Enough to keep a keen man busy for a year. You why didn't speak to me about it? You didn't even know your name. But Dad, you look like a big from Beethoven. I wonder if you would consider it bad taste if I drew nearer the fire. On the table. I have only the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir. Your appetite will, I trust, make up for the deficiencies of our larder. Ham, eggs, bread, and what appears to be a bottle of excellent sherry. My friend, I can think of nothing better. Thank you, 1,000 times, thank you. You have preserved my life. Please be seated. Was the food upon these dishes be poisoned, I wonder? Forgive me, I cannot help it. At least I shall expire with a full stomach. Was probably the finest meal I've ever tasted. Thank you. To a castaway on a desert island in a storm, a glass of uncontaminated water and a crust would seem manna from heaven. I have lived here in semi-retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces. I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information about the outer world from which I have been parted for so long? Interrogate me, sir. I am heartily at your service. My inquiries will relate primarily to scientific matters. If you are not a student of science, no matter. Answer to the best of your ability. More and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its narrow radius. Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony...
I believe he has forgotten my presence.
Attested by all...
Here is a brilliant man, a man of vision, spurned by his contemporaries because of his greater knowledge, a man born out of his time. If it were not for my poor dear wife waiting for me anxiously, I swear I could listen to this man all night long.
Branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule for my scientific beliefs, hooted from that field of science in which I'd labored with honor for during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 3 and 20 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me. And I have forgotten the world. And there, sir, you have my history.
It is a very sad one.
But it is a very common one. I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better man has suffered before me. You shall have more sherry. Pray, why do you look suddenly so anxious?
I was thinking of my wife, my poor little wife. We have only been married 4 months, and she'll be waiting for me, watching for me, not knowing anything about my fate. I promised, you see, that I should return before dark. Ceased? Oh, if only it were possible. But no, it is impossible. Walk 20 miles across the moor, even if I could find my way.
Walk 20 miles? What are you thinking of?
My poor wife. She'll be breaking her heart with suspense and terror.
Where is she at this moment?
At Dwolding.
At Dwolding. Yes, it is true. The distance is 20 miles. Are you very anxious to save the next 8 or 10 hours?
So anxious, I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse.
Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot. It will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you onto the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one.
Easily, gladly.
The snow lies deep. A glass of Escobar before you start. There are pleasanter journeys than the one you are contemplating this night.
James Murray drank the spirit, and it went down like fire, liquid fire, and took his breath away. There was more than one instance during the next 2 hours or so when he wished fervently that he had stayed with the self-exiled man of science, rather than take the path through the snow to the old coach road at night.
And yet I cannot remember such bitter cold. Not a single star. Your master is a very eloquent man, Jacob. A brilliant man. Deep. Walking is difficult, to be sure. How much further to the coach road? After those hours of talk from the master, walking with a servant is like attempting conversation with a tailor's dummy.
Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and then you can't fail of the way.
This, then, is the old coach road.
Aye, it is the old coach road.
And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?
Nigh upon 3 miles. The road's a fair road enough for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close against the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident.
Accident? And what accident was that? Jacob?
Beg pardon?
What accident?
The night mail pitched right over, down into the gully below. A good 50 feet or more. Just the worst bit of road in the whole country.
Oh, horrible. Were many lives lost?
All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning.
Oh, terrible. How long since this happened? Jacob, how long since the accident?
Just 9 years.
Near the signpost, you say. I'll bear it in mind. Good night, Jacob.
Good night.
And here. Thank you. I'm deeply obliged to you.
Good night, sir. And thank you.
Solitary. Feel terribly lonely. Lonely somehow. As if I've been deserted by the last man in the world. Ice. It is as if I'm scaling some gigantic Alp. Light. Is it? Yes. Jacob, he's coming back again. The fire? No. There's a second light. Parallel. They must be carriage lamps. Must be a private vehicle. But what would be out in a night like this? Yes, it is some coast or the other, but this is impossible. It's coming on fast. Cannot hear a sound. No. Looks strangely lofty. It is possible that I passed the crossroads in the dark. Jacob said 3 miles, I have to walk. Can I lift the coat underneath? No, I would never have missed the signpost.
And then the coach, for coach it certainly was, bore down upon Murray, came around the bend in the road and came towards him fast. Guard, driver, 1 outside passenger, 4 steaming greys. The lamps blazed like a pair of fiery meteors.
Hello, wait there, coach, hello, coach!
And the coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep. Neither answered Murray's hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. Murray clambered inside the coach, and the coach started again, as noiseless as ever.
Cold in the coach as it was outside. 3 passengers only. And welcome. The word. This is scarcely the friendliest part of the world I've visited. How intensely cold it is tonight. The winter seems to have begun in earnest. Most friendly. He heard me. I know he did, for he turned his eyes upon me. Damp. Most disagreeable. Smell in here, it's quite... it's like ice. It's warmer in the night air, by far. I can't bear the smell in here. The window down could hardly let in more cold than is already present. Have you any objection to an open window? I said, have you any objection to an open window? Very well, then. I take it you have none? It's rotten. Quite rotten. This window... I'm sorry, excuse me. This window is covered with mildew. Have you noticed? Anybody? Have you? The whole coach is in the very last stages of dilapidation. Decaying. Look. It's hardly safe, is it? How can it possibly be safe? Why, the whole machine is quite foul, and it must have been dragged from some outhouse somewhere. It must have been mouldering away for years. Quite deplorable. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair, yes?
The passenger to which James Murray addressed this last remark turned slowly and looked at him. Murray knew that he would never forget the sight of that face as long as he lived. He turned cold at heart under its scrutiny. The eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. The face was livid as the face of a corpse. The bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. Murray turned to his office now. He too was staring at him with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes.
What are you? What are you?
And then Murray realized that none of the passengers in that coach were living men, not living men as himself. A pale, phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their terrible eyes were alive, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon James Murray. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in a flash of summer lightning, he saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness.
Brilliant. A man like that. Exile. Fine food. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing now. Hopeless. Walk 20 miles across the moor. Across the... Where is it? Dwalding. Oh, we found it dead. Crossed the... Who died next morning? 20 miles. Crossed the... Next morning. Found dead. Crossed the...
He fell. Close against the junction of the old coach road and the new. Oh, thank God you were saved. Thank God. You must have lain for so long in the snow. Soft snow. They found you at daybreak. 2 shepherds. The letters in your pocketbook showed your name, and I was summoned. You were so long in danger. So long. So many days, weeks. The surgeon said you had dreamed in your delirium. Such a frightful dream, my love. Such a frightful dream. Oh, James, my darling, safe now.
Dreams. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that I was the 4th inside passenger in the Phantom coach.
Justice and Corwin, age 35, bachelor, plump. A magazine writer specializing in cozy chats, preferably with titled persons. Conceited. Lived in a flat, an expensive flat, directly below a lady by the name of Isabel Bishop. Used to pay court to Isabel. Tired of her. Cut her out of his life. Justice and Corwin. Self-satisfied. A glutton for good food. Always avoided bread and potatoes because of his figure. Justice and Corwin. All his life an unreasoning fear of spiders. Since childhood, Justice had dreaded that a spider might get on him, its 8 legs running up his flesh. He was convinced that he would die if one of the bent-legged brutes should as much as touch him. The very thought of a spider was enough to plunge Justice into the abyss beyond midnight.
As the American replied when asked whether he would accept a Scotch in place of his cherished bourbon, only if I can have it with ice. Ice of the evening, beautiful ice. Filthy brute. Get out of it. Bet you hate me, you revolting devil. Must say I admired your persistence, though. I don't believe it. A spider can't put up with all that water. Hot. It's got to be hot. Keeps us cold. Just so, boy. The thing's in the sink. Yeah, too smooth. Can't get up. Suppose most people would squash the wrench. Not me. Swish it away. Cleaner. Brave effort, you evil beast. That's that. I need that whiskey. Hold it. Right. So you are. I've called the police and... Must have.
Crouched in the corner near the bookcase was the largest spider Justice or anyone else had ever seen. It was about the size of a coal scuttle, black and hairy, with the lower part of its body a good 10 inches from the ground. Its great legs were bent up around it like a protective fence. They were covered with bristles like a hearth-brush. The 2 front ones ended in claws. He imagined those claws tearing into him as he lay helpless from the spider's bite. He had seen a fly after a spider had finished with it. He dared not move. Just then the thing moved toward 4 feet or so, with astonishing agility. And then, at last, Justice acted. He moved fast. The spider moved fast, too. Justice beat it to the door. Just. Outside his door, in pajamas, getting on towards 3 in the morning. Would the zoo believe him? No. The police? With whiskey on his breath? No, not the police. What then? There was only one thing to do. The abandoned Isabel. The flat above. Isabel, there's a spider the size of a coal scuttle in my flat. Save me. But what else was there?
Impossible. I don't believe it. But I saw it. I did. I saw it. Isabel, Why? Why me?
Yes? Oh. Justice. What is it?
Her voice gave no hint of her real feelings, which were in the wildest tumult of hope, anger, and joy. Justice, at her door, middle of the night, in pyjamas too. She had so often dreamed. She was keeping herself for a man like Justice. She had been keeping herself for Justice. She despaired. But now, Justice would be ill, and she would be like Florence Nightingale and save him.
Yes, Justice, are you ill?
Isabel, you've got to help me. There's an enormous spider in my flat.
Florence Nightingale vanished.
You come here in the middle of the night for that?
Why, I know it must sound odd. But you must believe me. I've never seen anything like it. Could I use your phone, do you think? Call the police? Could I?
Call the police to catch a little spider?
Oh, it isn't little. It's bigger than a cat.
Then it isn't a spider. The biggest in the world aren't that size. I know. I read a lot of natural history. Good night, Justice.
No, please. You must believe me. It's there. I'm not joking. Please, Isabel. I heard a noise, and when I went to look, there it was.
As big as a cat? What did you do?
Locked the door on it.
Can it get out?
No. Well, at least I don't think so. I can't stay down there alone.
Why do you suppose that I want your company?
Well, I don't suppose you do. You have a right to be sticky about it after the way I mean... Oh, Isabel, let me come in, please.
You've simply discovered that I can be useful to you, that's all.
Isabel, forget what's between us, will you? I'm not here to argue or ask forgiveness. I'd no right to begin it, if you like, but since I did and you weren't unwilling, accept that I also had the right to make an end, and let me come in. Thanks.
Better ring the police.
I can't. They wouldn't believe me.
I think you've been drinking.
I haven't. My hands, look, steady as a rock.
He held out his hands, and they were shaking. He dropped them onto her shoulders to conceal the fact, and she couldn't help a thrill running up her spine and then down again. Justice looked at her. No, he couldn't become involved again. Handsome, yes, but awfully big, a lumpy sort of woman. He removed his hands and looked at her curlers.
Must you continue to wear those?
I must. I'll look a sight tomorrow if I don't.
Justice thought, you look a sight tonight, but he didn't vocalize his thought. There was only one other place to go to, and there was a spider waiting. Between Isabel and the spider, the size of a coal scuttle, he reckoned Isabel was the best bet.
What's the matter?
Know what I've done. You shouldn't love me anymore.
Look, let's have a cup of coffee. No need for tears.
All right.
And she disappeared into the kitchen. Justice surveyed the flat gloomily. Whichever way you looked at it, he was caught. Like a fly in a... When Isabel returned with coffee, he noticed that she had removed her curlers. Her hair fell long and black about her shoulders, like...
Spider's legs.
What?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. Oh, thank you. Oh, lovely coffee. Yes, quite lovely. Oh, you haven't seen it.
Well, that's easily remedied.
Oh, no, it might attack you.
I should simply tread on it.
You couldn't. It's too big.
I'm sorry, Justice. I don't believe in your spider.
Well, it's not my spider. You've got to believe me. If I were superstitious, I'd say it had come for vengeance.
What are you talking about?
And so he told her about the murder by boiling water of the other spider, the little one, in the sink. Isabel said nothing. She began to sew, idly.
So there I was, and, well, where was I?
You poured the boiling water on the thing.
Yes, that's what I did. End of it.
Then your guilty conscience aroused you. Strange. I've never known you to have a conscience before.
You're being a bit hard, surely.
Am I? I don't think so. What you don't like, or what you've tired of, Justice, you've no use for anymore.
Well, there were many hours left until dawn. The time had to be filled somehow, Justice thought. And after all, it was waiting downstairs. He put out a hand and caressed her hair, trying not to think of spider's legs.
You must be feeling more like yourself.
But she didn't move away.
It's the good effect you have on me.
Isabel's instincts had always been primarily maternal. A man was the giver of children, in the literal sense, a mate. She had seen herself as the mother of Justice's children, above all, the mother of his sons. It had been a cruel awakening to discover that she herself had not been desired in turn. All the same, she felt a kind of tenderness for him. She longed to be able to comfort him.
You know, this giant spider business is all nonsense. I never heard anything.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. It's down there. Oh, it's down there, all right.
I heard you slam the door down there, though. I heard all your movements. I was awake all the time. If there really was a spider as big as you say, I would have heard it run across the room. I hear most of the things that go on in your flat. I mean...
Instinctively, Justice relaxed. He let an arm slide down over Isabel's shoulders. After all, well, it had been an awful day all round. And now, well, the flat was warm, the coffee good, and Isabel wasn't so bad after all. No beauty, certainly, but a woman. A little too intense, perhaps, but a woman. With a woman's earthy common sense, too. No giant spiders for her.
You're very affectionate,
she said, sniffing at her cotton.
You're very attractive, spider.
You surprise me.
The cotton fell on Justice's hand, and for a moment he thought of spider's webs.
Do I surprise you?
Very much. Do you mean what you say? Why did you break things off?
Well, I panicked. I didn't want to go too far.
You mean you didn't want to marry me?
Oh, Isabel, why must you always drag marriage into it?
To Isabel, you see, marriage was the inevitable prelude to a child. It was a child she really wanted more than a marriage. She did not want Justice around. She wanted a child. In fact, come to think of it, she'd really rather like to humiliate Justice.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. It's just... Well, it's only that I rather hoped. I mean, I naturally expected that... Do you love me?
Without looking at her, Justice lied.
Yes, I do.
He held her in his arms, thought briefly again of the spider's webs, and then relaxed and concentrated on Isabel's charms.
What's the matter, Justice?
sorry. I was dreaming. Just dreaming, that's all.
You look very funny.
Yes, what's the time?
Just 6:10.
I must be going.
Then he remembered the spider in his flat below. He was caught between Isabel and the monster, both of whom regarded him as their prey. He eyed Isabel uneasily. Isabel eyed him without uneasiness. She was the commander now. She would never again be just an overlarge, gawky young woman, hopelessly unsure of herself. She had discovered that justice, like all men, was expendable. Isabel was a personality now, and she regarded justice with something approaching repugnance. Isabel had planned her revenge down to the last detail. Justice would be humiliated before her once and for all. Only so could she be sure of getting rid of him. Suddenly, in fact, the sight of Justice moving aimlessly about the room nauseated her.
Would you like me to come down with you?
Oh, don't bother.
No. Doesn't he want his little Isabel then?
No.
No. See? Is he going to kill the great big spider himself then? Oh.
Don't bother to come down. It's quite all right.
I couldn't sleep unless I did.
No, it's all right. Really.
No, I'll come with you.
The tables were completely turned.
There's no need for you to see me home, Isabel. I'll be perfectly all right by myself.
I'll just satisfy myself that it's all your imagination.
Great, big, fat, stupid, lumpy idiot. Maybe it was all my imagination. Maybe it was. Yes. No. The thing was there. I saw it. Hairy, black spider. Couldn't have been anything else. It must be still there. Couldn't have got out. Not a thing that size. I can't let her go in there. It might... Not my fault, though, if she insisted it. I mean, is it? If she's foolhardy enough to put her head into the lion's mouth. Spider's jaw. In fact, I'd rather like to see...
Right, I'm ready now. Shall we go?
Oh, right.
All right, then. Coming?
Yes.
Well, come on, then.
Yes, of course. Funny, you know.
What is?
A little while ago, it was only just light, you know. Thin sort of pale greyness. Summer dawn. Well, now the sun's just coming up over the rooftops.
Well, that's the way it usually happens.
Yes.
Am I going down on my own?
Are you? Oh, no, of course not. Right. Forward.
Come in now. Your nightmare has vanished with the dawn, with the sun coming up over the rooftops. Come in and see for yourself. Your spider has gone.
Not my spider. His instinct told him there was something sinister in the room. Something connected somehow with Isabel Bishop, who had changed in some mysterious way. She seemed now to be larger than life, a taunting figure, a priestess, waiting to sacrifice her victim at a rite.
Well, you satisfied?
She moved slowly towards the door. She was about to humiliate one whom 12 hours ago she believed she had pined for, and now she felt nothing. Her emotions were completely numb. He had a pot belly. She had never noticed that before.
It was there last night.
Well?
There. See, by the bookcase. Sitting there.
Really?
Yes. Just there.
By the bookcase. Silly.
Silly.
Yes. I wonder... Oh, nothing. Well, then, there we are. No spider.
No spider.
No. Thanks for coming down.
Don't mention it.
Very good of you.
That's all right.
Might write an article about it.
About what? About...
Yes. Think it'd go.
Go where?
A story. Only the names have been changed. It actually happened. Mm-hmm.
Nobody would believe it.
No. Well, Hey, Isabel! Isabel! Let me out! Isabel!
Later, when you've made friends with your giant spider.
Isabel! Let me out! Isabel!
Isabel would remember Justice's last cry, she knew, until the end of her life. She imagined she heard another sound as well. It was a curious, muffled rumble, such as a creature with 8 long legs might make if it were running. The sound came from the drawing room. Everyone was very kind to Isabel at the inquest. Everyone decided that Justice N. Corwin was a bit of a bounder to commit suicide like that, leaving a lovely girl like Isabel. The more kindly disposed said he was obviously unbalanced to fling himself from a window and contrive to break his neck, without even the explanation of a note or a lover's quarrel. In the end, Isabel's story that he sleepwalked was accepted as the most likely. The next spring, Isabel Bishop gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. The child is perfectly normal, except perhaps for unusually hairy arms and legs. Isabel smiles and says,
It's because I was frightened by a spider.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
My name is Edward George Eden. I was born at Trentham in Staffordshire. I was orphaned soon after my birth and was brought up by my uncle, George Eden. He educated me generously and fired my ambition to succeed in the world. At his death 4 years ago, he left me his entire fortune, the sum of £500. In that year of grace, 1886, a not inconsiderable sum. I became a medical student at University College, London. I lodged at 11A University Street. At the time of the beginning of my story, I was taking a pair of shoes to be mended at a shop in the Tottenham Court Road, when I encountered the little old man with the yellow face, with whom my life has now become so inextricably entangled.
Mr. Eden? I had forgotten the number of your house. You left your front door at an opportune moment. How do you do, Mr. Eden? How do you... Wonder who the deuce I am, eh? A friend, let me assure you. I've seen you before, though you hadn't seen me. Is there somewhere we can talk?
Well, perhaps we can walk down the street. I was going to the cobbler's.
Oh, yes, the very thing, the street. Which way shall we go? Look here, this business of mine is a rigmarole. Come and lunch with me, Mr. Eden. I'm an old man, a very old man, and not good at explanations. All the noise out here in the streets, well... No, come now, Mr. Eden. A certain civility is due to my grey hairs, don't you think? Lunch with me. And I'll explain my business, and you shall see.
Yes, all right. Let me just put these boots back in the hall of my lodging. Boots aren't quite the thing to take to lunch.
No.
Beyond Midnight.
The old man, Elsham was his name, took Edward Eden to lunch at Blavitsky's. Over the kind of lunch the young student had never tasted before, Elsham fended off the other man's leading questions, and Eden had a chance to study his benefactor of the day. Elsham was lean and wrinkled. His shriveled lips fell over a set of false teeth, and his white hair was thin and rather long. He was small. His shoulders were rounded and bent. Elsham was watching Eden, too, running his eyes, with a curious touch of greed in them, over the student's broad shoulders, sun-tanned hands and freckled face. At last the meal ended, and they lighted cigarettes.
And now, I must tell you of the business in hand. It happens that I have money that I must presently be leaving, and never a child have I to leave it to. I have been for a long time, Mr. Eden, a very lonely man. I have thought long and searched long for a proper disposition of my money, and at last I have made a plan. I have recently thought of charities, institutions, scholarships, libraries, and so forth, but I have dismissed all these ideas. I have come to this conclusion. I will find some young fellow, ambitious, pure-minded, poor, but healthy in mind and body, and, in short, make him my heir, and give him all I have. Give him all I have, so that he will certainly be lifted out of all the trouble and struggle to freedom and influence.
And, you want my help, my professional help, maybe, to find that person?
What a career such a man might have. It fills me with envy to think how I have accumulated that another man might spend. But there are conditions, of course, to be imposed, certain burdens. He must, for instance, take my name. You cannot expect everything without some return. And I must go into all the circumstances of his life before I can accept him. He must be sound. I must know his heredity, how his parents and grandparents died, have the strictest inquiries made into his personal morals.
And do I understand that
Yes, you.
But why me in particular?
Let us say I chanced to hear of you from Professor Hessler. He named you as a typically sound and sane young man. And after all, I want to leave my money where health and integrity are assured. Another cigarette, Mr. Eden?
That was the first meeting. The old man was mysterious. He refused to give his name. The time, he said, was not yet come for that. His insistence upon bodily health was curious, Eden thought. However, considerably excited by the thought of riches so easily come by, Edward Eden applied for a life policy with a loyal insurance company, and was subsequently overhauled by their medical advisers. Even that did not satisfy the old gentleman, and he insisted Eden be re-examined by the great Dr. Henderson. It was Friday, in Whitsun week, before he came to a decision.
Everything is satisfactory, Mr. Eden. Everything is quite satisfactory. And this night of all nights, you must dine with me and celebrate your accession. You won't have long to wait either. Certainly not very long to wait. Let us call a cab. I shall take you to a rather splendid place in Regent Street.
They went to the splendid place in Regent Street, where Eden was disconcerted at first by the well-dressed waiter's glances at his poor clothes, by the stones and the olives, and by the array of cutlery. But the champagne warmed him, and his confidence revived.
My name, Mr. Eden, is Egbert Elsham.
Egbert? Not the philosopher, the great...
The same.
I've been familiar with your name since a boy at school. Really?
So you think it incredible that a man whose intelligence so easily dominated yours in your extreme youth should suddenly materialize into the decrepit figure you see before you now, eh?
No, I didn't mean that.
I dare say every young person falling among celebrities is disappointed. The flesh is never so impressive as the reputation.
I never thought philosophers were so rich.
More champagne?
Why, thank you. Yes.
What a capacity for living you have. It will not be long now, I fear.
Please don't talk like that.
You have a fine future.
I have a fine future, perhaps, yes. Now, thanks to you, I shall have the honor of your name. But you have a past. Such a past is worth all my future.
That future, would you in truth change it?
A liqueur, sir?
You will not perhaps mind taking my name? Yes, Kümmel, both.
Very good, sir.
You will take my name, but would you take my years?
With your achievements?
Perhaps, even then, despite the fact that he was more than a little drunk, Eden might have saved himself if he had risen from the table and fled into the night. But the thought of riches, a brilliant future, success, dreams, all this stood between him and safety. And after all, Edward George Eden had really no concrete notion that all was not well. How could he know? Then, the waiter brought the liqueurs.
This after-dinner hour, is the hour of small things. Here is a scrap of my unpublished wisdom. This powder. These glasses contain Kümmel, that you know. But all my life I have been an improver of liqueurs. This is Kümmel. With a dash of this powder, it is something very fine indeed. Furthermore, it will assist you to defeat the effects of the champagne and brandy.
I was fearing a headache and more in the morning.
Oh, not now. There. My hand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
To a quick succession.
Oh, not that, sir. Not that. Rather to a long life.
To a long life.
The first touch of the liqueur with the added powder set Eden's brain in a tumult. He seemed to feel an actual physical stirring in his skull. The draught, the mental confusion, the noise and stirring in his head seemed to last an interminable time. Curious, vague impressions of half-forgotten things danced and vanished on the edge of his consciousness. Elsham stared strangely at him, and then the philosopher himself broke the spell.
Well,
it's glorious.
Well, 11:07. I must go to Waterloo at once. That stuff, I ought not to have given it to you. It'll make your head split tomorrow. Wait a minute. Here. Take this. In water as you're going to bed. The other thing was a drug. Not till you're ready to go to bed, mind. It will clear your head. That's all. One more shake. Futurist.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Beautiful Regent Street. 30 years ago, I quarrelled with my brother in Regent Street. I wonder... 30 years ago? I must be mad. I didn't exist 30 years ago. Peculiar. This all about me is Regent Street. I know it is. And yet all the time I have this queer persuasion that it's Waterloo Station. Quarrel with my brother. Quarrel. That's right. Yet I've never boasted a brother. And 30 years ago...
30 years ago, there was no Edward.
Along Portland Street, Eden's madness and feeling of strangeness took another turn. He began to recall vanished shops and compare the street with what it used to be. He continued on through Euston Road to Tottenham Court Road, scarcely noticing the unusual way he was taking. Turning into University Street, he found he had forgotten his number. He tried the wrong side of the hall for his candle and the matches, and had no clear idea at all upon which landing his room might be. Everything was perfectly familiar, and yet everything was perfectly strange. He reached his room at last and entered it.
Must take this other powder he gave me. This is getting Oh, what rot, Eden. You're certainly drunk, that's all. Have that powder and go to sleep. Powder and then sleep.
He came out of a dream of strange beasts and opened his eyes. In the grey dawn, the room was not familiar, and yet again it was. His thrust-out leg barely reached the edge of the mattress. By the side of the bed should be a candle and matches. He put out a hand and touched nothing. He waved a hand in the darkness and felt a curtain suspended over his bed. He was now thoroughly awake. The room was completely strange to him. How had he got there? He stood and felt curiously weak and unsteady. Where and what was this place? And then occurred a thing so trivial, and yet so terrible that indeed it is a wonder that he did not immediately go out of his mind. He spoke aloud.
How the devil did I get here?
The voice was not his own.
Surely, this is a dream, a terrible dream.
And then he thrust his fingers into his mouth. His teeth had gone. The early morning light was becoming stronger. He staggered towards a mirror, and by the dawn filtering in through the window from which he had drawn the curtains, he looked and saw
Elsham's face.
The hollow cheeks, the rheumy, bleared eyes, the quivering, shriveled lips, the straggling tail of dirty grey hair.
Has the whole of life become an illusion? If I have become Elsham, then he must have become me. Locked every door. I am Edward George Eaton, that's who I am. This is not me, this body. Elsham, what have you done to me? Why? Why? Need I ask why? He has stolen my life, my youth. How long has he been leaping from body to body? How long? A desk. Locked. I must know what there is in that desk.
And then Edward Eden Elsham found a poker. And with the poker, in a frenzy, he attacked the desk.
All right, sir. Everything's all right, sir. Oh, Mr. Elsham, sir. You shouldn't have... Elsh! Come up here at once. The master's bad again. God damn it.
A week now, and these people, they will not allow me access to the street. I'm confined, kindly and with respect, but confined for they think I've taken leave of my senses. The doctors and the nurses, my secretaries, Elsham secretaries. Not mine. This is not mine, none of this, none of it. I must find him, I must find Elsham. And I must... Must what? He walks the streets alive and young and healthy in my body. waiting for his own body, Elsham's body, to die. Oh, my... I have no money, no checkbook. They tell me the bank doesn't recognize my signature. For my signature, at least, is still my own. They won't allow me to go to the bank personally, these people around me. 2 days ago, I was a youngster with all my life before me. Now I'm a furious old man, unkempt and desperate and miserable, prowling about a great luxurious house. I must write this down. Every word of it, so that the world shall... And who will believe it? No one. But I must write it down. Nothing must be left unsaid. My name is Edward George Eden. I was born...
And Edward George Eden, become Egbert Elsham, wrote, for 2 long days, refusing food to the astonishment of the frightened servants. 2 days. And then he collapsed, and they put him to bed and fed him. When he'd regained a little of his old man's fast-failing strength, he rose and began to write again.
I do not clearly know. I take it he has transferred the whole of his memories, the accumulation that makes up his personality, from this old, withered brain of his to mine. He has changed bodies. One desperate experiment I am about to try. This morning, with the help of a table knife I had secreted at breakfast, I succeeded in breaking open a fairly obvious secret drawer in this wrecked writing desk. I discovered nothing save a little glass phial containing a white powder. Round the neck of the phial was a label, and written on this label was one word: release. This is almost certainly poison. He, Elsham, has placed poison in my way, and I should be sure that it was his intention to get rid of the only living witness against him. The man has practically solved the problem of immortality. Save for the spite of chance, he will live in my body until it has aged, and then again, throwing it aside, he will assume some other victim's youth and strength. How long has he been leaping from body to body? But I tire of writing. The powder seems to be soluble in water. The taste is not unpleasant.
He's dead, right enough. He's dead, Else. Poor old man. Gonna be to do now, all right. Soon we'll be looking for new jobs again, once the estate's wound up and all the legal procedures gone through. I was not in the habit of thinking the job would be a long one, seeing his bad health and that. Give us a hand with him. He's not heavy. Then you best go for the doctor.
The powder appears to be soluble in water. The taste is not unpleasant.
The whole story was written down and left upon Mr. Elsham's desk. His dead body lay between the desk and the chair. The chair had been pushed violently back, probably by his last convulsions. There Egbert Elsham was found by his butler and a maid called Elsie. At least it was the body of Egbert Elsham. The story was written in pencil and in a crazy hand, quite unlike the philosopher's usual minute characters. There remain only 2 curious facts to record. There was certainly some connection between Elsham and Eden, since the whole of Elsham's property was bequeathed to the young man. But he never inherited. When Elsham committed suicide, Eden was, strangely enough, already dead. 24 hours before, he had been knocked down by a cab and killed instantly at the crowded crossing at the intersection of Gower Street and Euston Road. So that the only human being who could have thrown light upon this strange and bewildering story is beyond the reach of questions. Did Egbert Elsham really change bodies with the young student, tricking him in that diabolical way? Or was the whole story just a wild fancy of an old man's senile mind?
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Such ordinary things make me afraid. Sunshine, sharp shadows on grass, white roses, children with red hair, and the name Harry. Harry. Such an ordinary name.
When the bow breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby cradle.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Harry. Such an ordinary name. Yet the first time Christine mentioned it, I felt a premonition of fear. She was 5 years old, due to start school in 3 months' time. It was a hot, beautiful day, and she was playing alone in the garden as she often did. I saw her lying on her stomach in the grass, picking daisies and making daisy chains with laborious pleasure. The sun burned on her pale red hair and made her skin look very white and lovely. Her big blue eyes were wide with concentration. Suddenly she looked towards the bush of white roses, which cast its shadow over the grass, and smiled.
Christine.
She rose and walked slowly towards the bush, her plump little legs defenseless and endearing beneath the too short cotton skirt. She was growing fast.
Where's my mummy and daddy? Oh, but they are my mummy and daddy.
Chris? Chris, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Well, come indoors now, darling.
Goodbye, Miss Gilmore. Goodbye.
Chris? Who are you talking to?
Harry.
And who's Harry?
Harry.
I couldn't get anything else out of her, so I just gave her some cake and milk and read to her until bedtime. As she listened, she stared out at the garden. Once she smiled and waved. It was a relief finally to tuck her up in bed and feel she was safe. What do you mean, Jim?
Well, it's not so rare for only children to have an imaginary companion. I had one myself called Oz. Used to talk to him all the time. Well, some kids talk to their dolls. Chris has never been very keen on dolls. She hasn't any brothers or sisters, so she talks to... what was it? Who did you say?
Harry.
Harry. Well, she hasn't any friends of her own age, so she mentioned someone. Harry.
But Jim, why has she picked that particular name?
You know how kids pick things up. I don't know what you're worrying about. Honestly, I don't.
Well, I'm not worrying exactly. It's just that I feel extra responsible for her. More so than if I were her real mother.
Sure, but Chris is all right. Chris is fine. She's a pretty, healthy, intelligent little girl. A credit to you.
And to you.
In fact, a thoroughly nice parent.
Oh, yes, and so modest. Oh, it's silly of me, I know, but... Oh, I just get a bit worried sometimes. I feel better now. You always make me feel better about everything. I felt consoled until the next morning. Again the sun shone brilliantly on the small, bright lawn and white roses. Christine was sitting on the grass, cross-legged, staring towards the rose bush, smiling.
Hello. I hoped you'd come. Because I like you. How old are you? I'm only 5 and a bit. I'm not a baby. I'm going to school soon, and I'm going to have a new dress. Oh, yes, I did go for a little while. Infant school. But I didn't stay very long because we moved. Daddy had to go somewhere else for his work. And, yes, this time I'm going to start big school properly. And I'll stay there for years and years and years. And I'm going to have a green dress. Do you go to school? Well, what do you do then?
I felt myself going cold as I stood listening to her. Don't be silly, I told myself. Lots of children have an imaginary companion. Just carry on as if nothing were happening. Don't be a fool. But I called Chris in earlier than usual for mid-morning milk.
Can Harry come too?
No.
Goodbye, Harry. I'm sorry you can't come in, but I've got to have my milk. Why can't Harry have some milk?
Who is Harry, darling?
Harry. He's my brother.
But, Chris, you haven't got a brother. Daddy and Mummy have only got one child, one little girl, and that's you. Harry can't be your brother, darling.
Yes, Harry's my brother. He says so.
She drank her milk and emerged with a smeary top lip. And then she grabbed at a plate of biscuits. Well, at least Harry hadn't spoiled her appetite. He's your brother? He says so, does he?
Oh, yes. He's nice. I must have my new dress soon because I want to show him, Mummy. It says green's a nice colour. Oh, I wish Harry could come to my new school with me. He'd be able to look after me. He said he would look after me because he comes very soon.
I'll say one thing for imaginary companions. They help the child with their talking.
With an accent.
Accent?
A Cockney accent. day, Chris... Well, she started speaking to me with a sort of Cockney accent. Just a slight one.
My dearest, every London child gets a slight Cockney accent. It'll be even worse when she gets to school. I mean, the big school meets all the other kids. Don't worry.
We don't talk Cockney, Jim. Where does she get it from?
June.
Who can she be getting it from except Harry?
The butcher, the baker, the milkman, the coalman, the window cleaner. Want any more?
I suppose not. Oh, it's so silly, but I can't help it. It's just that, well, darling, everything was so nice, so happy until this Harry business.
Do you know what I think? I think you should put your mind at rest.
What?
Take Chris along to see old Dr. Webster tomorrow. Let him have a little talk with her.
Jim, do you think she's ill? In her mind?
Oh, good heavens, no. It's just that you're obviously upset about it. You don't understand, and when we meet something we don't understand, it's as well to take professional advice, that's all. That's what doctors are for. That's what they take a couple of quid from my salary every week for. Go and see Webster.
Yes, I will.
Here, have a cigarette.
Thank you.
It's a fairly unusual case, Mrs. James, but by no means unique. I've had several cases of children's imaginary friends becoming so real to them that their parents get the jitters. Now, Christine's rather a lonely little girl, isn't she?
Oh, she won't be when she goes to school again, but... Well, I suppose she is at the moment, yes. She doesn't know any other children. We were quite new to the neighborhood.
Yes, you moved, haven't you? Well, I think you'll find these fantasies will disappear when she gets to school and meets the other children. At the moment, this friend of hers is a compensation for real children. You see, every child needs company of her own age. If she doesn't get it, well, she invents it. Older people who are lonely, they talk to themselves, but that doesn't mean that they're crazy or anything. It's just that, well, they need somebody to talk to.
Yes.
The child is more practical. Seems silly to talk to oneself, says the child, so it invents another, a real person. No, I don't think you've got anything to worry about.
Oh, that's what my husband says.
I'm sure he does. Still, I'll have a chat with her as you brought her.
Oh, yes.
Leave us alone together,
Yes? Christine, just come here a minute, will you, darling?
Harry's waiting.
Where, Chris?
There. See, Mummy, down there by the rose bush. It's just like our rose bush, isn't it? Do you see him?
There's no one there. Now, Dr. Webster wants to see you now. You remember him, don't you? He gave you sweets when you were getting better with chicken pox.
Hello, Christine. My, you're growing. Shooting up.
She went into Webster's surgery willingly enough. I waited restlessly. She was talking away to the doctor in a way she never talked to me. You see, I knew then that he would be full of reassurances when they came out. But I was afraid, awfully afraid. And the ridiculous thing was, I couldn't put my fear into words.
Harry is waiting by the rose bush. See him?
Nothing wrong with her whatever. She's just an imaginative little monkey, that's all. A word of advice, Mrs. James. Let her talk about Harry. Let her become accustomed to confiding in you. I gather you've shown some disapproval of this brother of hers, so he doesn't talk much to you about him. Christine? He makes wooden toys, doesn't he, Chris?
Yes, Harry makes wooden toys.
And he can read and write, can't he?
Yes, and swim, and paint, and climb trees. He can do everything.
You see? Sounds quite a wonderful brother to me. He's even got red hair like you, hasn't he?
Harry's got red hair. Redder than mine, too. And he's nearly as tall as Daddy, only thinner. He's as tall as you, Mummy. He's 14.
Don't you worry, Mrs. James. You let her prattle.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Chris. Give on up to Harry.
Harry's got red
Harry!
He can swim and fish and paint and go and swap. And those lovely toys.
I'm sick of Harry.
I'm not going to school without Harry.
Oh, but you're looking forward to school, Chris. You know you
I
are.
won't go without Harry.
He'll feel silly. A great lad of 14 amongst all those little children.
I won't go to school without Harry. I won't.
Chris, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean... You see, darling, it's just that... Well, you wouldn't like Harry to be unhappy, would you? Would you? It was still daylight, golden shadows and long strips of sunlight in the garden. Then, almost like a dream, the long, thin, clear-cut shadow of a boy near the white roses. Harry! I thought I saw a glimmer of red among the trees, among the roses, like close red curls on a boy's head. Then, there was nothing. The next day I started on my secret mission. I took a bus to town and went to the big, gaunt building I hadn't visited for over 5 years. Then Jim and I had gone together. The top floor of this building belonged to the Greythorn Adoption Society.
Mrs. James, how nice to see you again. How's Christine? My goodness, it must be 4 years at least.
Oh, it's more than 5, Miss Cleaver. Well, and Chris is very well. Miss Cleaver, I'd better get straight to the point. I know you don't normally tell people about a child's origins, not even to the child's adopters, but I must know who Christine is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. James, but I will...
Please, let me tell you the whole story, and you'll see I'm not just suffering from vulgar curiosity.
Yes, all right, then. Please, won't you sit down?
Thanks. Miss Cleaver...
It's very queer. Very queer indeed, Mrs. James. Look, I'm going to break our rule for once. I'm going to tell you in confidence where Christine came from.
Thank you.
She was born in a very poor part of London. There were 4 in the family. Father, mother, son, and Christine herself.
Son?
Yes. The parents hadn't really wanted Christine. Family lived in one room at the top of a very old house, which should have been condemned by the sanitary inspector, in my opinion. It was difficult enough when there were only 3 of them. But with a baby as well, life became a nightmare. The mother was a neurotic creature, slatternly, unhappy, too fat. After she had the baby, she took no interest in it. Brother, however, adored the little thing right from the start. He constantly got into trouble for cutting school so that he could look after her. Christine.
Yes?
One morning in the small hours, a woman on the ground floor saw something fall past her window. She heard a thud on the ground outside. She went out to look and found the son of the family there, on the ground. Christine was in his arms. The boy's neck was broken. He was dead. The little girl was blue in the face, but still breathing faintly. The woman worked the household, sent for the police and the doctor, and they went to the top room. They had to break the door down because it was locked and sealed inside. The window was open, but there was an overpowering smell of gas. They found the husband and wife dead in bed. There was a note from the husband. It said, "I can't go on. I'm going to kill them all. It's the only way." The police concluded that he'd sealed up the doors and windows, turned on the gas when his family were asleep, and lain down beside his wife until he drifted into unconsciousness and death. But the son must have woken up. Perhaps he struggled with the door, but couldn't open it. He'd been too weak to shout. All he could do was pluck away the seals from the window, open it, and fling himself out, holding his adored little sister tightly in his arms.
So her brother saved her life and died himself?
Yes. He was a very brave little boy.
Perhaps he thought not so much of saving her as keeping her with him. Oh, dear, that sounds ungenerous. I didn't mean to be, Miss Cleaver. What was his name, the brother?
Oh, I'll have to look that up for you. I'm glad Christine is well, though. I'd be most grateful if you'd count this information as secret between you and me, Mrs. James. As I said, we've never before... the family's name was Jones. The 14-year-old brother was Harold.
What does it all mean? I can't understand.
It's not easy. But I think deep in her unconscious mind, Christine has always remembered Harry, the companion of her babyhood. We don't think of children as having much memory, but there must be images of the past tucked away somewhere in their little heads. Christine doesn't invent this Harry. She remembers him so clearly that she almost brought him back to life again.
May I have the address of the house where they lived, please? The house seemed deserted. It was filthy and derelict. But one thing made me stare and stare. There was a tiny garden. A scatter of bright, uneven grass splashed the bald, brown patches of earth. But the little garden had one strange glory that none of the other houses in the poor, sad street possessed. A bush of white roses.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I thought the house was empty.
Should be. Been condemned. They can't get me out. Nowhere else to go. Won't go. The others went quickly enough after it happened. No one else wants to come. They say the place is haunted. So it is, but what's the fuss about? Life and death, they're very close. You get to know that when you're old. Alive or dead, what's the difference?
Yes.
I saw him fall past the window.
What?
That's where he fell, among the roses. Oh, he still comes back. I see him. He won't go away till he gets her.
Who are you talking about?
Harry Jones. Oh, nice boy he was. Red hair, very thin. Too determined, though. Always got his own way. Loved the little girl too much, I thought. Died among the roses. Used to sit down there with her for hours. Then he died there. Or do people die? Nobody's got any answers. No one nowhere. For you, the dead who ain't dead and the living who aren't alive.
Yes, I'll go now. Goodbye.
Dead who aren't dead and the living who aren't alive.
I hurried across the bright, hot pavements, and my legs felt heavy and half paralyzed. I lost all sense of time. Then I heard the clock strike 3, and it chilled my blood. At 3 o'clock, I was supposed to be at the school gate, waiting for Christine. Excuse me, I've come for Christine James. I'm her mother. I'm so sorry I'm late. Where is she?
Christine James? Oh, yes, I remember. She's new, with the little red-haired girl. That's all right, Mrs. James.
Her brother called for her.
How alike they are, aren't they? And so devoted. It's rather sweet.
The futile search continued for months. The papers were full of the strange disappearance of the red-haired child. The teacher described the brother who had called for her. There were stories circulated about kidnapping, baby snatching, child murders. Then the sensation died down. It became just another unsolved mystery in police files. And only 2 people knew what happened. An old, crazed woman living in a derelict house, and myself. Such ordinary things make me afraid. Sunshine, sharp shadows on grass, white roses, children with red hair, and the name Harry. Such an ordinary name.
The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Accident. Automobile accident. Over.
It was at a masked ball at the Palais Royal that Hector de Brissac's quarrel with his first cousin Andre began. The quarrel was about a woman. The women who followed the footsteps of Philip of Orleans were the cause of many such disputes, and there was scarcely one fair head in all that glittering throng which might not have seemed to be dabbled with blood. There were many beautiful vipers in those days, and she was one of them. There was no need for mention of her name. The quarrel was a fierce one, and there could be but one result.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight.
Andre, I shall not swallow my words, cousin. I suggest you leave, sir. An apology. Andre de Brissac apologizes to no man. Hector de Brissac, I call you out, sir. beyond the church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Dawn.
To Andre de Brisac, the insult was terrible. There was only one course of action. The journey beyond the church, where death for one of the cousins waited in the dawn, and for the other, a journey beyond midnight. The white mist rose from the river. The grim outline of the Châtelet and the square towers of Notre Dame were black against the pale grey sky. Andre de Brisac, the favourite of fortune, the favourite of women, his cousin was nothing. A rough soldier who had done his country good service, but in the boudoir, a mannerless boor. Hector de Brisac had struck Andre. A duel that very next dawn. There was no other answer. Andre de Brisac, young, confident, fighting with a smile which expected soon to break into triumph. Andre de Brisac, the welt raised by the blow struck by his cousin, crimson upon his fair, womanish face. They were a strange crowd in that summer sunrise, all fresh from the heat and clamour of the Regent's salons, all dressed in outlandish costume for the masked ball. Andre in a quaint hunting dress copied from a family portrait at Pivasson. And then a rapier flashed in the early rising sun. And Andre de Brisac lay on the ground, the sweet life ebbing from him.
Forgive me, Andre. Listen to me, Hector de Brisac. I am not one who believes that a man has done with earth because his eyes glaze and his jaw stiffens. They will bury me in the old vault at Piverton, and you will be master of the chateau. Andre, please, listen to me. I know how lightly they take things in these days. Dubois will laugh when he hears Sa has been killed in a duel. They will bury me and sing masses for my soul. But you and I have not finished our affair yet, my cousin. I will be with you when you least look to see me. I, with this ugly scar upon the face that women have praised and loved. Andre, forgive me. I will come to you when your life seems brightest. I will come between you and all that you hold fairest and dearest. My ghostly hand shall drop poison in your cup of joy. My shadow shall shut the sunlight from your life. Men with such iron will as mine can do what they please. Hector de Brisac, it is my will to haunt you when I am dead. Andre, you will say I am forgiven. I beg of you. Say I am forgiven. Andre. Andre!
And Fortune's favourite died, a curse upon his lips. Hector's friends would have him cross the frontier to escape the consequences of his act, but he remained in France. He kept aloof from the court and received a hint that he had best confine himself to his own province. Andre's death made Hector a rich man, but his newly acquired wealth was hateful to him. He lived a lonely existence in the old chateau. The servants and the peasants hated him. They served him, but hated him, because of the memory of their dead master, whom they loved dearly. As he passed by on a proud horse, his face as stone, glancing neither to right nor left, the peasant children crept away frightened, and old women crossed themselves stealthily.
They whisper I have given my soul to the evil one as the price of my cousin's inheritance. I remember my mother's face in all its changes of expression, but I remember no look of affection for me. No woman's love has ever been mine. Perhaps it is that I am cursed. That other woman for whom I killed Andre. I laid my heart at her feet, and she was pleased to accept my homage. But she never loved me, and the end was treachery. But in faith, I cannot live like this. Everything is so dark, desperate, hateful to me. I must go back to Paris, at least for a short while.
And he did go back to Paris, and in Paris an angel took compassion upon him. He journeyed to Paris a broken, dispirited man. He returned to the chateau a king, with a fair young bride.
Eveline, I cannot find words to convey to you how sweet a change you have brought to my life. Now the children follow me, and the crones no longer cross themselves when I ride by, because I have a fair, fair bride at my side.
But why should they ever run from you, Hector?
Oh, because... it's nothing. Merely that they loved my late cousin dearly, and were not happy that I was here in his place. Now they have forgotten him, and in faith, before very long they shall love me, too. They already love you.
Oh, why, Hector, how long have I been here?
Oh, no matter. 1 day, 2 days, a month. Your charities have won the love and respect of all these ignorant creatures. Your companionship has transformed the gloomy old lord of the chateau into a loving husband and a gentle master.
Oh, it's beautiful here.
I feel like a traveler who's traversed the frozen seas of an Arctic region, remote from human love or human companionship, to find himself of a sudden in the bosom of a verdant valley, in the sweet atmosphere of home. Is it real? Is all this real, my Eveline?
Of course it is real, my love. Real, real, real. Of course it is.
And yet, somehow, I cannot help feeling that my new life is but a fantastic dream.
Oh, never, my dearest. You are mine and I am yours, forever and a day. We shall never be parted. No shadow shall ever shut our sunlight away. Never... Hector. Hector, what is it, my sweet?
It is nothing. Talk to me. Say on.
But there is something in your face that is not good. What is it, Hector?
Nothing, I swear. It merely seemed that somewhere...
Yes?
Somewhere at some time in some other place, I have heard...
Yes?
I've heard those words, or some very like them before. Sometime.
Words? What words?
Shadow, sunlight,
Oh, is that not reasonable that somewhere in all your man's life you should have heard shadow and sunlight? Oh, Hector, really?
No, really, It's silly, foolish. But you must know how sometimes one grasps at something, an echo, and for an instant it seems as if it might prove to be important. And then it is gone again. The words meant nothing, I'm sure.
Oh, come and see the new flowers close by the west gate. They're truly beautiful. Reds and yellows and blues. Oh, Hector, the chateau is the loveliest place upon the whole of the earth.
Hector de Brisac was not lying. He could not remember any significance the word shadow and sunshine might have for him.
My ghostly hand shall drop poison in your cup of joy. My shadow shall shut the sunlight from your life. My shadow will shut the sunlight from your life.
That he will haunt the steps of his enemy after death is the one revenge a dying man can promise himself. But if men had power thus to avenge themselves, the earth would be peopled with phantoms. Is it strange, then, that Hector had forgotten his cousin's terrible promise? It was the age of boudoir art, and a miniature set in the lid of a gold bonbonniere or hidden artfully in a massive bracelet was more fashionable than a clumsy life-size image fit only to hang on the gloomy walls of a provincial chateau rarely visited by its owner. In the library, though, Hector found a picture which awoke painful memories. It was the portrait of a de Brisac who had flourished in the time of Francis I. And it was from this picture that André had copied the quaint hunting dress he'd worn to the masked ball at the Palais Royal on the night of the quarrel. Hector ordered a curtain to be hung before the picture.
Hector? Hector? Hector, who is the lord of the chateau nearest to this?
My dearest, do you not know that there is no other chateau within 40 miles of Piverdon?
Indeed. Oh, that is strange.
Why strange?
Let us go into the garden.
Eveline, why is the fact that there is no other chateau close strange?
Oh, I would not say strange.
But you did say strange. Why?
Oh, Hector. It is simply because, well, during my walks about the park and woods during the last month, I have seen a man.
Man? What man?
Simply a man. By his dress and bearing, he is obviously of noble rank. I imagined he must live nearby, that is all.
Well, I cannot imagine who he might be. My estate lies in a desolate region. Unless when some traveller's coach goes jingling and lumbering through the village, one has little more chance of meeting a gentleman than of meeting a demigod. Have you seen this man often, Eveline?
I see him every day.
Where, dearest?
Sometimes in the park, sometimes in the wood. You know the little cascade, Hector, where there is some old rock work? Oh, it is so neglected. We really must try...
Yes, go on.
Oh, well, there is a kind of cavern. I've taken a fancy to the spot. I go there and read many mornings. Of late I have seen the stranger there every morning.
He has never dared address you?
Oh, never. I have looked up from my book and have seen him standing at a little distance, watching me silently. I have continued reading. When I have raised my eyes again, he has gone. He must approach and depart with a stealthy tread, for I never hear his footfall. Sometimes I have almost wished that he would speak to me. It is so terrible to see him standing silently there.
He is some insolent peasant who seeks to frighten you.
Oh, no, he cannot be a peasant.
Why? Oh, you told me.
His dress, yes. But it is not his dress alone. Not by that alone do I judge. He has an air of nobility, which is impossible to mistake.
Is he young or old?
He is young and handsome.
Huh.
Oh, do not look so disturbed, Hector.
I cannot help it. I do not enjoy the thought of a stranger intruding into your solitude.
He does no harm to me.
It is good for his safety, if not his life, that he has not harmed you. I shall go straight to the village and inquire if any stranger has been seen. I shall also question the servants.
Oh, Hector, my love. I cannot understand what...
Hector was more disturbed than he wished to admit to his wife. He could not exactly define why. He made full inquiries in the village, but no stranger had been seen. He questioned the servants closely, but they knew of no one new to the vicinity. De Brisac determined himself to accompany his wife upon all her walks, and to judge for himself the rank of the stranger. For a long week he did this, devoted all his time to rambles with Eveline in the woods and in the park, but no one did they see.
You tell me only a week ago he was here.
Here, close by this tree, here. Oh, my darling, I fear truly that spending so much time with me is disturbing your studies. You are such a student, and you're wasting time, my sweet. I will spend my time in the pleasance. The stranger cannot intrude upon me there.
I begin to think this stranger is only a phantasm of your romantic brain.
There is one thing that puzzles me, Hector. It completely mystifies me, in fact.
About this person?
Yes. His costume is not modern. He looks as an old picture might look, if it could descend from its frame.
Her words pained him, for they reminded him of that hidden picture in the library and the hunting costume of orange and purple which Andre de Brisac wore at the Regent's ball. After this, Eveline confined her walks to the pleasance, and for many weeks there was no mention of the nameless stranger. Hector dismissed him from his mind. During the days that followed, Eveline's health began to droop. The change in her was so gradual as to be almost imperceptible to those who watched her day by day.
You will go with all haste to Paris. Summon one of the court physicians to come here at once, at the request of Hector de Brisac.
But many days must elapse before he can arrive at Puy-Redon.
And he watched his wife with unutterable fear.
It is not only her health that has declined. The change is something else. Something more than physical alteration. Her bright and sunny spirit is vanished almost completely. She seems weighed down by rooted melancholy. My darling one, I can see there is something wrong. Your every glance, your... what is it, Eveline?
I have no reason for sorrow, Hector. No reason for discontent. If I seem to you sad without a motive, then you must forgive me. Please consider it a misfortune rather than a fault.
There is a physician due soon from the court. He will find a cure. After all, if there are no grounds for sorrow, then it must be a physical thing, and small at that.
Yes, it must be. Perhaps the good physician will be able to help me. I'm sorry to have distressed you in this way, Hector. So sorry.
Well, you really seem to have forgotten your mysterious cavalier of the wood.
Hector!
You have never seen him since you deserted your woodland grotto, have you?
Hector! I see him every day, and it is that which is killing me!
My darling, my love, this is madness. You know that no stranger can come to you in Provence. The moat is 10 feet wide and always full of water, and the gates are kept locked day and night by old Massou. The chatelaine of a medieval fortress need fear no intruder in.
I see him every day!
Eveline. She must be mad. How can anyone possibly... But I must question her no further. It would be ill to give a form and substance to the shadow that torments her by too close inquiry about its looks and manner, its coming and going.
I must assure you, de Brisac, that your lady is completely and utterly sane in all respects. I have spent an hour with her and can find nothing.
Oh, thank you.
It is just possible that she may be affected by one delusion, but she is so reasonable upon all other points that I can scarcely bring myself to believe her to be the subject of a monomania.
But
I am rather inclined to think that she really sees this person of whom she speaks. But is there any kinsman of your steward or hanger-on of your household? A young man with a fair, womanish face, very pale, and rendered remarkable by a crimson scar which looks like the result of a blow.
What? No. And the dress, the strange old-fashioned dress.
The man wears a hunting costume in purple and orange.
And Hector knew that Andre de Brisac had kept his word, and in the hour when his life was brightest, his shadow had come between him and happiness.
Come, I will show you.
It is witchcraft, Hector. The dress in that picture is the dress of the man I have seen in the Pleasance. But the face is not his.
And then she described the face of the man who was following her everywhere, and it was the face, line by line, of Andre de Brisac. And most vividly of all, she described the mark of the blow. And Hector carried his wife away from the chateau to the southern provinces and into the heart of Switzerland. But the ghost of Andre de Brisac followed them.
He will not let me be at peace. He comes between us, Hector. He is standing between us even now. I can see his face with the red mark upon it, plainer than I can see yours.
One fair moonlight night, when they were together in a mountain village in the Tyrol, Eveline came to her husband. She had been crying.
From the first, I have not hid my sin from heaven. But I fear that death is very near me, and before I die, I would reveal my sin to you.
What sin, my sweet?
When first the stranger came to me in the forest, his presence bewildered and distressed me, and I shrank from him as from something strange and terrible. He came again and again. By and by, I found myself thinking of him and watching for him. His image haunted my mind, haunted me perpetually. I strove in vain to shut out his face. Then followed an interval when I did not see him. To my shame and anguish. Oh, Hector, life to me seemed dull and dreary without him. Then came the time when he haunted the Pleasance. And oh, Hector, kill me if you will, for I deserve no mercy at your hands. I grew in those days to count the hours that must elapse before his coming, to take no pleasure at all, save in that pale face with the brand upon it. He plucked all old familiar joys out of my heart, and left it but one weird, unholy pleasure, the delight of his presence. For a year I have lived but to see him. And now, curse me, Hector, for this is my sin. I know I have striven against this wickedness in vain.
Hector de Brisac took his wife to his breast and forgave her a sin she was never guilty of. And the next night she died, with her hand clasped in her husband's. And at the very last she told him, sobbing and deeply afraid, that he, Andre de Brisac, was by her side.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Now, look, don't look at me like that, Christopher.
Oh, it's all right.
When I say I'm one of the world's workers, I mean it.
I'm sure you do.
It's all right for you and your friends. Stock exchange, private business, all your own masters. You know, I could have made it yesterday, Christmas Eve, as well, if I enjoyed a 4-day week.
Who's for Smee? I say we play Smee. Just the job in a house like this, especially at Christmas.
All right. Stop apologizing. We're delighted to see you anyway. You got here and in one piece in time for Christmas dinner, so that's that. Brandy matter, Chet?
Dad, we've decided on Smee.
Oh,
Smee? What's that?
It's a game. You'll like it.
If there are going to be any games like that going on in the house, be careful of the back stairs, that's all.
Oh, of course. We're going to play Smee. Come on, volunteers.
Oh, he grows.
He certainly does.
The last time I saw him, he was embroiled in school skirt.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I suppose the dark girl's his fiancée.
Yes, that's right.
Look, what's this, Smee business?
Smee? Well, it's a game. Just a game. Oh, now, drink.
Oh, what?
Smee. It's a game. Something like go hide and seek. They played it that night at the Sangstons. Just an ordinary game. Smee. Great fun at Christmas. An ordinary Christmas, that is. But there was nothing ordinary about that Christmas night.
Beyond Midnight.
Right, about a dozen's the best number.
Oh, we'll all probably get lost. I mean, how's this side? Your architect certainly didn't believe in economizing, did he, Christopher?
Just everybody be careful of the back stairs on the first floor landing, that's all. Especially if we're going to have all the lights out.
Oh. Well, of course we'll need the lights out. I'll get the paper.
I don't know how to play. Is it like hide and seek, you say?
Dad will explain.
Why must we be careful of the back stairs, Christopher?
Well, in the dark, anybody who doesn't know the house very well might think they were walking into a room. A girl actually did break her neck on those stairs about 10 years ago when the Ainsters lived here.
Oh, Reggie, let's play in the light.
But how on earth did it happen?
Oh, there was a party here one Christmas. They were playing hide and seek. This girl was one of the hiders. She ran away to escape someone coming, opened the door to what she thought was a bedroom, and fell. Well, the staircase is almost as steep as the shaft of a pit.
Oh, no.
Horrible.
I'm afraid she was dead when they picked her up. So, please be careful.
Well, I'll confine my smeeing to the first floor in that case. I'm too young.
And far too beautiful, Captain Ransom, to go throwing yourself downstairs. Throw yourself at me. I'll catch you.
Oh, here we are. Now, each of us gets a sheet of paper. All the sheets are blank except one. Now, on this one is written the word Smee. Yes, nobody knows who Smee is, of course, except Smee himself, or herself, as the case may be. No, hold on. The lights are turned out, and Smee slips from the room and then goes and hides. Then, after a bit, all the rest of us goes to look for him, or her, as the case may be, of course. Now, we don't know who we're looking for, naturally, because it's dark. So, when we meet someone, somewhere in the house, we challenge with the word Smee. Right, now the real Smee makes no answer when challenged, see? The second player just remains with him because it's obvious he's Smee. They wait then for the other players to come, and in the end you form a sort of chain, all hiding quietly, waiting for the rest. We used to play it at university, only there, of course, with the lights out and the undergraduate arts faculty of women. Everybody soon forgot about looking for anyone. It's a jolly good game, though. Marvellous in a sprawling old place like this. Here we are. Look, I've got all the papers.
I should like to Smee you personally, Captain Ransom.
Right, that's a round dozen of us then, with Dad and Mum. I'll go and put the lights out.
Just one last word of warning then. Please watch the stairs.
Well, I'm insured by 3 different newspapers. Nothing could possibly happen to me. No, Brother Maxwell has all the ill luck in our family.
Why is Maxwell these days?
Broken his arm.
Right, lights out.
I'm scared.
I'll check the other lights, and then as soon as I'm back, we'll start. 30 seconds, and Smee creeps out.
Everybody had a look at their sheets of paper? I have.
Well, darling. We all know it's not you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Of course, I might not be me. I might have disguised my voice.
Who's smoking? Put it out. If you're Smee, we'll see your fag inside of the room.
Awfully black, isn't it? I will stop at you, filthy.
Okay. 30 seconds and Smee creeps out.
Smee? Found you all. Didn't think about looking behind here. Anyway,
We're not all here yet.
Sorry.
Smee? Like that. I'm not the last, am I? Oh, blast, that's me for a forfeit. We're all here, aren't we? Can't see to count. Hang on a minute. There we are.
Why do you keep these little stairs curtained off, Chris? Just for games of Smee?
No, they lead to the attic. We don't use them much. You already got another match. Yeah, here. 2, 3, 5. Andrew, Miriam, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, best of all, that's one too many.
What? One too what, Christopher?
Well, one too many. Well, we're 12, aren't we? What? I just counted 13.
Oh, nonsense. There are only 12 of us in this house.
There are 13 people here. I haven't counted myself yet.
Oh, here. There we are. I've got a bit of light on the scene.
Jeez, I bet you used that torch during the game.
11, 12. Well, I could have sworn I counted 13. Twice, in fact.
Well, you are.
Count.
Be wrong.
You know, darling, don't laugh, but I thought there was someone sitting 2 steps above me. Have you moved, Captain Ransom?
No. But wasn't there somebody between you and me, Vi?
I thought so, yes. Silly, isn't it?
Well, there's only 12 of us, and there can only be 12 of us. So...
It's cold, isn't it?
Come on, let's get back and have another game.
A nice game, Smee. A fun game at Christmas. The man who was one of the world's workers, Jackson, he was Smee next. And they soon found him. They waited a little while before having a third game, and Jackson noticed that Reggie Sangston was looking very white. He inquired what was the matter, and Reggie at once dragged him into the smoke room.
That's better. Have a brandy. Heaven knows I need one.
Well, what's the matter?
I don't know. You were Smee just now, weren't you?
Yeah.
Well, of course, I didn't know who Smee was, so while Mother and the rest of them ran down the west wing and found you, I turned east. There's a good deep cupboard in my room, and I'd marked it down as a possible hiding place, you see. When I opened the door and... Here. Cheers.
Cheers. You looked in the cupboard?
Mm-hmm. I opened the door and I felt round in the dark and I touched somebody's hand. I said Smee and there was no reply. So I thought I'd found Smee.
And?
Well, I don't know how it was, but this sort of odd, creepy feeling came over me. felt there was something wrong. There was something in there, you see. I turned on my torch then, see?
Who was it?
No one. The cupboard was empty.
Yes.
I touched a hand. I was filling the doorway with my body. No one could have got out.
You imagined you touched a hand.
I must have imagined it, mustn't I? I mean, it couldn't have been anything else but imagination. Could it?
Reggie Sangston was like a man who knows he is right, but doesn't expect to be believed. They returned to the others, and somehow it seemed to Jackson that all enthusiasm for the game had gone, melted away like a white frost in strong sunlight. There was a strange feeling of oppression hanging over the 12, and some sixth sense told Jackson that there was an influence in the house that was neither sane, sound, nor healthy. If someone had suggested another game, it would have been readily accepted, but no one did. And so they began to play Smee again. The next game was as noisy as ever, but it seemed to Jackson at least that most of the party were acting. There was no enjoyment left. Jackson hunted with the main pack, but after a few minutes and no Smee had come to light, his instinct to play winning games, to be first if possible, set him searching on his own account. He followed the curve of the wall along the west wing.
Wonder where the devil... Must have run out of hiding places by now, surely. Should be getting simpler.
Jackson touched a pair of human knees.
Oh. Oh, the window seats. You're in there.
Smee.
And then he touched the bare arm of a woman.
Smee? All right, I found you. Dark as the plague in Egypt. Wonder how long it'll be before the others find us. What's your name, Smee?
Brenda Ford.
Oh, you must be the girl I didn't meet when I arrived. The tall girl with dark hair. Lovely dark hair. Forgive me, I'm not getting fresh. Smee, of course, is a game of silence. Smee and the person who finds Smee are supposed to keep quiet and make it more difficult for the others. Still, there's no one about. Where do you come from? Known the Sangstons long? Look, it's all right, you know. You can talk. There's no one around. They're all down the other wing.
And then, of course, Jackson began to be annoyed. Cold, superior type, this woman. Sheltering behind the rules of the game because she didn't like men or something. Very striking, though, Jackson remembered, from his first glimpse of her at dinner. He had no inclination to make a fool of himself, so he leaned back against the window in the alcove and waited, wishing that the others would hurry. And then, for no reason at all, Jackson shivered. It wasn't even cold.
Not cold? Something's wrong. Something...
And a strange foreboding settled upon him. It was on the point of turning into pure terror when... a woman's hand rested for an instant upon his shoulder.
Me? Oh, Tony, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not Smee, are you?
No, she's on my other side.
Oh. Hello, Smee. How are you? Who are you? Is it against the rules to talk? Never mind, we'll break the rules. You know, Tony, this game's beginning to irk me a little. I hope they're not going to run it to death by playing it all night long.
Well, soon be morning. I don't know about night.
Oh, really? This must be the last. It really must. I'd like to play something where we can all be together in a nice, big, lighted room with a lovely, bright fire.
Yeah, same here.
Can't you suggest something when we go down? Something really uncanny about this game.
You were going to say something?
Oh, you laugh.
Oh, I don't actually feel much like laughing. Actually, I feel a bit silly. Suddenly all this has become childish. Yet...
Yes, I thought so. You felt it too. I can't quite shed the delusion that there's somebody in the game who oughtn't to be in it at all.
Yes, I... wonder where the others are. Say, she's a miserable thing, isn't she?
Who?
You know, her. Can't tell in this dark. I think it's the tall, dark girl, you know, the good-looking one. Although...
Hello? Is that Sheila there? Is it Sheila? Vi? Is it you? No, Vi was with us. Are they in the house? Between you and me, I think Captain Ransom's a bit sweet on her. Of course, he's very honourable. Good friend of Christopher's. I know he's honourable, darling, because his under the mistletoe kiss with me was most moral. I adore my husband, but neither of us are particularly strict about Christmas flirtations.
It isn't the dark girl, then? Well, who is it?
Who? Her. Oh, might be Penny. Very serious about all this Smee nonsense, isn't she? Personally, I'm a bit sick of it. Sick of it!
Hello?
Oh, well, that's done something anyway. Oh, dear. Oh, I ought to have a luminous watch. It's too dark.
Hello? Anybody there?
Yes. It's Reggie, isn't it? Yes. Reggie, isn't it? Oh, yes.
Mrs. Gorman with you?
Yes.
Yes, she's here.
Well, you're a nice pair, you are. You're both forfeited. We've all been waiting for you for hours.
Oh, the light hurts my eyes up. What?
What do you mean? You haven't found Smee yet?
You haven't, you mean? I was Smee myself. Come on, we've stopped playing anyway.
But Smee is here with us.
Yes.
What are you talking?
But...
Where?
There's no one there.
What's the matter?
There was somebody there, because I touched her.
So did I. And, well, I don't see how she could have got up and gone without our knowing
it. Anyway...
Somebody's been playing the goat this evening.
Yes. Coming down?
Here they are. No. Where on earth have you been?
Yes, Reggie, he's found them.
Where did you get to, Tony? We've been waiting.
I found them, believe it or not, sitting on a window seat behind the curtain.
Aye, aye.
Oh, no,
Really?
not as bad as
Mr. Gorman?
Not as bad as
Hello. Why were you so silent? And how did you get away?
Pardon?
Have you met Sheila, Tony? Sheila Wordsworth. Been dying to meet you, darling.
Wasn't it you? I mean, sitting with us behind the curtain.
No, I was down here waiting for you.
Now, don't start with that again, Tony. You'll make me go all goose flesh. Oh, bye. Can I help you?
No, of course, Mrs. G said it wasn't you. That's odd. Anyway,
word in your ear, sir. Come into the smoke room. Have a drink with me.
Oh, excuse me.
Look, we've got a nice crowd here. Vi was a bit peeved, you know. Well, waiting like that. I mean, if you want to flirt with our delightful Mrs. G, that's your business.
Oh, here, hang on.
But in circumstances which I might add would have been highly compromising in my young days, well, that's fine. Up to you. But look, don't do it and keep everybody waiting. That's a good chap. Brandy?
But there was somebody else there. You've got it.
Oh, would you prefer Scotch?
Listen, there was somebody else there. Someone pretending to be Smee. She denies it, but I believe it was that tall, dark girl, Miss Ford. Although I can't think how she... What's up?
What?
I said I reckon the mysterious person was Miss Ford. She denies it, but she even whispered her name to me.
Miss who?
Brenda Ford, she told me her name was. What?
Look here, old man. I don't mind a joke, but don't let it go too far. I mean, we don't want all the women in the house getting hysterical. Brenda Ford was the name of the girl who broke her neck on the stairs playing hide-and-seek here 10 years ago. Shall we join the others?
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
It isn't only the ghoul, the vampire, the undead dead, the scream in the night, or similar shafts of fear selected from the quiver of horror that spellbind the listener and fascinate the casual turner on of a radio switch. In this tale, there is nothing outwardly ghostly. It is a story of unease, and we challenge you to make your radio set silent without listening all the way to Short Circuit.
Desolate. Yes, Mr. Fussberger. Though, mind you, at this time of year, I mean, when spring comes and the trees are in
I
leaf...
prefer it desolate. Why do you imagine I bought 100 acres of ground on which to build a house?
Yes, of course, Mr. Fussberger.
I want desolation, privacy, and security. I can afford to get what I want. Well, let's take a look at the house.
And the two men, Mason and Fassberger, walked towards the building. The two men walked, each bent unknowingly upon his own individual journey beyond midnight.
main structure was completed about 3 weeks ago. Since then, the engineers have been installing and testing the electrical circuits. The final tests were only made yesterday.
And the builders?
Oh, they were flown back to the continent immediately. The danger of information leaking out is, well, remote. Shall we go in, Mr. Fassberger? Now, to all intents and purposes, this lock is an ordinary lock with an ordinary key, Mr. Fassberger. Nobody would suspect that the tumblers are actuated by coded magnets in the key and that they, in turn, operate 6 electronic locks, which are built into the door and quite inaccessible. Laminated steel, you see, like the walls and floors. It'd stop an armor-piercing shell.
Good.
Now, switch the lights on. The whole ceiling glows, you see. Not just a globe or collection of globes. Exact to your specification. Naturally, it'll look better with furniture, and in about 9 months' time, when the decorations are completed...
Yes.
The windows are deceptive, aren't they? You'd never imagine there'd be space for steel shutters to glide across. And you see here, the glass is polarized. You can see out, but nobody can see in.
And all the windows are the same?
Exactly. The whole house was built as a precision engineering job. The moment someone tries to tamper with the windows or the outside doors, the whole of the engineering electronic gadgetry comes into play. The house is completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
A steel fortress. Fassberger's fortress. Impenetrable. Impregnable.
The main electricity supply for the whole house comes in here. That black box carries the power supply's fuses. But naturally, it's sealed, and only the company's electricians can open it. But every other room in the house is individually fused, so nothing can go wrong, you see. But now there is an emergency diesel generator in an outhouse at the back. So in the event of a power failure, you can generate your own electricity. We've thought of everything.
I hope so. The place is costing me nearly 250,000. I want perfection.
Oh, you're getting it. Now, if you'd care to go into the next room and watch the window, I'll just show you how rapidly and efficiently the steel shutters slide across. Then afterwards, I'll go outside and pretend to be a burglar.
Very well.
Fassberger stood by the horizontal window and fingered the edge of the steel frame with his podgy fingers. The big diamond ring in its flashy platinum setting glittered richly in the subdued daylight.
Ready? Yes.
It happened so suddenly that his eyes were completely deceived. 1 minute there was a window looking out on bare, bleak countryside. Next instant the window had gone, and in its place was a sheet of blue-grey steel. Curiously, there was an agonizing pain in the middle of his right hand. Even more frightening, the hand suddenly seemed to have become immovably attached to the window frame.
Mason! Mason!
Coming, Mr. Fassberger. I think it's one of the fuses has blown up.
Open the shutter, man. Can't you see my hands caught in the thing? It's caught my ring. Might have lost my hand if it hadn't been for the diamond.
Yes, I'll go.
This diamond's harder than steel. Blasted shutter might have chopped my hand off.
I can't open the shutter until I get the new fuse, Mr. Fassberger. It's the fuse.
Oh.
The new fuse is blown through. It's because the shutter's jammed. The drive motor's taking too much current.
No.
It's a virtual short circuit on the power line.
Well, do something about it. Don't just stand there talking blasted technical rubbish.
Can't you take your finger out?
If I could take it out, why do you think... Oh.
It's just unfortunate that shutter is edged with a special alloy that'll cut through anything. If someone tried to smash through the window with a steel bar, the shutter would cut the thing in half. But diamond's too hard. A fraction of an inch either way, and there'd have been no trouble.
A fraction of an inch either way, and I'd have lost my blasted finger.
That wouldn't have blown the fuse. It's the diamonds causing the trouble. The drive motor's come to a standstill. It may even be burning at this moment.
Mason, I don't care.
The fuse is only rated for 5 amps, you see.
Then put in a bigger fuse.
It might work. One could only open the shutter of a fraction of an inch, perhaps.
Oh. Oh.
No good. That's no good.
Or try 30 amps or more. Oh.
Stand by. I've put a dead short across the fuse. This ought to produce results. The light's gone.
All the lights gone.
I am, Mr. Mason, supremely aware that there is no light.
The company's fuses are blown. This really is a short circuit.
Telephone the power company. Tell them to send the electricians here immediately. Tell them it's urgent.
That's impossible, Mr. Fassberger. The telephone isn't connected yet.
Well, in that case, you'd better take my car. Drive to the nearest town. Bring back electricians, engineers, fire brigade, anyone you like. But let's have some action. Don't you realize that I'm in dreadful pain?
I can't get out of the house. There isn't any power to operate the doors and windows. We're sealed in, Mr. Fassberger.
Then start the diesel engine.
The diesel's outside. Unless I can open a door, I can't reach it.
Tell me, Mason, what do you propose to do? I asked you to build a house that couldn't be broken into. Not one it's impossible to escape from.
I suppose the only thing to do is to try and force open the power company's fuse box. The point is that I haven't got any tools. The fuse box is sealed, and you have to have a special star-shaped screwdriver. All I've got is a pipe scraper and a bunch of keys.
Feel in my right-hand trouser pocket. You will find a key ring with a small gold penknife attached.
Yes, I'll need light, too. It's practically dark here. It'll be completely black back there.
In my coat pocket, there is a gold cigarette lighter. You may use it.
Yes, Right then, I'll do what I can.
Do what you can.
After several hours, when the strip of sky visible through the gap in the shutter was beginning to darken into night, it became obvious that Mason was achieving exactly nothing.
It's no use, Mr. Fassberger. I can't make any impression at all on those screws. Not without the proper tools.
So, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I don't know at all.
I can't stand here all night like this. This ring's almost cutting through the bone of my finger. In fact, my finger feels quite dead already.
Do you suppose...
Suppose what?
Well, it might be possible to cut through the ring. That would release your finger.
But the ring's platinum. You can't cut platinum with gold.
I could try.
Very well. Try.
No good. Perhaps if the diamond could be prized from its setting.
Might be difficult. The diamond alone cost £2,000, and it was made with exceptionally strong claws to hold it. I wouldn't want to risk losing it.
No, of course not.
You can try.
There is one point. There's a danger of dislodging the stone if I succeed in opening the claws.
Danger? What of?
Look, Mr. Fassberger, the house is completely sealed. If I should dislodge the diamond, when I release your finger, the shutter would close and we'd lose even the quarter of an inch we have got. The house would become our tomb.
It's already that, as far as I'm concerned.
But we still have got the gap. Sooner or later we'll be missed and people will come for us.
Huh? What do you mean, sooner or later?
2 days, perhaps 3. The people will miss me.
Nobody will miss me, Mason. I'm a lonely man. Always have been.
In that case, it wouldn't really matter if you were to die here in this house.
No, it really wouldn't matter.
Then what I don't understand is why build the house in the first place? With concealed safe deposits and all those elaborate security precautions.
I have an instinct for certain things, Mason. And I know that the world's on the brink of what will be the worst economic crisis in history. Currency will lose all its value. Gold would be worthwhile investment if one could buy gold. But I settled for precious stones. I've sunk nearly all I've got into diamonds, natural sapphires, and emeralds. £4 million worth. When the crisis comes, these stones will not lose their value. They will increase. There isn't a bank in the country I would trust. So, I have built my own bank. My fortress.
You're shrewd. Very shrewd. But what are you going to do about your finger?
I'd give 10% of all I have to the man who can solve this predicament.
You mean that? 10%?
5%.
4 million, that's 200,000. Can I rely on your word?
Of course. But I reserve the right to revise my offer as the situation develops. But every day, I'll reduce it by 1%.
You mean after 5 days I get nothing?
After 5 days, we'll both be dead.
That night passed, and much of the next morning, too. It's not easy to sleep, standing up, finger going.
Dead. Mason.
You can't stand there through today and perhaps tomorrow like that with a dead finger. It'll have to come off. One of us will have to... Well, you see? Mr. Fassberger.
All right. You'll have to use a small gold penknife.
It's blunt.
It's all we have.
Mr. Fassberger, I couldn't.
In that case, give me the penknife.
I can't let...
Mason, it's my blasted finger. If I want to cut it off, I'll blast it, will cut it off. Give me that knife.
Here.
I'm free. I can move around. I'm more than halfway towards solving the entire problem.
Yes. Yes, indeed, you are.
It's only a matter of time, Mason. Only a matter of time.
On the 8th day, Mason died. Fassberger, when he could bring himself to move from the corner in which he lay, hour after hour, day after day, watched for a sign of human life through the quarter-inch gap, his one contact with the world. Fassberger's hunger and thirst became obsessive. His hand was swollen, festering from some obscure infection. His tongue cracked along its surface. The 9th day dawned, with monstrous dreams of food and drink. Yes, of course, Fassberger had thoughts of cannibalism. After all, nothing could hurt Mason anymore. But the millionaire dismissed the idea as soon as it entered his mind. Life, yes, but not on those terms. The 9th day passed. Fassberger, managing to mentally elbow thoughts of food and cool, clear water aside, pondered for a few lone seconds on the absence of any will. And then big pictures of venison and wine crowded back, and Fassberger, aware of little except late evening filtered sunlight, like a rod through the quarter-inch crack in the shutters, prepared to die. And then, suddenly...
Hello? Hello in there?
Just
You all right?
like that. Lifeboat at sea, arrival of the cavalry. Nick of time, miracle, save. Life and limb hanging by single thread. Just like that.
Will you have another sherry, Mr. Fassberger?
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
I'm so glad I decided on a private funeral. Poor Harold would have hated the relations to have been there, especially his mother. He never got on with his mother. Isn't that strange? Mother and son. Yet with Harold. Oh, well.
Thank you. I would like to give you something, Mrs. Mason. Your late husband and I entered into an agreement. It concerns a sum of money. 200,000 pounds, to be precise. Oh, I have decided to sell the electronic house, Mabel.
Have you, Juliet?
Yes. I have acquired a new sense of values. I sought security only to find insecurity and danger. My plans didn't really work.
Life is not an investment, Juliet. You can't really live in terms of profit and loss. In the long run, life is people just like you and me.
Yes, quite. So I shall sell it.
Don't think me a ghoul, but may I see it? The house, I mean, before you...
Oh, I don't think I could...
Just one small visit, a short one. I feel maybe Please.
Very well. The lawyers were prompt and thorough. The money, everything is satisfactory.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Juliet.
That's about all there is to it. Of course, I don't expect a lady to fully grasp the intricacies of...
Oh, but I do. I understand perfectly. It really is a work of art.
But it has painful memories for you, so I
Yes, of course. Oh, Juliet, I forgot. I want you to have this. Please don't open it now. Later.
Hmm? Thank you. What is...
Later. When you're alone.
Oh, yes. All right. Well, I'll just close the shutters. You know, despite what happened here, despite the fact... Mabel? Let's go now. Mabel, where are you? I think we'll leave now. One has enjoyed the usefulness of two hands for more than 40 years. Getting familiar with one hand. What? Mabel! Mabel, where are you? Mabel! Hello, Mabel, please, what's the meaning of this? This idiocy! You locked me in, why? Come, Fassberger. It's an accident. Something's wrong, that's all. An explosion. What's she done to the current? It's blown, fuse, everything. I'm shut in. Mabel! Why has she done this? How? That letter, the one she gave me. I can't see. Light. I don't believe it.
When you read this, Mr. Fassberger, you will, if all goes well, be standing alone in your electronic monstrosity, the house which became my husband's tomb. Always supposing I have managed by the time you read this to seal you in the house and cut off the power. I shall return in perhaps 3 weeks. Oh, I have a strong stomach, believe me. I shall destroy the letter you are reading now. Wherever you decide to hide it as evidence, I shall find it. You see, I loved poor Harold, and I hold you responsible for his death. Therefore, I think it is only fair that you should share his fate. And, after all, no one will miss you, will they? Thank you for the £200,000. Goodbye. Mabel Mason.
No. No.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
A room floated round her. Sharp instruments hovered, and there were voices and people in sterile white masks.
David, I'm being... Why don't you come, David? I'm dying. Why don't you come?
Beyond Midnight.
He's a fine baby. Fine baby. He's got a red face and blue eyes. All I'll say is she feels alien to the child. Now, this may simply be something we can clear up easily with just one or two questions. Is this a wanted child, Dave?
Why do you ask?
It's vital.
Yes, it's wanted. We planned it together.
Must be something else, then. Something buried deep in her childhood that's come out now. Or maybe simply a result of the pain she's been through. If that's the case, then time will heal. You've got a job to do, Dave. You'll have to be very tolerant.
Yes, of course.
And if things don't go too well, drop in and see me, will you? I'm always glad to see old friends. Take her home now, Dave. Oh, and here, take a cigar with you, and one for the baby, too.
Oh, David. Thank you. Thank you for being yourself, my darling. Always so dependable. Always.
Yeah. Tears? What's this?
Oh, David, sometimes I wish we were just the way we were when we were first married. No babies and no... Once it was just you and me. We protected each other. Now we've got to protect the baby, but we get no protection from it.
Alice.
The baby's so new. He's amoral. Conscience-free. What's that noise?
Noise?
Up. I don't know. In there.
I didn't hear anything. Oh, come on, you're tired, Alice. Bed with you.
Yes.
The baby's face was bright red and very moist. His small pink mouth opened and shut, opened and shut. His eyes were fiery blue. His hands leapt about in the air.
He's been crying. He doesn't cry very much, does he?
I didn't hear him. There, little fellow. We've got to find him a name. He's red in the face, isn't he? Crying alone. He can sleep in our room tonight.
You spoil him.
Spoil him or not, David Lieber took his new son into the big bedroom and placed him in one corner in his cot. Alice and he undressed, slowly in the darkness.
Blast. I forgot to tell you, I've got to go to Birmingham on Friday.
Oh, David.
I put it off for 2 months. Now it's critical. Have to go.
Afraid to be alone.
And he'll be gone a few days. New cook will be here on Friday. I love you.
Afraid to be alone, Dave. I can't explain why.
If you want me to, I'll put it off a few days. Perhaps I could...
You must go. It's important.
What are you doing? You mustn't do that. You wait. Look.
The baby lay wide awake in its cot in the corner, staring straight at them with deep, sharp, blue eyes.
Switch the light off.
It's not nice. Being afraid of the thing you gave birth to. He tried to kill me. He lies there, listening to us talking. He's waiting for you to go away so he can kill me. I swear it.
Please, stop it, please.
But she sobbed for a long time in the darkness. And then she relaxed and slept. It took longer before he was able to sleep. And as he dozed off at last, he heard a strange little sound of awareness and awakeness in the room. The baby. And then sleep. The next morning the sun blazed and Alice smiled, and David Lieber played with his son for a while after breakfast before catching the train to Birmingham.
There, little no-name fellow. There, see?
He dangled his watch over the crib.
Something bright. See? Something pretty. Something pretty. Something bright.
David Lieber was away for 6 days before the telephone call to his hotel. The call came from Colleton, in the West Country. His home.
Hello. Alice? Anything wrong?
Dave, this is Jeffer speaking.
Doctor?
Hold on to yourself, Dave. Alice is sick. You'd better get the next train back. If you can, fly. It's pneumonia.
Tired herself right into pneumonia. She's all right now. Just needs rest.
What about the baby?
Fit as a fiddle. Cock of the walk.
Thanks, Doctor.
I won't desert you.
Well, now, you must rest, darling. You heard what the...
It was the baby again. I tried to lie to myself and say that I'm a fool, but baby knew. He knew I was weak from hospital. So he cried all night, every night. And when he wasn't crying, he'd be much too quiet. I knew if I switched on the light, he'd be lying there just staring at me.
Alice,
I was going to kill him, Dave. Yes, I was. When he'd only been gone a day, I went in and put my hands around his neck. I stood there for a long time. I was terribly afraid. And then I put all the covers over his face. I turned him upside down and pressed him down into the mattress. I ran out of the room and let me finish. When I went out, I thought it's simple. Baby's mother every day. I thought no one will ever know. But when I went back, David, he was still alive. He was turned on his back again, alive, and breathing and smiling. I didn't touch him after that. I went away again, and I didn't feed him or anything. Perhaps the cook saw to him, I don't know. All I know is he lies there all the time thinking of ways to kill me, because I know too much about him. I've got no love for him. There's no protection between us. There never will be.
Sleep, darling. Must have rest.
Something's here. In the room. In the dark. Watching us.
Dreaming again.
And suddenly, she slept. And he lay beside her, thinking what a sweet, weird creature she was. And then he heard the bedroom door sway open a few inches. He waited. There was nobody at the door. Alice didn't wake, so...
Better see to it. Go down. Make some milk or something.
Why do careless people leave things strewn around the house for other people to trip on? David Lieber groped around in the moonlighted hallway and found the thing he'd slipped on. His hands froze, startled. His breath went in. His heart held 1 or 2 beats. The thing he held in his hand was a toy, a large, cumbersome patchwork doll he had bought as a joke for...
Who left that there?
Alice drove him to work the next day.
I want to go away for a holiday. I don't know if you can take the time off now, darling, but... Well, if you can't, let me go on my own, please. We can get someone to look after the baby, I'm sure. But I just have to get away. I thought I was growing out of this thing, but I'm not. I can't stand being in the room with him, Dave. I just can't. He looks up at me as if he hates me. I must go away before something happens.
The only thing you're going to do is see a good psychiatrist.
All right, make the appointment. I'll see anyone you want me to.
Good. Drive home carefully, love. See you at supper. We must think of a name for the baby. This is becoming...
Yes. Bye, darling.
And David Lieber got out of his car and went to his office and spent a normal day checking shipments, questioning assistants, and dictating long, uninspired letters. By the end of the day, his head throbbed, and he was glad to be going home. The house seemed unnaturally silent. But it was Thursday, the cook's day off. He hung up his hat and coat in the hall. Late sunlight streamed down the stairwell from the window near the top of the hall. Where the sunlight touched, it took on the bright color of the patchwork doll sprawled at the bottom of the stairs, but he paid no attention to the doll. He could only look and not move, and look again at Alice. Alice lay in a broken, grotesque, pallid gesturing and angling of her thin body at the bottom of the stairs, like a crumpled doll that doesn't want to play any more, ever. Alice was dead. The baby's face was red and moist with perspiration.
She's dead! Dead! Why?
Looks at he hates me. Hates.
Pull yourself together.
She fell down the stairs, Doctor. She tripped on the doll and fell. I almost slipped on it the other night myself. Now, a funny thing, Doctor. I've finally thought of a name for the baby. I've thought of a name. I'm going to have him christened next Sunday. Next Sunday. And you know what the name is I've chosen? I'm going to call him Lucifer.
11 o'clock. Night. A lot of strange people had come and gone through the house, taking the essential flame with them. Alice.
Alice wasn't crazy. She had good reason to fear the baby.
Don't follow after her. She blamed the child for her sickness. Now you blame it for her death. She stumbled on a toy, remember? You can't blame the child for that.
You mean Lucifer?
Stop calling him that.
Alice heard things at night moving in the hall. You want to know what made those noises, Doctor? They were made by the baby. 4 months old, moving in the dark, listening to us talk, listening to every word. If I turned the lights on, well, a baby's so small it can hide behind furniture.
Yes,
below eye level.
You've got to stop.
Let me say what I believe or I'll go crazy. When I went up to Birmingham, who was it kept Alice awake, tiring her into pneumonia? The baby? And when Alice didn't die, he tried killing me. Oh, it was simple. Leave a toy on the stairs, cry in the night till your father goes down the stairs to fetch milk and stumbles. It didn't get me, but it killed Alice. I should have caught on. I turned on the lights many a time in the night, and that baby was lying awake, eyes open. Most babies sleep all the time. Not this one. He stayed awake, thinking.
Babies don't think.
How do we know what's in a baby's mind? He had every reason to hate Alice. She suspected him for what he was. Certainly not a normal child. You know how babies kill their mothers at birth? It's because they resent being forced into a rotten world like this one. Suppose one child in 1 billion, born perfectly aware, able to think, reason. He could pretend to be weak, ordinary. But when nobody was about, with just Just a little expenditure of energy, he could crawl around a darkened house, watching, listening. How easy to place objects at the top of the stairs. Strange little creatures, babies, who move in a bloody darkness. Little brains swarming with racial memory, hatred, raw cruelty. Just one thought. Self-preservation. There's nothing in all the world more selfish than a baby. What is more at peace, more dreamfully content, at rest, fed, comforted, than an unborn child? Nothing. Then suddenly it's asked to give all this up. It's forced out into a noisy, uncaring world. It meets confusion instead of inner silence and conservative slumber. Dr. Jeffers, the child resents it. It resents the cold air, the huge spaces, the sudden departure from familiar things. And so, in the tiny filament of brain, the child knows only one thing, hatred, because the spell's been shattered. Who's responsible for the dream being broken? Easy. The mother. The mother's cast it out, rejected it. The father's no doubt better, killed him too. He's responsible in his way.
Look, if what you say is true, then every woman in the world would have to look on her baby as something to dread.
But why not? A child's got a perfect alibi. 1,000 years of medical beliefs protected. My little boy, lying in his crib at night, his face moist and red, out of breath. From crying? No. From climbing in and out of his cot, from crawling long distances through darkened hallways. My little baby boy. I want to kill him!
You're not killing anyone. You're going to sleep for 24 hours. Sleep will change your mind, David. Here you are. Take these pills, with the water. There. Take them and go to bed.
David Lieber took the pills and drank the water. Then he allowed Jeffers to take him upstairs, and crying bitterly, he allowed himself to be put into bed. The doctor waited until he was moving deep into sleep, then left the house. Lieber, alone, drifted down. He heard a noise.
Hmm? What's that? What's that?
Something moved in the hall. David Lieber slept. The doctor placed his medical kit on a chair near the door. Something white moved out of sight at the top of the stairs. Just a suggestion of a movement. Jeffers only just noticed it. The smell of gas was in the house. Gas strong. Everywhere it seemed. From Lieber's room, strongest of all. Room gas-filled. Lieber lay motionless on the bed. The room billowed with gas, which escaped from an open jet at the base of the wall near the cupboard. Lieber's body was cold. He'd been dead for quite a few hours.
Couldn't have switched on that gas himself. He was asleep when I left. Those pills were enough to knock him out.
The thought, the awful thought, struck him.
wasn't suicide.
Opening the door to the nursery, Jeffers went in. The baby's cot stood by the window. It was empty.
The nursery door blew shut. You couldn't get back into your crib where it was safe. You didn't take into account the possibility of the door blowing shut, did you? A little thing like that. I'll find you. Somewhere in the house. Hiding. Pretending to be something you're not.
Downstairs, the doctor opened his medical bag and took something out. Took something out and held it in his hands. Something rustled down the hall. Something very small and very quiet. Jeffers turned rapidly.
I had to operate to bring you into this world. Now I can operate to take you out.
And the doctor raised his hand into the sunlight.
See, baby. Something bright. Something pretty.
A scalpel.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
It's 9:30.
The Flying Scotsman was 2 hours late. That used to happen frequently during the war, especially when the Heinkels had been over during the night. The train was blacked out. The lights were dim. I was sharing a compartment with another officer, a major of about 35. He was reading The Idiot. He smoked continuously. We spoke hardly at all. Just a word or two now and again. Above each of our seats was a notice which stated, "Idle chatter helps Hitler." But that wasn't why our conversation was so sporadic. We just had no curiosity about one another, that's all. I was going to Edinburgh, where my sister kept house for me. Perfect bore carrying these blasted gas masks around, isn't it? I had just endured 9 hours in a crowded troop ship. For all I knew then, he might have undergone a similar experience. He said not another word for more than an hour. My watch showed me it was beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I received a letter from Mrs. Bookfights of Spoon Street, Lakeside, Cape Town during the week, and she wrote to me about Biotex. She said my daughter's gym tunic was very badly stained, with the result she would not wear it. I decided to try Biotex, which you advertised, and I soaked the garment for a few hours, and much to my amazement, the stains disappeared. I've spoken about this product to my friends who are now using Biotex, and I'd like to say a big thank you for making this product available to us. Well, as I've been saying for a little while, Mrs. Bookfights and you other ladies, Biotex is absolutely marvelous when it comes to helping get rid of those very stubborn stains. I've kept on emphasizing that you let soaking do your washing. And you will notice that these stains just vanish by using Biotex merely by soaking overnight or for a couple of hours in warm water or pre-washing in your washing machine. It is spelt B-I-O-T-E-X.
We're stopping. Signals, I suppose. This'll make us later than ever. Where are we?
Heaven knows, the end of the world. Yes, I think it is the end of the world. I recognize it. Doncaster, I think. Should be 80 miles.
Should be 70 or 80 miles then. Rough, isn't it, catching a train that's half a day late when you've only got 2 weeks' leave?
Been overseas?
Singapore.
Tough.
My regiment had retreated for 4 months through the Malayan jungle, only to be practically annihilated at the docks at Singapore. I was the only officer left alive. But one didn't talk shop in those days, so we said no more about the war.
Seen any good shows in London?
Vatican's play wasn't bad.
But that came off months ago.
Did it? Time passes.
Does it? Oh. I see what you mean. Yes. Time drags on a train.
I think we both went to sleep then. I remember I dreamt of cups of tea. It seemed so long since I'd had a cup of hot tea.
We just passed through Peebles. We should be in about half an hour.
Do you live in Edinburgh, too?
No. But I used to. That's why I'm going there.
You mean you live just outside the city?
No. No, I don't live anywhere now.
The war's a ruddy bore. Late uproots, chaps. If you know where to stay in Edinburgh, my sister and I would be awfully pleased to put you up.
Oh, thanks very much. I should be glad of your hospitality for a night or two.
Of course, your wife...
No. I'm alone. I'm not married.
Angela was waiting for me at Edinburgh. She was wearing a rather chic hat, and the severity of her tweeds contradicted it somehow. Everything about Angela was a compromise. Her looks were striking. She wished to be the centre of attraction, and yet she dressed so demurely that you would pass her without a second glance. She always had good legs, and yet the heavy robe she always wore ruined the effects of the sheerest silk stockings. Her eyes were pretty, so was her mouth, but her chin was too heavy. Nature seemed to have fought a bit over her, I always thought. She always had a good chest, but it seemed to embarrass her, because she was always determined to flatten it like they used to in the 20s. She never quite succeeded here. Nature fought back. Major Buckle noticed her at once. Couldn't take his eyes off her.
Oh, darling, how good to see you.
This is Major Buckle, Major Peter Buckle. I've invited him to stay a little while with us.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
the time we reached the ticket barrier, I knew that Buckle wanted to get a lot closer to Angela, my sister, than the 2.5 feet apart from your handshake. I remember thinking vaguely that it would be nice if they could get together, perhaps. Angela had only had me to look after for such a long time, but I didn't dwell on this. It was wartime, and you don't think very seriously about anything future. Not in wartime. But it is very strange to think back to the events of those days. The events and their fantastic conclusion. If only I'd had the slightest idea of what was to happen, I could have spoken to Buckle, perhaps. But I'm jumping the gun. The next few days, after the arrival at Edinburgh, were, I think, the happiest in Angela's life.
Breakfast, Alex, darling.
Oh.
You sleep well? Morning, Peter. Sleep well?
Like a top.
Breakfast. Eggs 3.5. Just like you said. I nearly got them mixed up with Alex's. He's a 4-minute man. I'll just hop into the bath while you eat.
Want me to scrub your back?
Today we'll have a picnic. Oh, it's lovely having 2 men to fuss over. It's jolly well right that they should have breakfast in bed. Poor darling's leave is so short. I haven't felt so useful since Father died.
Her cheeks shone, her hair took on a luster I'd never seen before. She was up at dawn each day, ironing shirts, making sandwiches. The presence of a guest in the house gave her an excuse for any luxury she planned. Picnics, fresh fruit salads. War, you'd never have thought there was a war. To Angela, there was no war.
I'll sling this sponge at you, Alex, if you winch your razor in my bath. It's a filthy trick. Oh!
Buckle, what about you?
Love hot water. Alex, no!
Always rinse the razor in the bath. Habit. Mustn't break habits. It's more time.
Alex, do you like him?
Immensely.
We seem to get on so well together. I can hardly believe that you only met him on a train 3 days ago. But he's so reticent. I hardly know a thing about him.
You need to?
No, not as you like it.
We passed the next few days very idly, without plan or purpose. Picnics during the days, pub calls in the evenings. I explained the plot of the play I was going to write, and Angela, after 2 whiskies, said it was brilliant. We were very happy. Peter Buckle didn't talk much. He seemed to have attached himself to me, listened attentively, sometimes embarrassingly, to all I had to say. Because of Angela's fondness for me, she naturally became very warm towards Peter. I don't think he attracted her physically. He was too vague, nebulous, and undefined a person for her to have any feelings as precise as that. But I noticed on the 4th night, when Angela kissed me goodnight, she kissed Buckle as well, since he happened to be sitting beside me. By the end of the fortnight, there seemed to be some sort of understanding between them. It wasn't love. It looked dangerously like the imminence of marriage, though.
Oh, what a crush. Oh, dear.
Listen. Johnny. You know, I met a chap the other day who believes this war will go on till 1950. And then it's going to end in a stalemate.
And it'll all have been an awful waste of time then, won't it? Oh, look.
Hmm?
Poor Alex. Asleep already.
Ah. Well, that's a good idea.
Oh, yes, isn't it?
Angela.
Hmm?
Will you marry me?
Yes, all right. You want me to?
Thanks.
It's an awfully funny place to propose, isn't it? Lying down in a tube station.
Yes, I suppose it is, really.
Most of them have to do with lying down. The English are awful crude, but once they're horizontal, they're very daring. I mean, look at them in parks and that. Oh, yes, it would be nice to be married. When shall we do it?
When? Oh, marry. In a couple of days.
They were joined in holy wedlock 2 days later by special license at Paxton Hall. I gave her away, and Buckle received her. We were both slightly hilarious and a little drunk. Only Angela was serious or sober. And now the whole thing moved swiftly towards its odd, and I must admit, rather frightening climax.
The new car wax with the detergent-proof formula won't wash off. It's detergent resistant. Rally gives sure wax protection that's deep and long-lasting. And the finish is fast, very fast. Johnson's Rally Car Wax in liquid or paste form.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour to unify. This soap as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Well, have a jolly nice honeymoon. Send me a postcard from Brighton, won't you?
Oh, Peter. Couldn't Alex come too?
Yes, why not? Come on, Alex. But I've only got a platform to sit. Well, never mind. We'll pick that up later.
And that was that. I went with them to Brighton on their honeymoon. And we took one double room and one single room at... I forget the hotel. That first morning, I didn't bother to get up. I lay in bed reading until... must have been 8:30. Angela knocked on my door.
Hello, yes?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Angie. Have a good... You're up bright and early.
I thought Peter was here.
Here.
Oh, chatting to you or something.
No. What?
He must have got up ever so early. I've already had breakfast. I took a walk down to the beach. I thought he might have gone for a swim or something. He's not down there.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, I had an awfully funny dream in the night.
Did you?
You want to hear about it?
Yes, I'd love to.
Got a fag? Oh, Tar. You?
No, I haven't cleaned my teeth yet.
I know. I can smell your breath. It's all pale and pongy. Oh, my husband's gone. Anyway, in this dream, I'd been out hunting. But instead of riding a horse, I was sitting astride a giraffe. We'd been galloping quite out of control through this forest, and every tree was on fire. Isn't that funny?
Yes.
I wonder where he is. Where could he have gone?
Probably for a walk.
See you in the dining room.
But you've had breakfast, haven't you?
Yes. I think I have some more there. Wonder how hungry at next week. Drink.
The hotel porter hadn't seen Major Buckle. The dining room staff didn't know where he'd gone to either. We went down onto the beach and had a look for him among the early bathers sporting themselves in and out of the waves. He wasn't there. Wasn't anywhere, it seemed. We went back to the hotel. It was getting very late by now. The porter again said he hadn't seen Peter. Said it in a very reassuring way, as if he took it for granted that Angela didn't want to see her husband. That fool of a porter thinks we're having an affair. You're frightened your husband will come and catch us red-handed. I'm sorry. I thought that might have amused you. What the devil can he be?
There's no note or anything. No message.
Maybe he's been called up to London by the War Office or something. Urgent business. This sort of thing happens every day. Chap in our regiment got called off on some secret mission first day of his leave.
Phoned?
Well, maybe he did when we were out.
Well, then there'd have been a message.
Well, we'll wait till lunchtime, then I'll phone the club. If he got up very early and got the first train, he'll be in London easily by now. He's sure to lunch at the club. Hang on a bit. Let's go have some coffee.
All right, Alex.
I phoned the club, and when I came out of the kiosk, I shook my head, and Angela went to pack. She was now very worried. So was I, but with more reason. I didn't tell her that when I inquired after her husband, the secretary of the club had blandly replied that Buckle was dead. Of course, I made up my mind at the time that there just had to be two members with the same name. But all the same, it was a shock, I can tell you.
Captain McLean. Thank you, Corporal. They rang from downstairs. Told me you were coming up to see me.
It's good of you to meet us, Colonel Hutchinson. This is my sister, Angela.
Very good.
Oh, how do you do?
Very well, thanks. Thank you.
Yes, we felt we had to come to the War Office.
Do sit down, please.
Thank you.
You see, sir, if Major Buckle's been recalled to his unit or dispatched on some mission, I really think it's only fair that his wife should be told, especially in these circumstances.
What circumstances?
Well,
we were on our honeymoon. We were only married yesterday afternoon.
You did say Major Peter Buckle of the Black Watch?
Yes, sir.
Bring me, Mr. the Black Watch. Well, we'll clear this up, I hope. Cigarette, would you?
No,
Not
thank
for
you.
me, thank you, Colonel.
Don't mind if I do.
No, of course not, sir.
Drags on, doesn't it? You're on leave, I take it, Captain?
Yes, sir. Drags on. Oh, the war, yes. Well, economics, you know. That's what historians tell us.
They're wrong, the historians. Wars are not caused by economics. Not at all. Economics is their excuse. Excuse for war. The reason for war is that it destroys what we want destroyed. The status quo with which we identify our own inhibitions. War alone releases our personal relationships. It's not a necessary evil, but a necessary pleasure. Well, yes. If we were honest, we would admit that all the horror, all the slaughter, the cruelty, suffering which war entails remain for us merely regrettable statistics. What means something to us is that war provides us with that sense of insecurity which is life, when peace is seen as respectable and as dull as death.
Well, surely there are other ways. I mean, so...
Oh, yes, there are other ways. It's true that a drunken orgy might provide a similar release. It is rather difficult to remain drunk for several years. More, though, we can indulge ourselves without guilt. Indeed, our excuses become duties, and any behavior is condoned under the blanket of a great sacrifice, which we curse publicly, but enjoy privately. Oh, thank you. Yes, national disasters can be borne with comfortable fortitude. It's personal sorrow, not grief for another, but a lack in our own life which is so unbearable. It's a burden we would put down, though 1 million men fall with it. Huh? Oh, yes.
I don't know what to do. I mean, once your leave's over, Alex, it's going to be so ridiculous. I mean, I don't feel as if I've got a husband.
Yes, your right elbow. Please don't. How about you?
I don't know.
Yes. Yes, I thought it was unlikely. There was just a chance that there were two officers of the same name and rank in the same regiment. As I said, there must be some mistake. Major Battle was blown to pieces before my eyes 6 months ago.
Impossible.
A mine exploded under his car. Very little was left of Battle, but quite enough to identify him. The man whom you married yesterday must have been an imposter, masquerading as Major Battle.
No, I'm sure he was genuine. I'd have spotted it if he wasn't.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I doubt it. There are plenty of these people who pass themselves off as officers these days. You must trace this Major Battle of yours. Intelligence will want to question him. I suppose you've got a photograph of him. Did he look remotely like this?
Yes, that's Peter.
That's impossible, I'm afraid, madam. If you have a photograph of your husband, you can compare it with this one. I'm sure you'll see that the likeness is only enough to justify the impostor in his attempt. Have you such a photograph?
No, Yes.
Yes, of course. We took several snaps on a
I took
picnic.
quite a few relics, my brother and Peter, on a picnic just outside Edinburgh.
A couple of weeks ago. The film isn't developed yet. I've got it with me, as a matter of fact. Carried around all this time. I've been meaning to get...
I think we'd better have it developed here.
I gave the film to the Colonel, and then Angela and I went to a canteen for a cup of tea while they developed the photos. When we returned, the Colonel looked strangely embarrassed.
Yes, very nice, these sets. Your brother looks quite a film star.
Let me see.
And Angela stared at the prints, and then looked at me. I looked, too, at the photos. There were 6 photographs of me. But there was no trace of any figure, however dim, standing beside me.
I came into possession of the Lanceford House through the accident of my uncle's death. My inheritance from him enabled me to buy it, for it was the isolated kind of dwelling I'd been looking for in order to finish a novel I was working on. I've always found it impossible to create anything worthwhile in the noise of the city. The house was fully furnished, but since it had been empty for many years, it was extremely dusty, and I spent my first day cleaning away the dust in the few rooms I intended to use. Lanceford House. I remember the place as if it were only yesterday I discovered the green vase, learnt its terrible secret, and passed so nearly through the veil that separates sanity and the madness that lies beyond midnight. Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe. Lanceford House. The agent hadn't been enthusiastic. I got the impression that he didn't much care whether he sold me the place or not.
There's nothing extraordinary about Lanceford House, Mr. Royd. It's very big, of course. It was plenty built and big in those days.
If it wasn't so strongly built, it would have fallen to pieces years ago. A house needs to be cared for. Leave it empty.
Well, it's what I'm looking for. Nicely back from the road, surrounded by trees.
A lot of trees, yes.
Fields, pastures. It's hard to find somewhere without any close neighbors these days.
Oh, I can show you others. There's a place in...
Mr. Feltham, I want to buy Lanceford.
You do?
I do.
Well, then. Nothing else I know. Right, sir. You, write books, you said.
I write books, yes. When can I take possession?
Today.
Oh, marvelous. I'm halfway through a book at the moment, you see. I've been stuck for weeks. I need peace now. Quiet. No. For 5 days after moving in, I worked from 5 in the morning right through the day until it was dark. The book progressed beautifully. I was even thinking of who the film rights should go to when I hit another dull patch. Nothing. I destroyed a few thousand words and left the typewriter until a possible return of inspiration. I was fairly satisfied, though, and it was with a lot of pleasure that I began to examine more carefully the house I'd so quickly and perhaps rashly bought. In most ways, it was typical of the houses erected in the country 100 years ago. It needed a lot of money spent on it before it would assume the splendor it deserved. But I needed only 1 or 2 rooms. One thing puzzled me. The little attic. Locked. No key. Why is that then? And of course, I want to know what's in there now. Give that agent a ring. Treasure? Fat chance. Wonder why this door should be locked when all the others are open. I started to rearrange the kitchen the next day. I knew instinctively that no good would come of hammering the typewriter. The place was in a terrible state. I cleaned out some cupboards, did a bit of inexpert scrubbing, and then, while I was reaching up to hook a number of miscellaneous objects out of a sort of old-fashioned tall boy thing in a corner, I accidentally knocked off a shelf a canister. It opened, and a piece of folded paper fell out. An old piece of paper, brown with age, badly worn and tattered. There was writing on the paper. It was barely legible. The ink had faded badly, and large sections of the script had been worn or torn away. It was dated over 30 years before, and all that remained of the entire first paragraph beneath the date was
Stephen Lanceford, a young man of 25.
And that was all the first paragraph said. Thereafter occurred a puzzling sequence of half-lines, sentences, paragraphs, in this order.
To have him tutored in the arts, particularly gifted in pottery making. Stephen developed a great fondness for his tutor, and under his guidance did the only constructive work of his life. A crude, ugly vase, bilious green in color. Stephen was proud of it. Kept it on the center of a small table in the living room. Dismissed. Stephen raged for days, and there began a subtle deterioration of a character which had always heretofore been shy and retiring. Ugly metamorphosis, kind of madness in the course of which he would never allow his vase to be moved. Made his mother promise that it would never be moved under pain of dire punishment, but left to stand where he had put it. Some strange elemental bond seemed to have developed between the young man and his creation. After Stephen's death, Mrs. Lanceford was unable to bear the thought of it. Instead, she had the casket sealed, obtained permission from the authorities, and in the attic. Thereafter, rigid adherence to her promise. Stipulation in her will adjuring all future occupants not to move the vase. When a relative came to live in the house after her death, body torn, rent apart, found beside the table. I will, I know, eventually lift the vase.
And that's all. I couldn't make a lot of sense out of it, I must admit. I tried to read, to make out the bits that had faded, but it wasn't possible. On the end of the whole thing was a signature. Matthew Hargrove. Suddenly I remembered seeing, in the living room, which I hadn't had time to clean, a small table pushed over against the wall with a cloth covering an object of some bulk. That would be it, all right. See what they meant in their little thing. It is crude. Ugly as sin. Matthew Hargrove. Wonder who he was. Or is. There was nothing in Uncle's papers about anyone of that name. Matthew Hargrove.
Matthew Hargrove. Matthew Hargrove. You the young chap that bought the Lanceford place?
Yes, I expect to be a regular customer here.
People don't talk much about what happened to that Hargrove man. Used to be Mrs. Lanceford's lawyer. Wrote up the old woman's will. Oh, queer that was. All about some vase thing her son made. Funny things went on after she died, you see. You want anything more than the razor blades, do you?
What funny things?
Well, there was Reuben Yates. That was her cousin. Came down when she got sick and stayed. You're from the town, aren't you? You don't get to hear about things like we do down here in the country, you see.
What happened to Reuben Yates?
Reuben Yates. Ah, well, they found him next to that table with the vase on it. Said he was torn apart.
I see. And where does Matthew Hargrove come in?
Oh, right after. He was the next one to move into the house. And he was the next one found by the table, too. Same as Reuben Yates. People say that they that saw him got sick in their stomachs for weeks afterwards.
And then?
No more. Nobody else moved into that house. From then till the day you moved in, nobody. Nobody at all.
The inference behind Mrs. Calkins, the lady in the village shop's words, added to those in the fragmented letter, began to take a kind of nagging form in my thoughts. For the rest of that day, I tried to write. I couldn't. No city noises. But there was another distraction now. The vase, and the strange story behind it. The living room drew me, and I went in. I looked at the ugly thing for a long, long time, and then I stretched out my hand to lift it. Suddenly I remembered Reuben Yates and Matthew Hargrove. Come on, Royd. Stop being... But even so, I only lifted the thing a quarter of an inch from the little table. It was about 10 seconds later that I heard it. I replaced the vase. How can I describe it? I don't know where it came from. Somewhere in the house. Somewhere, to be sure. It reminded me of nothing I'd ever heard in the whole of my life before. Silence followed. A deep, deep silence. Then I tilted the vase again. This time the reaction was instantaneous. I went and got a brandy and sat down for a while to recover my composure. It was then that I remembered the attic. It took me a long time to summon up the courage, but I had to know. I went back and quickly slipped a penny under the vase on the table. Then I ran upstairs. I got down on my hands and knees and tried to peer through the keyhole. I couldn't see anything. As I was struggling to my feet, I felt a thin current of air cross my face. A short, warm draft of air. But there was no attic window through which the wind could enter, and the air that struck my face was warm. I bent down again, and this time I put my ear to the keyhole. I felt it again, coming out of the keyhole. Not a draft. Not a draft at all. What I felt was breathing.
Keep Airwick handy in your home. Airwick is the modern air freshener. It doesn't just mask smells with heavy scent, it actually knocks them right out of the air. Airwick keeps the home sweet, with a country fresh atmosphere in every room. Put Airwick on your shopping list. It comes in economical bottle or up-to-the-minute aerosol. Get Airwick.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find this soak as good as new when you use new Biotech.
Amazing new Biotech soaks stubborn stains away.
Clean, clean, everything soon will be clean, clean, for all the world to see. Soak, soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotech.
Get amazing new Biotech today and let soaking do the washing.
Why I did it, I don't know. Even then, something told me I was meddling in things I could never hope to understand. There was something in the house I knew then that could bathe me in the fires of purgatory forever and a day. But I came down the stairs and placed 2 more coins under the vase, tilting it further. I immediately returned to the attic door. I no longer heard mere breathing through that keyhole from the room beyond. I did not wait long. Something was trying to get out. I removed the coins again from under the vase, and it once more rested as it had done so for 30 years. All next day, the memory of that experience preyed on me. I couldn't work. I could hardly bear to be alone. The vase exercised an unholy fascination on me. I was in desperate need of company, and that's why I wrote an invitation to Edward Clayton and asked him to spend a week with me to celebrate my inheritance. He came, as I knew he would. We'd been great friends for many years, but for the first 3 days, I was loath to confide in him.
Ah, this could be splendid, Dennis. This room, light, airy. Have to do something with those curtains, of course, but... and what's this?
Oh, for the love of heaven, don't touch that vase!
Oh, why not? What's this? Sit down.
I'll tell you.
Hmm?
Sit down. I told him everything that had happened since I took possession of the house, but he made little effort to conceal his skepticism.
Oh, Dennis. Come on, man. I mean...
You must take me seriously.
But granting that what you say is true, what... I mean, what the devil does it mean?
I don't know. You read the letter?
Hmm? Oh, yes. It just read it in front of you, didn't I?
Edward, promise me you will not touch that vase.
But that put me in the position of subscribing to your fears.
Please.
All right, promise. Scout's honor. I need beer. Lots of cold beer. Come on, the ghost isn't walking at the moment.
He promised. Oh, yes. But he promised without believing. And perhaps the very promise he made was a challenge. Next day, he seemed unable to concentrate. Twice when I spoke to him, he didn't hear me. He was in a kind of dream, thinking of something else. I knew what it was. I did everything I could to divert his attention. I read him part of my novel, which had come to a full stop. He listened and made some favorable comments. For a while. But I knew I was not holding his attention. He kept wandering about the house, and inevitably his journeying took him by or into the room where the table and the vase upon it had lived for the past 30 years. This thing seems to fascinate you.
Hmm?
The vase.
Vase? Oh, the vase.
You can't take your eyes off it. I've been watching you.
Oh, at first, well, I thought it was a fairy story.
And now?
Well, now I'm not so sure. I wonder.
Don't. Some malignance is associated with that thing. Some bond ties it to something in the attic.
What do you...
I mean something linked with it in space or time.
Or in the attic.
Or in the attic, yes.
If you think so, why haven't you been up there to see?
It's locked.
Well,
I couldn't bring myself to break in.
There's no time like the present, then, is there? You game?
I didn't know.
Well, make up your mind. You can't just live here with half-truths. You either find out there's something nasty and horrible around, in which case you move out. Or you find out it's all a silly mistake. Lay the ghost and continue writing your book in peace. And incidentally, I think your book will be very splendid.
Thank you.
So, let's go and see what's up in the attic. Bring the lamp.
All right.
Got the lamp?
Yes.
Coat off, I think. Danger. Men at work. Yep.
Our lamplight flooded the room. In the middle of the attic floor stood a coffin. Just a coffin. Nothing else. Not even a rug was to be seen in that gabled room. The coffin was festooned with spiders' webs, as if it had not been disturbed for decades.
Sealed. I take it that this is Stephen Lanceford's coffin. His mother had him put here.
I imagine so. Yes. The vase is the one he made in the letter. You remember?
Yes, exactly. Well, yes, I know what you're thinking. It doesn't hold water, Dennis, and you ought to be the first to see it.
Nothing about this thing holds water, as you put it.
Suppose it isn't a bad place to rest. If you were dead, I mean. Dry, at least. Better than 6 feet under, eh? Don't stare at it like that. Nothing's going to rise up out of it, Dennis.
Isn't it?
No. Ghoulish lot the Lanceford, then.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. What are you going to do about this room, attic?
I'm going to seal it. Nail it up.
I need one. This moaning noise you talked about.
Yes?
Care to demonstrate?
All right. Listen.
I'm all ears.
Slowly, I lifted the green vase 1/2 inch off the table. I replaced the vase.
Interesting.
All right. Now you've heard.
Let's have that drink, and then I think I'm ready for bed. Books come to a dead stop at the moment. Do you know what? If nothing happens with the book, I mean, by the time you leave, I'll come back to town for a while. If and when I sell my book, if it's published and makes money, maybe I'll have this place. What are you doing? Put the vase down!
I moved towards him, whereupon he lifted the vase high above his head and backed away, grinning madly. Then we heard the attic door beaten down. Then the colour drained from Edward Clayton's face.
Take the vase, Dennis! My God! My God!
He dropped the vase, it smashed into 100 pieces, and then the thing was at the door, and the door opened, and it was in the room.
Dennis!
I leapt towards the window, and before I crashed through the glass, I half-turned. Something had entered that room beyond my range of sight, for Edward was hanging limply aloft in mid-air.
Here. Thanks. So, that's about it then, eh?
That's it. Poor Edward. Poor Edward.
Now, steady on. The doctor said you've not to get out of bed. You've had a shock.
Poor Edward. I told him. I did, Sergeant.
Yes. Well, the folks from Burnstrom went up there, and there he was. Just like the others. It was a thing neither you nor any other man could have done. There's one more thing, sir, I'm afraid to have to tell you. They took matters into their own hands. They burned down your house. Took your stuff out first, and
set fire to the house.
Yes, it was just as well. I couldn't have gone back there.
Funny thing, though. You said the vase was smashed on the floor.
It was.
When we found it, all the broken pieces were piled together, as neat as you please. Smack in the middle of the table.
Past 9.
The last stragglers were leaving Mariner's Waxworks. The uniformed attendants, glad that another day's work was over, were locking up. On the second floor of the old grey building, the manager, a stout, blonde man of smart appearance, was talking to one Raymond Hewson, who looked anything but smart. His clothes, although good once, were showing distinct signs of their owners losing battle with the world.
There's nothing new in your request. In fact, we refuse it to many people. Young bloods have often made bets, but we don't play ball. We've nothing to gain and something to lose by letting people spend a night in our murderer's den.
A night in the murderer's den. That's what Raymond Hewson, the man in the shabby clothes, was after. Why? You'll find out. The Waxworks. I must earnestly beseech you not to listen to this beyond midnight alone.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P., head of 7th Street, Parkmore, Johannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soak and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
Well, we certainly have nothing to gain. If I allowed it and let some young idiot lose his senses, what would be my position, But, of course, your being a journalist somehow, that alters the case.
Well, I suppose you mean that journalists have no senses to lose.
No. But one imagines them to be sensible, responsible people. Besides, here we have something to gain. Publicity and advertisement.
Exactly. And there I thought we might come to terms.
Oh, I know what's coming. You want to be paid twice, do you? It used to be said years ago that Madame Tussauds would give a man £100 for sleeping alone in the Chamber of Horrors. And I hope you don't think we've made any such offer. Now, what's your paper?
Well, I'm freelancing at the moment, working on space for 2 or 3 papers. But, well, I don't think I'll have any trouble in getting this story published. Do you? Morning Echo would use it like a shot. A night with Mariner's murderers. No live paper could turn it down.
How do you propose to treat it?
Well, make it gruesome, of course, but with just a saving touch of humour.
I see. All right, Mr. Houston. Get your story published in the Echo, and there'll be a £5 note waiting for you here when you care to come and call for it. I'd like to be sure about you, though. And I'd like you to be sure about yourself. I must confess that I wouldn't spend a night in Murderer's Den. I've seen those figures dressed and undressed. I know all about their process of manufacture. I can walk about in company downstairs as if I were walking among so many skittles. But I'd hate to sleep alone down there amongst them.
Why?
I don't know. There isn't any reason. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts. Even if I did, I'd expect them to haunt the scenes of their crimes or the place where their bodies were laid, not a cellar which just happens to contain their waxwork effigies. It's just that I couldn't sit alone among them all night. They seem to stare so. Well, I mean, after all, they do represent the lowest and most appalling forms of humanity. Now, I wouldn't admit this publicly, of course, but the people who come to see our murderers aren't generally charged with the highest motives themselves. No, the whole atmosphere of the place is unpleasant, and if you're susceptible to atmosphere, I warn you, you're in for a very uncomfortable night.
Well, sir, I'm imaginative, I think. I am probably susceptible to atmosphere, as you put it. But it's a good idea, and I've a wife and family to support. Been a bit unlucky lately in the job stakes, you know. And, well, we're living on my savings, which aren't great. But after all, they are only waxworks, aren't they?
You're not superstitious?
No, I don't think so.
But you just said that you have an imagination. As a journalist, you'd need a reasonably strong one, after all.
The editors I've worked for have often complained I haven't any.
All right. I think the last of the people have gone. Now, wait a minute. I'll give orders that the figures happen to be draped. I'll let the night people know you're going to be there, too. One condition, I'm afraid, I must impose on you. I must ask you not to smoke. We had a fire scare down in the murderer's den this evening. I don't know who gave the alarm, but whoever it was a false one. Fortunately, there weren't very many people down there at the time, or there might have been a panic. All right. A night with Mariner's murderers you want. A night with Mariner's murderers you shall have.
In the passage at the bottom of the stairs were a few preliminary horrors. A rack taken from a medieval castle, relics of the Inquisition, branding irons, thumbscrews. Beyond was the passage into the murderer's den. The Waxworks. Thurtell, the murderer of Weir, stood as if frozen in his diabolical act. Within 5 yards of him sat Mrs. Thompson. There was Lefroy, who killed for gain so that he might ape the gentleman, and Charles Peace, sneering across a gangway at Norman Thorne. Brown and Kennedy, the two most recent additions, stood between Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Mahon.
Oh, no, that's Crichton. I expect you recognize him. Insignificant little beast. Looks as if he couldn't tread on a worm. Oh, there's Armstrong. Looks like a decent, harmless country gentleman, doesn't he? And, of course, who's this? Oh, yes, I was coming to him. He's our star turn. He's the only one of the bunch who hasn't been hanged.
The figure Hewson had indicated was that of a small, slight man, not more than 5 feet in height. It wore little waxed moustaches, large spectacles, and a caped coat. There was something so exaggeratedly French in his appearance that it reminded Hewson of a stage caricature.
Who is he?
That is Dr. Bourdet.
Oh, don't think I've... well, somehow the name's familiar, but I forget...
Well, you'd remember better if you were a Frenchman. For some long while, that man was the terror of Paris. He carried on his work of healing by day and of throat-cutting by night, when the fit was on him. He killed for the sheer devilish pleasure it gave him to kill, and always the same way, with a razor. After his last crime, he left a clue behind him which set the police on his track. Now, one clue led to another, and before long they knew they were on the track of the Parisian equivalent of Jack the Ripper. They have enough evidence to send him to the madhouse or the guillotine on a dozen capital charges.
And they caught him then?
No. Our friend was too clever for them. Oh. Even then. When he realized the net was closing, he just vanished. Disappeared off the face of the earth. Ever since the police of every civilized country have been searching for him.
Oh. Where can he have possibly gone to? I mean, with such a hunt on for him.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Did himself in, obvious. But in such a way that prevented his body coming to light. Now, one or two crimes of a smaller, though similar nature have taken place since he disappeared, but he's believed to be dead. The experts think the crimes, a sense, are the actions of imitators.
Look at his eyes.
Yes, that little figure's a masterpiece. You find the eyes bite into you, don't you?
Sort of, yes.
Well, that's excellent realism, then.
What do you mean?
Mesmerism.
Pardon?
Burdett practiced mesmerism. He was supposed to mesmerize his victims before dispatching them.
Oh.
Indeed, had he not done so, it's difficult to believe how so small a man could have done his ghastly work.
He's very small, isn't he? Doesn't look very strong or anything.
Well, there were never any signs of a struggle. There's an armchair here for you, Mr. Houston. It's the best we can do for you, I'm afraid. I hope you'll be able to get some sleep. Mr. Houston. Mr. Houston.
You know...
I thought... Yes?
Well, I thought, just then, I thought I saw, the doctor, Burdett, well, silly, but, well, I thought I saw him move.
Keep your home sweet with country fresh atmosphere in every room. Keep Airwick handy. Airwick is the air freshener that actually knocks odors right out of the air. It doesn't just mask them with heavy scent. Airwick is the modern air freshener in economical bottle or a smart aerosol. Get Airwick. It makes breathing a little nicer.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Imagination. Silly, but... Well, I could have sworn just for a second.
You'll have more than one optical illusion before the night's out, I'm afraid. Well, you won't be locked in. You can come upstairs when you've had enough of it. There are watchmen on the premises, so you'll find company. But don't be alarmed if you hear them moving about. I'm sorry I can't give you any more light, but all the lights are on. For obvious reasons, we keep the place as gloomy as possible.
Yes.
And now I think you better return with me to the office for a tot of whiskey before your night's vigil,
Yes, well, for a start, I don't think we'll ever my armchair facing friend Burdett. Yeah, I think I like him a lot less than the others.
The dim, unwavering light fell on the rows of figures, which were so uncannily like human beings that the stillness and the silence seemed unnatural, ghastly even. Hewson missed the sound of breathing, the rustling of clothes, the 101 minute noises one hears when even the deepest silence has fallen upon a crowd. The air was as stagnant as water at the bottom of a standing pool. Not a breath in the chamber to stir a curtain or rustle a hanging drapery or start a shadow.
Must be like this at the bottom of the sea. Have to work that into the story somehow. Like the bottom of the sea. Sinister lot, I must say. Even Armstrong doesn't look quite such a harmless country gentleman now. Still, they're only waxworks.
All would be well, thought Hewson. Yet somehow, what prevented him most of all from feeling absolutely comfortable was the knowledge that Dr. Burdett was directly behind him. He knew, in fact, that the little Frenchman's waxen stare was directed at the back of his neck. He itched with a desire to turn round.
Come on. My nerves have started already. If I turn and look at that dressed-up dummy, it'll be an admission of funk.
It's because you're afraid that you won't turn and look at him.
Rubbish. Not afraid at all.
Yes, you are.
Rot. Complete and utter rot. Afraid? A lot of waxworks.
Not of a lot of waxworks. Just one. Dr. Burdett.
French fool. Not so healthy now, is he?
Look at his eyes.
Don't want to see his eyes.
All the same, he had to eventually have a quick look round at Dr. Burdett.
Only a waxwork like the rest of them. They're all only waxworks.
All the same, he took another quick look behind him. Now, it did not worry Hewson too much, because it was, after all, only his imagination, but there seemed to be a subtle change in the grouping of the figures around Dr. Burdett. Or was it Dr. Burdett himself? Looking to the front of him, he looked at Crippen. Again, he had the slight feeling that something, somewhere, was a bit different. Crippen seemed, for instance, to have turned 1 degree to the left.
Must have moved my chair a bit. Not Crippen. It was me who moved.
And just then, the waxwork of grey moved a hand. At least Hewson thought the hand moved. Just for his own peace of mind, Raymond Hewson gave the waxen figure a little poke. Wax. No more, no less. Lifeless, lifelike wax.
They tell me, the editors, I've no imagination. Better make some notes. Deathly silence. Unearthly stillness of the figures.
And then he turned suddenly and looked over his right shoulder. He had neither seen nor heard a movement, but it was as if some sixth sense had made him aware of one. He looked straight into the vapid countenance of Lefroy, which smiled vacantly back as if to say,
"It wasn't I."
Of course it wasn't you. Wasn't any of you.
And then he looked back, and Crippen seemed to have shifted his position slightly.
Can't trust that little beggar. Can't trust any of them. Once you take your eyes off them, they move. Not good enough, this isn't. I reckon I'm going. Not going to spend a night with a lot of waxworks who move when you aren't looking at them. No, Hewson, please. They can't move. What are you thinking of?
He encountered the mild, baleful stare of Burdett.
Almost got you that time, Crippen. All the rest of you, too. If I do see one of you move, I'll smash you to pieces. Smash you! Experienced enough already to write my story. 10 stories for that matter. Morning Echo. Wouldn't know how long I'd stayed if I cleared out now. As long as the story's good. Yes. That watchman up there. He'd pull my leg all right. And perhaps the manager wouldn't give me the $5 or $2. Find out all right how long I was here from the watchman. Rose will laugh about this, I tell her. You asleep, Rose girl, or awake thinking of me? Can't have Rose laughing at me. Kids will pull my leg too. Yeah. I think worse than having someone's breathing. Someone was breathing. Well, it wasn't me. They knew I was listening then. And then they stopped. Yes, they did. No, this is too much. Bad enough when they move, when I'm not looking. But I'm not having the beggars breathing, too. No, this won't do. I am Raymond Hewson, unsuccessful journalist, but a living and breathing man. And these figures grouped around me are only dummies. Dummies! What does it matter if they're lifelike? Wax and sawdust for the entertainment of morbid sightseers and orange-sucking tourists. Ha!
Then the gaze of Dr. Burdett urged, challenged, and finally compelled him to turn.
Huh?
Hewson stared into those dreadful, hypnotic eyes. His own eyes were dilated, and his mouth, at first set into a grin of terror, lifted at the corners into a snarl.
You moved, blast it. Yes, you did. I saw you. I saw you.
What do you mean? Dr. Burdet's movements were quite leisurely. He stepped off his pedestal with the mincing movements of a lady alighting from a bus.
I need hardly tell you that not until I overheard the conversation between yourself and the worthy manager of this establishment did I suspect that I should have the pleasure of a companion here for the night. You cannot move or speak without my bidding, but you can hear perfectly well. Something tells me that you are, shall I say, nervous? My dear sir, no illusions. I am not one of these contemptible little effigies suddenly come to life. I am Dr. Burdett himself. Pardon me, but Steve, let me explain. Circumstances with which I need not fatigue you have made it desirable that I should live in England. I was close to the building this evening when I saw a policeman regarding me, thought too curiously. I guessed that he intended to follow me and perhaps ask embarrassing questions, so I mingled with the crowd and came in here. Inspiration showed me a certain means of escape. I raised a cry of fire, and when all the fools had rushed to the stairs, I stripped my effigy of the caped coat, which you may all be wearing, donned it, hid my effigy behind the platform at the back there, and took its place on the pedestal. I own I have spent a most fatiguing evening. The world is divided into collectors and non-collectors. The collectors collect anything according to their own individual tastes. I collect throats.
And the doctor regarded Hewson's throat with interest mingled with disfavor.
My activities of late have been curtailed. I am glad, though, of the pleasant opportunity of gratifying my somewhat unusual whim. I should never have selected you from choice, of course. No, I like men with thick necks. Thick red necks. This is a little French razor. The blade, you will observe, is very narrow. It does not cut very deep, but deep enough. In just one little moment, you shall see for yourself.
I shall ask you the little civil question of all polite barbers. Does the razor suit you, sir? You will have the goodness to raise your chin a little. Thank you. And a little more, just a little more. Thank you. Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci.
Over one end of the chamber was a thick skylight of frosted glass, which, by day, let in a few sickly and filtered rays from the floor above. After sunrise, these began to mingle with the subdued light from the electric bulbs, and this mingled illumination added a certain ghastliness to a scene which needed no additional touch of horror. The waxwork figures stood apathetically in their places, waiting to be admired by the crowds who would presently wander fearfully among them. In their midst, in the center gangway, Hewson sat still, leaning far back in his armchair. His chin was up-tilted, as if he were expecting to receive attention from a barber, and although there was not a scratch upon his throat, nor indeed anywhere upon his whole body, he was cold and quite dead. His previous employers were wrong in having him credited with no imagination. Dr. Baudet, on his pedestal, watched the dead man unemotionally. He did not move, nor was he capable of motion. But then, after all, he was only a waxwork.
Laura, are you decent?
The rap on her door and the voice of Dave Dennis brought Laura Lane shudderingly upright and awake. She was sitting at her dressing table, still only half-dressed. She had been dreaming. In her dream, she had been in front of the camera, and the eye of the camera had slowly turned into George's eye and winked at her. The slow, maliciously knowing wink that had been George's trademark in burlesque. But George was dead. George had been dead for 5 years, and she only dreamed about him when she was very tired, as she was now. So tired, she dozed off in the middle of changing for the party that was going on downstairs.
Just a minute, Dave.
Laura Lane, star of Star-Crossed Love, premiered that night, the night of the party. Laura Lane, star, public property. She didn't know, how could she, that as she sat down in front of her mirror and regarded her lovely, expensive face, events were beginning which would carry her and one other swiftly beyond midnight.
Well, Laura, perhaps you've forgotten you're giving a party, especially to cement good relations with the press, which you are not doing by sulking up here in your room. Even though Star-Crossed Love did premiere tonight and was a smash, you'll certainly not influence columnists and make friends unless you show, and I mean soon.
Oh, I'm coming, Dave. I'm coming. Tired, that's all.
A star can't afford to be tired. A star belongs to the public, and that means the press.
You'd better get out of here, or I might throw this at you.
Dear, dear. Harry Lawrence gave you that statuette. He would be charmed, I'm sure, to see it thrown around the room.
He won't see it, Dave. Only you'll see it as it hits you. Now get out. Please.
Just a minute, Laura. There'll be none of the famous Laura Lane temperament tonight, or your name will be mud for good.
Oh, don't worry. I'll smile at every one of those harpies, as though I didn't want to spit in their faces. I suppose Halo French and Billy Pierce are here.
And biting their nails and waiting for you.
Yeah, I'll bet. They're pumping Marie, my maid, and Pedro, the houseboy, about what time I brush my teeth. Marie's on Hala's payroll, you know, to pass along any juicy little items she can about me. Pedro does the same thing for Billy. If I talk in my sleep, those vultures know about it the next day.
They are very important to a star's career, you know that. I'll expect you in 10 minutes. Oh, yes, there's a new columnist here from Eastern Syndicate. He wants a short interview with you. How it feels to be the woman every man yearns for.
I'll give him 3B. Now send up Harry with a drink, and I'll be right down.
On your best behavior.
Am I tired? 35 and usually looking 29. Tonight I feel 40. Reshooting a premiere. Well, 3 smash hits in a row, and my contract to the company's worked off. Now, Harry and me, we can go ahead and form our own company, make the pictures we want to. Shoot them abroad, away from all the chiselers and newshounds, fan magazines, phonies, and Dave Dennis. Oh, my, how I love you, Dave. Almost as much as you love me. Vultures. Suck your blood and turn it into ink. Only chiseling away with me for 5 years now, trying to learn the truth about my past. Well, I'm not going to find out because Harry and me, we worked too hard to keep it hidden. Better close up.
It was a wonder those 7 years before she'd hit Hollywood didn't show in her face. 7 years in cheap burlesque houses across the nation doing a strip act with George, her husband. George had taken everything she made and abandoned her when she was sick. George, whose only unselfish act in the whole of his life had been getting himself killed in a hold-up in Newark.
Boy, Billy Pierce and Hala French would love to take that story up and plaster it across 300 papers for 100 million readers. I love you, Harry. We can be married now. Our own company. Of course, we'll have to clear it with Hala first. Grim death is not so unrelenting as Hala French towards anyone who breaks a promise. And we did promise her an exclusive. Better. Somehow I look better in a mirror than in real life. 38 and a half, 24, 36. And oh my, every single. Come in, Harry.
But it wasn't Harry Lawrence. It was a smaller man with jet black hair and large horn-rimmed spectacles that hid most of his face.
Who are you? What do you mean by coming into my room?
Eastern Press. Just wanted a little interview.
I told Dave I'd see you downstairs.
I figured you'd rather talk privately, Gloria.
Who are you? What did you call me?
And then the man took off the spectacles and ruffled his smoothly plastered hair. Then slowly his right eye closed. Then half opened again in a slow, long, obscenely knowing wink.
Recognize me now.
No. You're dead. You are. It was in the papers. You're dead.
A mistake. Now let it ride. Took me a long time to find you, baby. No name, no nose, no teeth, no career. Not much left of Gloria Gordon of George and Gloria. Nice place you got here. Not like those rat holes we used to play.
What do you want? Hey, here's the money. I'll pay you. I'll pay $35,000 to clear out and get a divorce.
Divorce? I'm your loving husband. Come back to you after a long and regrettable separation.
I'd die first. You were a rat, and you're still a rat. Don't forget what happened in Cleveland. You can still go to jail for that.
While everybody reads about Gloria Gordon, burlesque stripper, now Laura Lane of Hollywood fame, I have some pictures of you, baby, the scandal magazines would really go for.
George, I warn you. I raised it to $100,000. But get out. You're not going to push me around anymore.
Baby, this is California. What's mine is yours. What's yours is mine. You got $1 million in the bank.
Get away from me.
Kiss your long-lost husband who had amnesia, and you're going to nurse back to health. Act nice now if you want me to be nice. Now, come on, kiss Lonesome George. Now, come to your husband like a loving woman should.
Pain and loathing were a white fire in her mind. She felt her groping right hand touch the silver statuette, and she realized she was lifting it, swinging it, bringing it down. Then she was standing over George, the statuette in her hand, and George was lying on the scatter rug in front of the fireplace, his eyes wide open as if in startled surprise, the side of his head crushed.
Nora, what is this?
Harry. Kept hitting him then. He fell. Harry.
I understand. Look, all the press boys.
He was here to blackmail me, Harry. I thought he was dead.
Well, he is now. He certainly is now. If they find out, if Taylor finds out, you know, she'll open a vendetta against you. She'll spread it all over the country, the world. You know, she's likely to take George's side and paint a pathetic picture of the poor guy in jail and abandoned by you. And then crawling back only for you to knock his brains out.
Harry. Oh, Harry, that'd be the end of everything. Our plans, the company. Harry.
Maybe a term in San Quentin for you. For manslaughter.
No, Harry, no. There must be something we can do. Nobody knows him. He's here under a false name. He's not a real columnist. If we could get rid of him. Dave, maybe he'd help us for the sake of the studio, Harry.
No, we couldn't trust him. You know, he'd cut his own grandfather's throat for the story.
What could we do? How can we get him away from here? You know I'm spied on. Marie and Pedro watch everything I do. I couldn't sneak a suitcase out of this house and open it in privacy, much less get rid of George. Harry.
No, I know. But we have to get him out of sight. And you have to go downstairs. Haven't you got a trunk or something somewhere?
In the closet. An old wardrobe trunk of my mother's. It's empty.
Well, fix yourself. I'll tend to George.
And she turned to the mirror and feverishly began to put on her face. She tried to wipe away and cover the redness around her beautiful grey eyes. Suddenly she felt and looked old and afraid. And then she turned, and there was no George, no bloody statue, no rug. Just a trunk. A big trunk.
George is sleeping peacefully. He'll keep on trying to figure something. But I think we better break up the party and call in the police. I'm sure we can make a self-defense plea stick. Yeah, but it'll be messy.
No, Harry. I fought my way to the top in Hollywood. And I'm going to stay there. George isn't going to spoil that. We have to think of something else. We have to.
All right. Let's go downstairs and meet the press. And smile, Laura. Smile.
There's Laura Lane.
Oh, isn't she beautiful?
Oh, Laura, at last. Where's that columnist from Easter?
Oh, I talked to him, Dave. I think he's rushed off to file his story.
Here's Hala. Hala, darling.
Oh, Hala.
Harry, darling. Laura. You're looking pale tonight, dear. I think you're working too hard.
I love my work, Hala, darling. I wouldn't have it otherwise.
Listen, when are you two taking the fatal plunge?
When we do, you shall know about it first of all, Hala.
And Hala French's eyes became George's eyes. They seemed to wink at her, lewdly, knowingly.
Easy, baby. Looks as if you're seeing haunts. I've got it. Come along and just follow my lead. Dave's as mad as a nest of hornets, and Hala's going to be madder. But it's the only thing we can do. Now, come on.
Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody. Now, please. I have a real surprise announcement for you. Now, I confess I just learned about it myself, so to speak. Dave, the floor's yours.
And I just learned about it, too, because Laura and Harry only just made up their minds. So you must forgive them for springing the news on you this way. But I'm going to let Harry tell you.
Now, because you are all our friends, Laura's and mine, the news is simple. Laura and I, well, we've been in love for a long time. And now that Laura's picture is in the can, we decided the time has come. We're going to be married. Yeah, we're going to slip away tonight and fly to humor and be married. Those of you who want to come are invited, as many of you as the plane I'm going to charter will hold. The rest of you are invited to stay and keep this party going. We'll be back tomorrow to pick up our things and start on our honeymoon. And we hope that we have the best wishes of everybody here.
But why, Harry, why? Oh, I'm so glad, but why?
Because, Laura, it's the only thing we can do to get rid of George. Even a Hollywood star's entitled to a little privacy on our honeymoon, isn't she?
Oh, if I ever have to smile for a photographer again.
Easy. Easy, Mrs. Lawrence.
We've been married for 12 hours, and we've hardly been alone at all. Oh, those photographers. They asked for a big smile. I thought of George waiting in the trunk there. And I smiled, Harry. I smiled.
Laura.
Thanks, darling. I'm all right now.
Dave Dennis' fault. Well, how are the two lovebirds? All ready for the honeymoon?
Yes, Dave, darling. Thanks for handling so many details for us. You've been a lamb.
Oh, that's okay, but I still wish you'd give me some notice. We could have had stories in all the papers for a month.
Well, love and war waits for no man. You know how it is.
By the way, you never did tell anybody where you're going.
We're going to Mexico. But we told you, we want privacy. No interviews, no reporters.
Now, wait a minute. You crossed me up springing this marriage on everybody. You can't cut me out of all the angles.
We can, and we're going to.
I've already promised Hala French an exclusive on your first day of being married. If you wanted to hate your guts forever, including the new company, well...
Listen. 2 days. 48 hours to ourselves, and we'll play ball. Hala can have the exclusive story of that 2 days.
Okay. 2 days. Mexico, huh?
That's right. Yeah, we're going up the mountains to visit an old friend of mine.
All the boys and girls are gathered downstairs. I think it'd be awfully nice if you said a few words, Laura.
She will, Dave. Just as soon as we've told Marie to see the cars loaded, we'll be done.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, all you wonderful people. I can't tell you how happy we are and what your good wishes mean to us. You've been so sweet and understanding. And now we have just one more favor to ask. Please, dear friends, don't try to follow us or find out where we're going. We would only like one wedding present from the world. 2 days by ourselves. Just to be by ourselves, alone. Quite alone.
Quite alone. So we can get rid of George, my first husband. A swine.
Yeah, I think we're in the clear now. They started out trying to follow us. I'm betting they did in spite of your request. We've lost them. It's a good job we didn't trust that double-crosser Dennis, though.
Anyway, we're married, Harry. That's something. And we'll stay married. We have to. We both know too much.
We're married, and we'll stay married because we want to. George did that much for us anyway.
Every mile of the way, I can feel him back there behind us in the trunk, winking at us, as if he knew what was happening.
Laura, there's headlights behind us. Something's coming
Harry,
fast.
reporters! Oh, no! Harry, they...
No, listen. Police.
They found out. Oh, my... Harry, they found out.
They couldn't have. Only you and I and George know. Anyway, we can't run away from a police car and a station wagon. Whatever happens, beat Laura Lane to the hilt.
Let's see your license. You're in a big hurry to go someplace tonight, mister?
Well, officer, as a matter of fact, we are. We've just been married, you see, and,
Oh, officer, I'm sure you'll understand.
And her hand found the interior light of the vehicle and switched it on, and the illumination showed off her loveliness, and she draped herself suggestively back across the seat, and the thick-set policeman's heart missed perhaps one beat as one of Hollywood's more famous chests was displayed.
Officer, I'm Laura Lane, and this is my husband.
How do you do, officer?
We were just married this morning.
Laura Lane, huh? Say, I saw your wedding on TV. The newsreel this afternoon. And the papers are full of it.
Oh, all that publicity. And now we're trying to get away for a quiet honeymoon. If we're speeding. That's why.
Sure, yeah.
And Harry Lawrence's hand dropped outside the car, and the policeman took the large bill it held.
I know how it is. Say, will my wife get a kick out of here and I almost arrested Laura Lane on a honeymoon.
You're so understanding. Bring your wife to the studio sometime. I'd love to have her watch us shoot a scene.
You bet. She'll sure get a bang out of that. Lots of luck, Mr. and Mrs. Lane.
I can't take any more, Harry. I just can't.
Don't have to, sweetheart. We're going to turn north in a mile towards my lodge in the mountains. We've been running south just in case Dave came after us. And now it's safe to double back. By 3 a.m. we'll be at the lodge. It's completely deserted up there this time of the year. And we can get rid of George once and for all. Now we're here. There's the lodge. Everything's fine. I haven't seen a headlight in an hour. Now we have to get George inside and hide him in the cellar. Once that's done, we'll lock the place up and let it rot. He'll be safe till doomsday.
All the time I've been sure George would still somehow find a way of spoiling everything.
And someday I might even make a movie about George.
Don't say that, Harry.
Okay, forget it. Let's go. Here for the moment. Light.
I can't find the light.
It's overhead. Feels like a string. Come on. George is getting heavy.
Mexico! When he had a marked road map showing the way to his lodge in his top-coat packet, and didn't bother to take out Mexican visitors' cards. Okay, everybody, get a picture. Let's welcome the happy pair. I think he's carrying the bride over the threshold. Put the lights on.
Harry was standing beside Laura when the lights came on and the flash bulbs exploded. George was over his shoulder, and that gentleman's face was only a few inches from Laura's. She didn't see Dave Dennis and the group of reporters. She didn't see the woman who was screaming. She saw only George's dead eye so close to her, as it slowly opened under the effect of advancing rigor mortis, then half closed again in a lewd and knowing wink.
Beyond Midnight.
Typewriter keys is like knuckles on wood, and my perspiration falls down upon the keys that are being punched by my trembling fingers. A mosquito circles above my bent head. There are flies buzzing and colliding with the wire screen. Around the naked yellow bulb in the ceiling, a bit of torn paper that is a moth flutters. An ant crawls up the wall. I watch it, the ant, with bitterness. How mistaken we three were. Susan, and I, and William Tinsley. Whoever you are, wherever you are, if you hear this, do not ever again crush the ants upon the sidewalk. Do not smash the bumblebee that thunders by your window. Do not annihilate the cricket upon your hearth. You see, that's where Tinsley made his colossal error. You remember Tinsley. You must do. He was the man who threw away $1 million on fly sprays and insecticides and ant killers. I was this man's secretary just after the Second World War. I was with him when he wandered into a web and became lost forever from human eyes beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Now, ladies, we're speaking about biotechs in a series of programs, and Mrs. E.B. Granger wrote to say that she decided to try our biotechs just to see if it lived up to our claims. And she said, I bought a packet, and lo and behold, it actually did just what the advert said. I'm so proud of the children's white shirts, the hankies, and the underwear that I want to say it will be biotechs for me every washing day from now on. Some of my family's accessories were left with slight stains, but now, thanks to biotech soaking, they come out white, and the stains do go away, as you say. Now, that is a statement from Mrs. Granger of Heathfield of the Cape, and it bears out what we have been saying to you, ladies, ever since biotechs first came on the market. We said to you, it is different to any washing product that you've ever used before. We claim that the stubborn stains will vanish, and people like Mrs. Granger bear out our claims. Remember, biotechs.
There was never a spot for a fly or a mosquito in Tinsley's office. Tinsley destroyed anything that buzzed or flew. Destroyed it instantly with one stroke of his magnificent fly swatter. I shall never forget that instrument of death. Tinsley carried the swatter to work with him one morning in July 1946. By the week's end, if I happened to be in one of the filing alcoves out of sight when Tinsley arrived, I could always tell of his arrival when I heard the swicking, whistling passage of his fly swatter through the air and the thump as it landed. People, I reckon, have a right to be as eccentric as they please. But Tinsley was ridiculous.
Oh, hello, Steve. All ready?
Yeah, all ready.
Before we start, would you mind cleaning away the corpses? Right, to S.H. Little, Philadelphia, dear Little. We'll invest money in your insect spray. $5,000. Stop.
5,000.
5,000. Advise immediate production. Sincerely. You think I'm crazy?
Is that a P.S. or are you talking to me?
Oh, did you get that check for $1,000 off to the Termite Control Company? One thing I like about my office is all iron, cement, solid. Not a chance for termites. Blast it, Steve. Has that been there all the time? Hey, come on, help me find it.
What?
Why? Quickly, Steve. Systematically. Don't just sit there.
Hold on.
Hey, stay out. Don't open that door. Don't come in. Come and help me, Steve.
Listen, I'm a secretary and a right-hand stooge, not a spotter for high-flying insects. I haven't got eyes in the back of my head.
And neither are they, so you know what they do?
They? Who are they?
Never mind. Forget it. Don't talk about this to anyone.
Bill, you should go and see a psychiatrist about...
Sure. And the psychiatrist will tell his wife, and she'd tell others, and then they find out. They're everywhere, don't you understand? I don't want to be stopped with my campaign.
You mean the $100,000 you've sunk into your insect sprays and ant pastes in the last 4 weeks? Someone should stop you. You'll break yourself and me and the stock...
Shut up! You don't understand! Doesn't understand. How can he understand? How can anybody understand?
I may be a psychiatrist, but I wouldn't stand a chance unless Tinsley came to see me. I couldn't help him unless he wanted help. I'll look him over for you if you insist, though, for old time's sake. But how have the fights last if the patient won't cooperate?
You've got to help me, Susan. He'll be stark raving in another month. I think he has delusions of persecution. And besides, I need him. I need my job. It just won't do for the guy. The first date worked out well. We laughed, we danced. We dined at the Brown Derby. Tinsley didn't suspect for a moment that the slender, soft-voiced woman in his arms was a psychiatrist, picking his reactions apart as they waltzed. We drove home that night in a happy mood.
What? How many loads?
No, it's... What is it? Bill! Look out! Get off it! Get hold of the wheel!
We're going. Mark. Did you see it? Got in my face. But I crushed it. There, do you see? Against the dash. 99% of all life in the world is insect life.
I'm having lunch with him tomorrow. He likes me. I'd like to find out what we want to know. Oh, by the way, Steve, does he have any pets?
He's never owned any animal. He detests them.
Yeah, I might have expected that. Well, good night, Steve. See you tomorrow.
The flies were breeding thick and golden and buzzing like a million intricately fine electric machines in the pouring direct light of summer noon. I went to see Lawyer Remington, who had been Tinsley's family representative for 30 years, even before Tinsley was born.
Poor Tinsley. He was only 17 when it happened.
It happened? What happened? Some accident or something?
Tinsley's father took him hunting up in the Lake Arrowhead region in the autumn of his 17th year. Beautiful country. I was hunting not far from there in that self-same afternoon. Game was plentiful. Tinsley's father leaned his gun against a bush to lace his shoe when a flurry of quail arose. They were frightened and they flew straight at the man and the boy. One of the birds knocked the gun over and it fired off, and the charge hit Tinsley Sr. full in the face. No. Oh, that wasn't the least of it. What followed was something indescribable to the boy. He ran 5 miles for help, leaving his father dead. Young Tinsley made it to the road and back with a doctor and 2 other men in something like 6 hours. Sun was just going down when they hurried through the pine forest to where the father lay. The entire body, the arms, the legs, and the shattered contour of the face was clustered over and covered with scuttling, twitching insects. Bugs, ants, flies, insects of every description drawn by the sweet odor of blood. It wasn't possible to see 1 square inch of the elder Tinsley's body. Oh. Sorry, I just, sorry. Oh, you cut your hand. Glasses aren't made to squeeze that hard, boy.
Yeah,
Well, let me get you something to put in your hand. So, there it is. That's why Tinsley has this fear of insects and animals.
What was his father's profession?
Oh, I thought you knew. Why, the elder Tinsley was a very famous naturalist. Very famous indeed. Ironic in a way, isn't it? That he should be killed by the very creatures he studied. Here, hold your hand out.
Oh, it's not bleeding too much. Don't worry.
Pretty well puts the finger on Tinsley, all right. He's been brooding. Oh, look around. See how easy it'd be to believe that insects really are the horrors he makes them out to be. There's a monarch butterfly pacing us. Is it listening to our every word? Oh, it's gone now. Couldn't keep it up. Tinsley the elder was a naturalist. And what happened? He interfered, busybodied where he wasn't wanted. So they who control the animals and insects, killed him. Night and day for the last 10 years, that thought's been on Bill's mind.
Well, I can't say I blame him. My father had been killed in like fashion.
He refuses to talk when there's an insect in the room. Isn't that so, Steve?
Yeah. He's afraid they'll discover what he knows about them.
Well, you can see how silly that is yourself, can't you? Well, he couldn't possibly keep it a secret, granting that butterflies and ants and houseflies are evil. Because you and I have talked about it, and others, too. But he persists in this delusion that as long as he himself says no word in their presence... Well, he's still alive, isn't he? If they are evil and fear his knowledge, wouldn't they have destroyed him long ago?
Maybe they're playing with him. You know, Susan, it's strange. The elder Tinsley was on the verge of some great discovery when he was killed. It fits a pattern. The next Sunday morning, the three of us went to church. From the back of the bald head of the man in the pew in front of us, a fly crawled. For the first time in my life, I felt a strange interest, a foreboding almost. And I had to resist a temptation to crush the insect there and then on the man's head. That Sunday afternoon, we went for a picnic. Bill Tinsley, Susan, and I. She tried to get him to talk about his fear, but he merely pointed to the column of ants straggling across the tablecloth towards the jam, shook his head angrily. I felt, however, that he was near breaking point and would confide in us pretty soon if we were only patient. We didn't have to wait long. 2 days, in fact.
The new car wax with the detergent-proof formula won't wash off. It's detergent resistant. Raleigh gives sure wax protection that's deep and long-lasting. And the finish is fast, very fast. Johnson's Raleigh car wax in liquid or paste form.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find it's so as good as the way you use new Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Tuesday evening. Inside the locked study of Tinsley's house. He strode up and down. Susan and I, we stood, cocktails in hand. Metal. No maggots, ticks, wood beetles, termites. Metal chairs, metal everything. We're alone, aren't we? I think so. Good. Have you ever wondered about God and the devil and the universe, Steve? Susan? Have you ever realized how cruel the world is? How we try to get ahead, and every time we succeed a fraction, we're hit over the head. The forces of evil. How do these forces get around? I used to wonder. Now I know. We are being watched constantly. Is there ever a moment in our lives that passes without a fly buzzing in our room with us? Or an ant crossing our path? Or a mosquito skirting around a netting? Small, winged things we take no notice of. They follow us every day of our lives. They listen to our prayers, our hopes, our fears. They listen, and then tell what there is to be told to him, or it, or whatever dark force it is that sends them out into the world.
Oh, come on.
Oh, what are insects for? They're nothing but irritants to us mortals. Well, there's a very simple, although scientific answer. The government of evil, is a small body, perhaps only one. It can't be everywhere at the same time, so it sends the flies, the ants, the bugs. There are so many of them, and there have been for so many years, we pay no heed to them. Familiarity has blinded us to them.
No, I don't believe any of that.
Let me finish before you judge. Think of it. Billions of insects checking, reporting, correlating, controlling humanity.
Of
Come on, Bill. You're getting worse. Was that an accident when you were a kid? You let it feed on your mind. You can't go on.
Steve, you won't help with talk like that. Bill, if what you say is true, and these creatures are what you say they are, they must know about you. Why are you still alive?
Why? Because I've worked alone.
But if there is a they or it, evil force, like you say, it must have known for a month now. Because Steve and I have talked about you without taking any precautions. Flies, ants, these things could have hurt us. Isn't this proof that you're wrong? Listen, will you agree to an experiment?
What kind of experiment?
From now on, all your plans will be above board, in the open. If nothing happens to you in 8 weeks, then you'll have to agree that your fears are baseless.
But they'll kill me.
Listen, Steve and I will stake our lives on this. If you die, we die too. And I value my life greatly. We don't believe in your horrors, and we want to get you out of this.
I don't know.
8 weeks, Bill. You can go on manufacturing insecticides for the rest of your life if you want, but don't have a breakdown about it. The very fact of your living must prove they bear you no ill will. They've left you intact.
What I'm doing with insecticides is merely the beginning of the campaign. It may take 1,000 years, but in the end we can liberate ourselves.
Carry on with your campaign then for 8 weeks. Tell everyone about it. And then, if you do die, evidence will be left behind you. The world will know. And if, when the 8 weeks are up and you're still at liberty, you'll be free of these fears forever, Bill. Won't that be wonderful?
Susan, Steve, I... There, quick, above your head, Steve.
What?
I got the darn thing. I got it. I don't know why. You'd stake your lives on this? With me? All right, then. 8 weeks. We stayed with him at his house. That night, I couldn't sleep because of the crickets outside. I wandered down into the kitchen. There, I found Susan. We agreed that we were hungry and robbed the icebox of a leg of chicken and a carcass. We were about to plunge our knives into the carcass when a fly landed on it. We sat looking at the fly for 5 minutes. Then we put the carcass back into the icebox and went back to bed, hungry. I don't know why. At least I didn't, not then. But I do now. Heaven help me, I do now. I still couldn't sleep. And then something happened that put sleep out of my mind forever. I don't mind hearing a woman scream occasionally, but a man's scream is so strange and is heard so rarely that when it comes, it turns your blood into an Arctic torrent.
What's wrong? What is it? What?
Steve, don't touch me or it'll happen to you. I was wrong, but so near the truth. So near it doesn't matter. Keep away, Steve.
Steve! He's not dead for certain this time.
He's gone out. He's been in the shower. He's soaking wet. He's barely dressed.
I know. The shower's stolen. He must have burned himself. Here's the car. Peter, the godfather. Bill?
Oh, Bill, you idiot, you fool. Slow down and wait for us, you nut.
He went east, I'm certain of it.
Why was he under a scalding shower, burning himself? Why?
There he is. There's his lights, 500 yards ahead, that's all. And then suddenly it happened. Bill Tinsley's car slowed right down suddenly.
Steve? Something's wrong. He stopped.
Stay here. Hear me. me? Stay here. Bill? 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 He didn't answer me. He couldn't. He slumped in his seat, his head back. Didn't do any good to kill flies, did it, Bill? No good to kill moths, termites, mosquitoes. The evil ones are too clever for that. Kill every insect in the world. Destroy the dogs, the cats, the chipmunks, all the animals in the world. And it could be done, eventually. And then what have you got left? Bacteria. Microbes. That's why you took that scalding shower, isn't it, Bill? But you can't kill bacteria fast enough. They multiply and multiply. Stay where you are! Is that you lying there, Bill? Your body changed by leprosy and gangrene, bubonic and malaria, tuberculosis all at once? Merciful heavens. The color and the smell of you. The rotting, fetid combination of disease you are. Microbes, messengers, millions of them, billions of them. Flies? Maybe flies are good. Insects are good. Invented by a merciful God to watch over his peoples, not to do them harm, no. But the evil ones, they were clever too. They invented bacteria. Go home. Now. I've got a job to do. Oh, Bill. You look so different. I drove Bill's car into the ditch and set fire to him and it. Susan drove away, not looking back. And now, tonight, a week later, I'm typing this out for what it's worth, here and now, in the summer evening, with flies buzzing about my room. Now I realize why Bill Tinsley lived so long. While his efforts were directed against insects, birds, and animals, who were representatives of the good forces, the evil forces let him go ahead. Tinsley was unaware that he was working for the forces of evil. But when he comprehended that bacteria were the real enemy, then the evil ones demolished him. In my mind, I still remember the picture of the elder Tinsley and his terrible death. Why would the quail, representatives of the good, kill him? The answer to this is clear now. Quail, too, have disease, and disease disrupts their natural setup. This caused them to strike down Tinsley's weapon, killing him. And the ants in columns over the dead man? Perhaps they were bringing solace to him from his maker. The game of chess continues, good against evil, and I am losing. Tonight I sit here writing and waiting, and my skin itches and softens. Susan is on the other side of town, safe from this knowledge which I must set on paper, even if it kills me. Even as I write, the skin of my fingers changes color and loosens. My face is wet and slippery. My tongue tastes bitter and acid. My stomach... There's a ringing in my ears. They're killing me. I'm dying as I write this. Believe me, it's no story I'm telling. No. Flesh of me will slide like a diseased cloak from my skeleton. But I must write on and on until I must...
In the year 1864, in the December of that year, to be more exact, James Murray, barrister at law, did a lot of grouse shooting. During the last few days of the season, he made several trips across the northern moors after the elusive and soon-to-be prohibited birds. December. The wind was due east. The moors were bleak and wild. On his last expedition, the very day before the ending of the season, James Murray became hopelessly lost. The first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm fluttered down upon the heather, and a leaden evening was closing in all around. The purple moorland melted into a range of low hills. There was not the faintest smoke wreath, not the smallest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track. The world had changed, become hostile, alien. Murray shouldered his gun and pushed wearily forward, on and beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P., head of 7th Street, Parkmore, Johannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soak and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
Throughout the whole of the night, walking. Will there not come a time when my limbs simply fail me? Walking in circles. Circles. Hello! Oh, can you hear me? Here, this way, here. Can you find me? Here. I'd almost given up. I'd begun to think of falling down and sleeping. I must have been walking in circles. Thank God, thank God. What for? Praise be. What for? Well, for you, of course. I began to fear I should be hopelessly lost in the snow.
Well, then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time. And what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise?
If the good Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit. But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Golding?
A good 20 miles. More or less.
And the nearest village?
The nearest village is White, and that's 12 miles to the side.
Where do you live, then?
Out yonder.
I pray you, keep that lantern steady. You're going home, I presume?
Maybe I am.
Then I'm going with you.
Oh, it ain't no use. He won't let you in. Not he.
We'll see about that. Who is he?
The master.
And who is the master?
That's not to you.
Well, lead the way, please. and I'll engage that the master shall give me supper and lodging tonight. You can try. Wait, man, wait. You've got for long enough. You can't afford to sleep to that anyone the rest of the world. Is this the house?
Aye, it's the house. Down there. Wait here.
So then, at least.
That's for you. Yonder his room. Go in.
Who are you? How came you here? What do you want? James Murray, barrister at law. On foot across the moor. Eat, drink, and sleep. Mine is not a house of entertainment. Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger?
I didn't admit him. He followed me over the moor and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2".
And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house? The same by which I should have come to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation. Self-preservation? There's a foot of snow on the ground already. It'll be deep enough to cover my body by daybreak. It is true. You can stay here if you choose till morning. Jacob, serve the supper. Be seated.
Your manners are excellent, my friend. It is a very fine head, like a poet's. Kind of scientist you must be if this room's a telescope. Pictures, saints and devils, geological specimens, microscope. And is there an organ there in the corner? Books, books, and more books. Enough to keep a keen man busy for a year. But why didn't you speak to me, blasted? You didn't even know your name. But there you look like a big from Beethoven. I wonder if you would consider it bad taste if I drew nearer the fire.
On the table. I have only the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir. Your appetite will, I trust, make up for the deficiencies of our larder.
Ham, eggs, bread, and what appears to be a bottle of excellent sherry. My friend, I can think of nothing better. Thank you 1,000 times, thank you. You will preserve my life. Please be seated. Was the food upon these dishes be poisoned, I wonder? Forgive it, I cannot help it. At least I shall expire with a full stomach. Probably the finest meal I've ever tasted. Thank you.
To a castaway on a desert island in a storm, a glass of uncontaminated water and a crust would seem manna from heaven. I have lived here in semi-retirement for 23 years.
During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces. I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information about the outer world from which I have been parted for so long?
Interrogate me, sir. I am heartily at your service.
My inquiries will relate primarily to scientific matters. If you are not a student of science, no matter. Answer to the best of your ability. More and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its narrow radius. Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony.
I believe he has forgotten my presence.
Attested by all.
Here is a brilliant man, a man of vision, spurned by his contemporaries because of his greater knowledge, a man born out of his time. If it were not for my poor dear wife waiting for me anxiously, I swear I could listen to this man all night long.
Branded as a visionary, held up for ridicule for my scientific beliefs, hooted from that field of science in which I'd labored with honor for during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 3 and 20 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me. And I have forgotten the world. And there, sir, you have my history.
It is a very sad one.
But it is a very common one. I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better man has suffered before me. You shall have more sherry. Pray, why do you look suddenly so anxious?
I was thinking of my wife, my poor little wife. We have only been married 4 months, and she'll be waiting for me, watching for me, not knowing anything about my fate. I promised, you see, that I should return before dark. Ceased? Oh, if only it were possible. But no, it is impossible. Walk 20 miles across the moor, even if I could find my way.
Walk 20 miles? What are you thinking of?
My poor wife. She'll be breaking her heart with suspense and terror.
Where is she at this moment?
At Wolding.
At Wolding. Yes, it is true. The distance is 20 miles. Are you very anxious to save the next 8 or 10 hours?
So anxious, I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse.
Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Wolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot. It will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you onto the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one.
Easily, gladly.
The snow lies deep. A glass of Escobar before you start. Not a pleasanter journey than the one you are contemplating this night.
James Murray drank the spirit, and it went down like fire, liquid fire, and took his breath away. There was more than one instance during the next 2 hours or so when he wished fervently that he had stayed with the self-exiled man of science, rather than take the path through the snow to the old coach road at night. And yet I cannot remember such bitter cold. Not a single star. Your master is a very eloquent man, Jacob. A brilliant man. Deep. Walking is difficult, to be sure. How much further to the coach road? Yeah. After those hours of talk from the master, walking with a servant is like attempting conversation with a tailor's dummy.
On your road, keep the stone fence to your right hand, and then you can't fail of the way.
This, then, is the old coach road.
Aye, it is the old coach road.
And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?
Nigh upon 3 miles. The road's a fair road enough. for foot passengers, but was over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close against the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident.
Accident? What accident was that?
Jacob? Beg pardon?
What accident?
The night mail pitched right over, down into the gully below. A good 50 feet or more. Just the worst bit of road in the whole country.
Oh, horrible. Were many lives lost?
All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning.
Oh, terrible. How long since this happened? Jacob, how long since the accident?
Just 9 years.
Near the signpost, you say. I'll bear it in mind. Good night, Jacob.
Good night.
And here. Thank you. I'm deeply obliged to you.
Good night, sir. And thank you.
Feel terribly lonely. Lonely, somehow. As if I've been deserted by the last man in the world. Ice. It is as if I'm scaling some gigantic Alp. All right. Is it? Yes. Jacob, he's coming back again. The fire? No. There's a second light. Parallel. They must be carriage lamps. Must be private vehicle. But what would be out in a night like this? Yes, it is some coast or the other, but this is impossible. It's coming on fast. Can't hear a sound. No. Looks strangely noisy. It is possible that I passed the crossroads in the dark. Jacob said 3 miles, I have to walk. Can this be the coach underneath? No, I would never have missed the signpost.
And then the coach, for coach it certainly was, bore down upon Murray, came around a bend in the road and came towards him fast. Guard, driver, 1 outside passenger, 4 steaming greys. The lamps blazed like a pair of fiery meteors.
Hello, wait there, coach, hello, coach!
And the coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep, neither answered Murray's hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. Murray clambered inside the coach, and the coach started again, as noiseless as ever.
Seems as cold in the coach as it was outside. 3 passengers only. And welcome to the world. This is scarcely the friendliest part of the world I've been in. How intensely cold it is tonight. The winter seems to have begun in earnest. Most friendly. He heard me. I know he did, for he turned his eyes upon me. Damp. Most disagreeable. Smell in here. It's quite... it's like ice. It's warmer in the night air by far. I can't bear the smell in here. The window down could hardly let in more cold than is already present. Have you any objection to an open window? I said, have you any objection to an open window? Very well, then. I take it you have none? It's rotten. Quite rotten. This window. I'm sorry, excuse me. This window is covered with mildew. Have you noticed? Anybody? Have you? The whole coach is in the very last stages of dilapidation. Decaying. Look. It's hardly safe, is it? How can it possibly be safe? Why, the whole machine is quite foul, and it must have been dragged from some outhouse somewhere. It must have been mouldering away for years. Quite deplorable. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair, yes?
passenger to which James Murray addressed this last remark turned slowly and looked at him. Murray knew that he would never forget the sight of that face as long as he lived. He turned cold at heart under its scrutiny. The eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. The face was livid as the face of a corpse. The bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death and showed the gleaming teeth between. Murray turned to his office now. He, too, was staring at him with the same startling pallor in his face and the same stony glitter in his eyes.
What are you? What are you?
And then Murray realized that none of the passengers in that coach were living men, not living men as himself. A pale, phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their terrible eyes were alive, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon James Murray. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in a flash of summer lightning, he saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. Brilliant. A man like that. Exile. Fine food. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing. Ceased snowing now. Hopeless. Walk 20 miles across the moor. Across the... Where is it? Golding. Golding. Golding? Golding. Oh, we found it. Crossed the... Who died next morning? 20 miles. Crossed the... Found it. Crossed the...
He fell. Close against the junction of the old coach road and the new. Oh, thank God you were saved. Thank God. You must have lain for so long in snow. Soft snow. They found you at daybreak. 2 shepherds. The letters in your pocketbook showed your name, and I was summoned. You were so long in danger. So long. So many days, weeks. The surgeon said you had dreamed in your delirium. Such a frightful dream, my love. Such a frightful dream. Oh, James, my darling, safe now.
Dreams. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that I was the 4th inside passenger in the Phantom coach.
Sailor. I cross the Atlantic pretty often. I have my favorite ships, you see, and I have a habit of waiting for certain vessels I favor. It may be prejudice, but I was only cheated out of a good passage once in my life. I remember it very well. It was one June, and the Kamchatka was a ship I always loved to travel on. I say was, because she emphatically no longer is. She's uncommonly clean in the run aft. She has enough bluffing off in the bows to keep her dry, and a lower berth for most of them double.
She has a lot of advantages. But I won't cross that duck pond in her again. Why? You'll find out. You'll find out the terror that was curtained in the upper berth on the June crossing of the Atlantic that year, when all the drowned souls who ever were endeavored to drag me beyond midnight. Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Since Biotex appeared on the market, we've had many endorsements from time to time, and these can be seen in our office. I am broadcasting some of these to you, and will do so as they come to hand. Mrs. M.V. Krauser of 5th Avenue, Pinetown, Natal, wrote and said, "Here's a letter from me of appreciation to the makers of Biotex. I am highly satisfied with Biotex, and have introduced my friends to your product, and so far, there has not been one complaint that it does not live up to the claims you make for it. I have two sons aged 2.5 and 1 year. The elder boy gets filthy dirty, and his clothes are pretty much the worse for wear at the end of the day. The baby naturally drags himself about, and his little diapers become very black and dirty at the end of each day, too. The point I'm trying to make with you is that every night I soak these diapers and the elder child's clothing in Biotex, and in the morning, all I have is a slight rubbing and rinsing, and that's it. The name again is Biotex." $105, lower berth, please.
The steward took my portmanteau, greatcoat, and rug. I shall never forget the expression on his face. I supposed at the time, as he led me into the lower regions, that the steward had had a little grog, but I said nothing and followed him. 105 was on the port side, well aft. There was nothing remarkable about the cabin. The lower berth was double. There was the usual washing apparatus. The folded blankets looked like large buckwheat cakes. The general air was one of desolation, I remember.
I'll try and make you as comfortable as I can, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. So, I hope it'll be a good crossing for you.
Well, one passes across the Atlantic very much like another. Whales and icebergs are always indeed objects of interest. But after all, one whale is very much like another whale, and one rarely sees an iceberg at close quarters.
I agree, sir. No, one don't.
I must say, I'm not looking forward to the first day at sea. People pace the decks and stare at one. Everything's uncertain. No one knows whether the food's going to be good or bad or indifferent. Seasickness. No, I don't like the first day. Not that I'm generally sick, but new sailors, you know.
Yeah. Well, sir, if everything...
Yes, thanks very much. I'm sure you want to go and look after more passengers now.
Oh, thank you, sir. Pleasant trip.
I had the funny feeling, even then, that he was thinking me a queer fish. I don't know why. I also felt he didn't like number 105. But, I mean, he wasn't going to live in it. I wasn't very keen either, but it didn't worry me unduly. I wasn't very pleased to find I was to have a companion, I have to admit. Before I'd been long in bed that night, he came in, too. He was very tall, very pale, very thin, with sandy hair and whiskers. He was overdressed and a bit odd. I didn't like him and made up my mind I'd give him a miss whenever possible. If he rose early, I decided I would rise late, and vice versa. Anyway, I was pretty tired that first night. And perhaps the cabin wouldn't be so bad after all, I thought. What the devil? What happened to him? Gone. Nightmares? groaning a bit. Odd smell. Damp, sort of. Blasted cold, in fact. What happened to that other fellow? Well...
It's a fine morning, and it's not a fine morning. I don't think it's much of a morning myself.
Well, no, it's not a very fine, must admit. You're the doctor, aren't you? My name's Brisbane.
It's just what I call fugly weather. Yes, I'm the doctor. How do you do?
How do you do? It was very cold last night, I thought. However, when I looked, I found the porthole was wide open. Hadn't noticed it when I went to bed. Cabin was damp, too.
Damp? Whereabouts are you?
105. Why?
100...
Whatever's the matter?
Oh, nothing. No. Only, it's just that everybody's complained of that cabin for the last 3 trips.
Well, I shall complain, too. It certainly hasn't been properly aired. It's a shame.
Look, I don't believe it can be helped. You see, I believe there's something...
What?
Well, it's not my business to frighten passengers.
Oh, you needn't be afraid of frightening me. I can stand any amount of damp. If I get a cold, I shall come to you.
It's not so much the damp. However, I just say you'll get along very well. You have a roommate?
The deuce of a fellow who bolts out during the night and leaves the door open. Doctor, you keep staring at me.
Did he come back, this fellow?
Yes. I was asleep, but I woke up and heard him moving. And I felt cold and went to sleep again. This morning I found the porthole open.
Look here. I don't care much for this ship. I don't care a rep for a reputation. I'll tell you what I'll do. I have a good-sized cabin up here. I'll share it with you, although I don't know you from Adam.
That's very good of you. Really, I think even now the cabin could be aired and cleaned out or something. Why don't you care for the ship?
We're not superstitious in our profession, sir. But the sea makes people so. I don't want to prejudice you, and I don't want to frighten you. But if you'll take my advice, you'll move in with me. I'd as soon see you overboard as know that you or any other man was asleep in 105.
Good gracious. Why?
Just because on the last 3 trips, the people who have slept there actually have gone overboard.
I was sure the doctor wasn't pulling my leg, but I was resolute all the same. I told him that even if 3 people had gone overboard, I was going to prove the exception. At breakfast that morning, I noticed that 1 or 2 of the officers looked grave. When I'd finished my meal, I left the dining room. I was informed by the steward that the captain of all people wanted to see me. I went toward the captain's cabin and found him waiting for me.
Sir, I want to ask a favor of you.
Do anything to oblige you.
Your roommate has disappeared. He's known to have turned in early last night. Did you notice anything extraordinary in his manner?
You don't mean to say he's gone overboard?
I fear he has.
He's the 4th, then. And I told the captain what the doctor had told me. He seemed annoyed. Then I told him what had occurred in the night. He was shocked and looked very grave.
What you say coincides almost exactly with what was told to me by the roommates of the 2 of the others who disappeared from 105. That boat out and down the passage. 2 of them were seen to go overboard by the watch. Nobody, however, saw or heard the man who was lost last night.
The others, you searched, of course?
Of course. We stopped and lowered the boats, but we found nothing. Now, sir, I beg you not to mention this to any of the other passengers. I don't want the ship to get a bad name, and nothing hangs about the ocean going like stories of suicides. You shall have the choice of the officers' cabins, including mine, for the rest of the trip. Is that a bargain?
Yes, but I shan't move, thank you. If the steward will just take that unfortunate man's things out, I'll stay where I am. You'd have no fear that I'll follow him.
I'd rather...
Thank you, Captain. I'd rather stay where I am. Just 1 or 2 small things. I'd like the room cleaned and aired. I'd like the fastening of the port looked into. The thing was open this morning. And maybe the catch is loose or something.
Of course, you've every right to stay where you please, but... Oh, well, hang it, man. I wish you'd let me lock the place up and have done with it.
Towards evening, I met the doctor again, and he asked me whether I'd changed my mind. I told him I had not. He didn't say much, just, "You will, before long."
How to handle his car. Johnson's Rally, the new car wax with the detergent-proof formula, won't wash off. It's detergent-resistant. Rally gives sure wax protection that's deep and long-lasting. And the finish is fast, very fast. Johnson's Rally car wax in liquid or paste form.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find it's so as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex soap stubborn stains away.
Clean, everything soon will be clean, for all the world to see. Soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotex.
Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Stewart? Yes, sir. What the deuce do you mean, you scoundrel? Leaving the port open every night. That's against the regulations. Do you realize if the ship heeled and water started to come in, 10 men couldn't shut it? I'm going to report you to the captain for endangering the ship.
Sir?
Well?
Sir, if you please, sir, there's nobody on board who can keep that porthole shut. You can try it yourself, sir. I ain't staying on this ship any longer once she docks, sir. And if I was you, sir, I'd just clear out and go and sleep with a surgeon or something.
I don't want to sleep with a surgeon.
Try that port now, sir. Wait, sir. There, sir. Try it now, sir. It's fast.
Right.
Yes, sir. But I'll wager my reputation as an A1 steward that within half an hour that thing will be open again.
If I find it open in the night, I'll give you a $5. It's not possible.
$5, did you say, sir? Oh, thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Pleasant repose and all manner of enchanting dreams, sir. Night, sir.
I went to bed and I slept. I awoke startled, sometime in the small hours. I felt the draft. I got out of my bunk and stood. The port was again wide open. It was then I thought I heard someone or something moving behind the closed curtains in the upper berth. I thrust in my hands to see if there was anyone in the upper berth. There was someone. It was as if I was plunging my hands into a damp cellar. The air was full of the smell of stagnant seawater. I laid hold of something that had the shape of a man's arm, but was smooth and wet and icy cold, and then the creature sprang violently forward against me. A clammy, oozy mass hit against me. It was heavy and wet and seemed endowed with supernatural strength. And then the creature rushed to the door and out. A sort of creeping horror had taken hold of me. But I examined the upper berth once more, by the light of the railway reading light I always carry with me. The bed had been slept in. The smell of the sea was strong, but the bedding was as dry as bone. I did not sleep anymore. I waited for the porthole to open again. It didn't. Morning. Doctor, you're quite right. There is something wrong about 105, and that's an understatement.
Thought you'd change your mind. Had a bad night, huh? You want to pick me up? Have a capital recipe.
No, thank you. But I would like to tell you what happened.
Come to my place.
The peculiar thing was I couldn't get the blasted port closed. I struggled and actually bent the brass fittings before I finally got it to stay.
Bring your bags here. Stay with me.
No. You come and take half of my cabin for a night. Help me get to the bottom of this thing.
You'll get to the bottom of something else if you try.
What?
The bottom of the sea. I'm leaving this ship. It's not canny.
You won't help me then?
Not I. It's my business to cure passengers' ailments, not monkey about with ghosts and things.
You really believe it is a ghost?
Have you any reasonable explanation of these things to offer? No, you have not. You say you'll find an explanation. Well, I tell you you won't, sir, because there isn't one.
But, my dear sir, can you tell me as a man of science that these things can't be explained?
I can tell you, and I do. And even if they could be explained, I would not be concerned with that explanation.
I'd made up my mind to spend another night in 105. If the doctor wouldn't join me, I was determined to have the captain. Consequently, I told him the whole story. I said that if no one would spend the night with me, I would ask leave to have the light burning all night and would try it alone. The captain fell for my ploy.
Look here. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show you a watch myself. We'll just see what happens. There may be some fellow skulking on board who steals a passage by frightening the people on this ship. It's just possible that there may be something queer in the carpentering of that berth.
Then I suggest, Captain, we take with us the ship's carpenter and make a thorough examination of the whole cabin.
Certainly. We will.
We did that. We took the cabin bit by bit completely to pieces. We found nothing in the least bit extraordinary. As we were finishing our work, the steward, Robert, looked in.
Well, sir, did you find anything, sir?
You were right about the porthole, Robert. Here we are.
Oh, thank you, sir. But, begging your pardon, sir, I'm a plain man, sir. But it's my belief you'd better turn out your things and let the carpenter here run half a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of this cabin. There's been 4 lives lost out of here to my own remembrance. And that in 4 trips. Better give it up, sir. Better give it up.
I'll try it for one more night.
Now, you'll just put your signature to that, Mr. Brisbane?
Yes, sir.
You see, I cannot afford to laugh at the affair. Your signature to this writing, telling what we're about to do, is at least proof that another responsible man believed that something queer was happening in room 105 this crossing. Oh, well, if both of us are all right after this night and we do observe or experience anything uncanny, then you and I together will fill in our experiences and emotions. If nothing happens tonight, we'll try it again tomorrow and the next day. Now, suppose we put your portmanteau before the door. One of us can sit on it. Nothing can get out then. Is the port screwed down? Yes.
I like the reading lantern, as you suggest. And now we can see well into the upper berth.
And I shall sit before the door.
I said thoroughly. There's nothing in here save ourselves. Nothing at all. It's impossible for any human being to get in. Or for any human being to open the port.
All right. If we see anything now, it must be either imagination or something supernatural. First time it happened was in March. The person who slept here in the upper berth turned out to have been a lunatic. He'd taken this passage without the knowledge of his friends. He rushed out in the night and threw himself overboard before the officer of the watch could stop him. His suicide was accounted for on the grounds of his insanity. I've never heard of such a thing ever occurring before or after or in any other ship. Well, on the very trip... What are you looking at?
I could not reply. My eyes were riveted upon the porthole. The brass loop nut was beginning to turn, very slowly, upon the screw. It moves!
It's loosened. Look at it, it's loosened. I can turn it just with my hand. The queer thing is that the second man who was lost was supposed to have gone through that porthole. The weather was very heavy. There was an alarm that one of the ports was open, that the sea was coming in. Down here we found the whole cabin flooded. The water poured in every time the ship rolled. Ever since then, the place smells of seawater. On my word, I can smell it now, can't you?
Yes. To smell like this, the place must be damp. Yet when the carpenter examined it this morning, it seemed perfectly dry. Why? How did that bolt on the port come loose, Captain? I saw it move. Hello. How did... My reading lantern, which had been placed in the upper berth, was extinguished. Most extraordinary. What? The port! It's no good. Wait. Stick. Do they ring? No good. Nothing can close it. Nothing. I'm as good. Brisbane, there's something in the upper berth. Hold the door. It won't escape us, whatever it is. No, wait. And I flung myself across that cabin and seized something which lay in the upper berth. There was something ghostly, horrible beyond words, and it moved in my grip. It was like the body of a man long drowned, and yet it moved and had the strength of 10 men living. Dead white eyes seemed to stare at me out of the dusk. The putrid odor of rank seawater was about it. Shiny hair hung in foul, wet curls over its face. I was wrestling with a dead thing. It wound its corpse's arms around my neck, the living death that was overpowering me. I lay a long time on that cabin floor. The thing, whatever it was, could only have gone one way out, through the port. I revived the captain. He wasn't hurt, but badly stunned. There's nothing more. The carpenter ran a dozen 4-inch screws through the door of 105. And if ever you take a passage on the Kamchatka, you may ask for a berth in that cabin. You'll be told that it is engaged. It is engaged by something that's dead. I finished the trip in the surgeon's cabin. The captain never sailed again on that ship, although it is still running. I shall never sail on her either. You see, I saw a ghost, if that's what the thing was. It was dead anyway. I believe that somehow that poor wretch who flung himself overboard, the first one, the lunatic, I believe he's condemned until that ship sails the Atlantic for the last time, to sleep in the upper berth and hurl himself to his drowning death at night, every night.
Let's play some music. I feel like dancing.
But I thought you had a splitting headache.
Oh, that was 5 minutes ago. I've taken Grandpa headache powder since.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find it's soak as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Another day. 17 left. 17 short, swift days. And you'll be 40, Robert Holmes. 40 years old.
Yes? Oh, leave it there, please. No, on the table there.
Thank you. 40 years old.
Generally, it is the so-called frailer or weaker sex who are so conscious of the passage of time that they hear the knell of doom in the number 40. Generally speaking, that is. To Robert Holmes, though, 40 held all the terrors that modern man can imagine within its two crisp syllables. 40. 17 days short. Oddly, with each succeeding year, the age gap between him and Eloise seemed to widen, as if time were carrying him along and leaving her behind. In the beginning, she had looked at him as being attractively mature, while now he felt she regarded him as growing old. It was no trick of the imagination, the way he saw Eloise looking at the younger men in the club, and a number of them, young bucks like Edward Mathis, were not above doing something about it. Poor Robert. He should have done something about it himself. Instead, he allowed it to prey on his mind, and that pathetic little number, the one that comes after 39, carried him beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I'll get it, darling. Hello? Oh, hello, Beryl. Look, I've been dying to hear what happened the other day.
29. That's all she is. Looks 23. But beauty, youth, money too. Always gregarious. Thought she'd become a bit calmer though after marriage. She did, I suppose, but only for a year or two. But then I didn't look old. Hair hadn't even begun to recede. Grey now, falling out. I look about 80. Getting a double chin, too. Can't get away from it. Very unfair. I think it's all happening to her. I wouldn't mind if she got a few lines as well. That woman's going backwards. She's getting younger.
Bye. Yes, of course, Beryl, love. Bye.
Bye.
Robert, you see, felt his security imperiled. In fact, he had completely, by this time, convinced himself that the only answer to his problem lay in his wife's death.
Oh, dear. That Beryl, she is the limit, she really is.
Beryl?
Oh, you know Beryl?
No, I don't.
Oh, of course you do, darling. Beryl Crimmer. She got married last spring to that tennis player, John something or other.
John?
We were terribly surprised. He's at least 7 years younger than she is. Never thinks he's the most beautiful man she's ever known. I've never seen hair so fair, and he's got so much of it.
Yes, Eloise had youth, vitality, and longevity. It was a family trait. This combination virtually eliminated all chance for a natural death. Thus, Robert Holmes found himself with a sole possibility. In order for Eloise to die, he would have to kill her himself.
There we are, Mr.
Holmes. One dry martini.
Oh, thanks.
You and your martinis, Mr. Holmes. I always thought it was only Americans who drank them. Give me a nice pint any day of the week.
Dry?
As the desert breeze. You've never been to America, have you, Mr. Holmes?
No. No, I've never been to America.
They say it's a wonderful country. That's a nice cigarette case, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, wife gave it to me for my birthday.
You live out at Huntington, don't you, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, that's right. 134, on the hill.
That's a nice house, I know it. It's got a tennis court, garage for 4 cars. It's big. I used to work for the bloke who owned it during the war. Jack Conyers owned it then. He was a bootlegger.
A what?
That's what they call him in the States, Mr. Holmes. Distillers of and runners of black market liquor.
Oh.
During the war, the customers telephoned their orders, and we get the stuff out of the stockroom under the garage and send it out to them at black market prices. The police were never able to
Room
find
under
it.
the garage? But there's no room under the garage.
Well, it's probably been filled in a long time ago. Now, there used to be one under there. There was a trapdoor in the garage floor and some steps leading down. The door was on a spring, and you had to push it in a certain place to make the trap open. Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me. Got to go. It's customers.
Hello, Bobby boy.
How
are you?
Oh, Charlie, you celebrating?
Well, wife's gone away. Visiting her sister. First time she's left me for 15 years. Look, I might be telling tales out of school and all that, but I just saw your charming bride.
Well?
Well, I mean, maybe I ought to keep my big mouth shut.
Oh, come on, you're drunkard up with it.
Well, I've been around the town to a few pubs today, and...
That I can see.
Well, I was in the Domino earlier on, and that's where I saw Eloise. She was with a youngster called Mathis.
Mathis? Edward Mathis?
Yes, Edward, that's the word, Edward.
You're sure?
Well, look, Bob, I've had a few drinks, but there's nothing wrong with my eyesight. Oh, he's a smart one, that Mathis is.
Yes, very smart.
What would you like to do on your birthday, Bob? It's only a couple of weeks off, you know. You'll be 40.
You don't have to remind me.
What? Oh, would you like to get a crowd together and go to the club?
I'm not particularly looking forward to this birthday, if you don't mind.
Why? Because you'll be 40. Oh, don't be absurd. You know what they say, life begins at 40.
Oh, for heaven's sake, spare me the cliche. I don't act so blasted smug. One of these days, you too are going to be 40.
Of course, he's a long, long way off from me yet. Oh, still, it's nothing to be afraid of.
He glanced down the long table at his wife. She had a secret, of that he was sure. 9 years they'd been married now, 9 years on her money. Even his job in her father's brokerage firm would go down the drain if anything happened to their marriage.
Is anything wrong, Bob?
What did you do today?
Oh, nothing important. Went to the club, played 9 holes, and...
With whom did you play?
What is this, Robert? An inquisition? Well, just what is this all of a sudden? You're acting like a suspicious, peevish old man.
Oh, forget it. I've had a bad day at the office. Forget it. job. House, car. Something's got to be done. Yes, something's definitely got to be done. That's a car and a half.
Yes, she's a beauty, isn't she? Lovely yellow.
Oh, hello. Yeah, one of the most beautiful cars I've ever seen. Yeah. Oh, mamma mia. Would you ask Mathis if he's not too busy? I'd like to see him, please.
Oh, Ed won't be in again until this afternoon. Shall I ask him?
No, never mind. I'll come back again some other time.
To blazes with work today. That's what Holmes thought that morning. He drove home again. Her car was not in the garage. He moved moodily about the house for a while, drank 2 drinks, and then suddenly remembered what the barman had said about the old trapdoor in the cellar of his house. With a strange excitement, he went to investigate. Something had clicked in his mind.
Right. I filled up everything in. Doesn't seem to be. No, he wasn't telling fairy stories. And it isn't filled in either.
Quickly, Holmes grabbed the flashlight and, climbing through the trap, made his way down a flight of stone steps into... what? The room under the floor was large, approximately the size of the garage itself. The mold-encrusted ceiling was formed of steel I-beams surmounted by the concrete garage floor. The 4 walls were concrete, too. The floor was hard-packed earth. The air was close and fetid.
This is it. This is the answer. A few details here and there, and my future is secure.
On a Thursday, a week and 2 days before his 40th birthday, Robert Holmes decided not to go to work. He told his wife he had some paperwork to wade through, and accordingly he shut himself into his study and waited. An observer hidden with him in that room, though, would have observed that the gentleman in question opened no books, picked up no pens. Instead, he merely waited and listened, close by the door. After a while, he heard Eloise go to the telephone, make a call, and agree with one of her women friends to play golf that day. She replaced the phone just as Robert stepped out into the hall.
Oh, hello, darling. Finished already?
No, just taking a breather.
Well, I hate to make you jealous.
What's that? Well, what's that on your neck?
Neck?
Just...
Yes, Robert did a very workmanlike job of throttling Eloise. As soon as he had finished, he carried her down to the room under the garage and buried her in the shallow grave he had dug the day before. By the time he carried this out, washed his hands and straightened his tie, barely 5 minutes had passed. In another 15 minutes, he was sitting at his desk at his office in town. Came 4:30 that afternoon.
Miss Cook, I've got a bit of a nasty pain in my stomach. In fact, I don't feel well at all. I'd like you to ring my wife, please. If she's not at home, she'll be either at the Dawsons or with some friends.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. Awfully sorry. I've tried all the places you said, but no one's seen her today.
Huh?
This Mrs. Bascom said she talked to your wife this morning. They were supposed to play golf together. Apparently Mrs. Holmes just didn't turn up.
That's strange.
Yes, sir.
It is strange. Not like Eloise at all. Did you try my home phone?
Oh, yes, sir. That's the first place I tried. No one answered. How does your tummy feel now?
Seems to be getting worse, if anything. Must have been something I had at lunch.
Well, you shouldn't go home if there's no one there.
Here. That's the number of the woman who does for us. It's Thursday today, her day off. Look, call her and explain the situation.
Yes.
Tell her to take a taxi out to the house and say, I'll be there within the hour.
Would you like me to drive you home, Mr. Holmes?
That's very nice of you. I hate to inconvenience you, though.
Oh, it's no trouble, sir. I'll get your hat and coat, shall I? You won't need your briefcase, will you? Or is there something...
Yes. No, quite. Yes, of course. No, I phoned them. Yes. No, I suppose not. Oh, thank you. What about the last of the hospitals? In fact, it is the last within 20 miles, anyhow.
Well, could she have gone on a trip, do you suppose?
Oh, no, she'd have told me. Anyway, her car's still there.
Maybe you should call the police. Mum had to do that about Dad once. They found him 3 months later sitting in a park in Manchester feeding the pigeons.
Well, if I don't hear anything within the hour, I will call them. Yes, I'd better do that. Now, where's Mrs. Ruddy Watson? You phoned her. She promised to be here. Look, I don't want to keep you.
I've told you before, Sergeant Wilkins, and I'll tell you again. People do not simply disappear. She's got to be somewhere.
Oh, we've checked and rechecked everywhere she could have left it down, Inspector, and she didn't leave. She's still here somewhere. Yeah, well, perhaps we'd better let the newspapers have a crack at it.
You know that's out. Her father's a very big man. The editors of some of the biggest national papers are like Siamese twins to him, let alone the locals. He doesn't want anything in the paper about it. He says she might have just gone away for a while and doesn't want to be embarrassed.
You know, that husband knows more than he's saying.
Maybe he killed her.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me one bit.
And what did he do with the body?
Well, maybe he buried her. Maybe he dissolved her in acid and washed her down the drain. I don't know what he did with it.
We've been through and over every darned inch of the ground on the property. If just supposing he did bump her off, Sergeant, where the heck did he bury her?
Well, anyway, Holmes can account almost for every second from the time Mrs. Bascom talked to his wife on the phone until the time he phoned in the missing persons report. His alibi's too darn good.
A jury doesn't convict people for having good alibis.
And suddenly a whole new world opened up before Robert Holmes. Exciting possibilities. There were no boundaries, it seemed to him now. The world was his oyster. He decided that it was a holiday he was needing. A long, long holiday. Of course, he'd keep the house. He would refrain from letting it or anything stupid like that.
You can't let the ruddy thing.
Not with what the room under the garage contained.
Not with what's downstairs.
Although, of course, who could ever find it?
But then no one could ever find it.
They might just get into conversation with the barman.
Might just happen to talk with old Dutch in the bar. Oh, that's a bit dodgy.
Certainly would. Imagine it.
Oh, so you're renting number 134 on the hill. Used to work 3 years ago. Before the present owner, of course. Rich geezer has it now. His wife disappeared in mysterious circumstances. It's never been found. Some people reckon he had something to do with it. But they never managed to make anything of it. Guess what? Underneath the garage floor, there's this cellar place. All you do, as I remember, is to find a certain place on the wall.
Oh, no. Definitely not Robert Holmes.
Certainly not. Lock the whole place up. Put it in the hands of reliable lawyers. So take it. Well, I'll return from time to time, of course.
Of course. Otherwise,
people might think I've run away. South of France, I think. Then, Switzerland. It'd be wise to check with that inspector chap, I think. After all, it's only been 9 days. All the beautiful ladies in the world are waiting for you, Bob Holmes. 40 40? What sort of an age is 40 anyway to a man with money? Oh, hello. Inspector Jason, please. Yes, I think he is expecting me to ring. Thank you. Bless you. Touchy for reminding me of the moment. Hello. Inspector. Robert Holmes here. Yes. No. Look, Inspector, I've got to get away, just for a while. It's been a terrible strain on me, as you can imagine. Of France. Oh, yes, of course. And if she turns up, as I'm sure she must, the silly girl. Now, if you can contact me... No, I'm sorry, Inspector. I will not allow such a terrible possibility to prey on my mind. I'm sure she merely decided on the spur of the moment to... Oh, thank you. That's nice of you. But it's perfectly all right then. I mean, I thought I'd just check. Good, fine. Well, as soon as I've got an address, I'll... Yeah. Right? Cheerio. Thank you for all your help.
No ordinary day, this. It was Robert Holmes' 40th birthday. He had allowed the woman who did for him leave for an indefinite period, on a generous retainer, of course. He began to pack. Then he discovered an annoying thing. He couldn't find the diamond-studded tie clip that Eloise had given him for his 39th birthday. He tried to remember when he had last worn it. It had been the day he had killed Eloise. He remembered dressing and waiting for her to make a phone call. Later, he had carried her down to the room. He had placed her in the grave and covered her.
It's got to be down there. It's the only place it can be. Oh, I can't believe it. It cost at least £1,000. Diamonds are huge. Anyway, I never found the room and found her. And a tie clip was there, too. No, there's no risk anyway. I'm alone.
And so, accordingly, he got a torch, opened the trap, and started down the stairs. He was halfway down when he heard the car approach.
Oh, the blazes. The coppers must be...
With his ear to the trapdoor above him, Robert realized that the car, and whoever had driven it there, had come into the garage. It had to be the police.
I'll wait for you here.
Who's that? It's not the police.
Several minutes passed. Then came another voice.
Nobody seems to be home. The back door's open, but no one came when I rang. Might be in the bar. Well, she said deliver it this morning. I'm positive of that. It's his birthday. What shall we do?
Suddenly, Robert recognized the second voice. Ed Mathis.
Mathis?
We'll leave the car where it is. It's paid for. We'll go back to town in your car.
Waiting a decent interval, Robert searched for the tie clip and found it. Now he was ready to go. South of France, blue waters and film starlets with loose morals awaited him. Swimming, fishing, sailing, golf. The door remained shut. He placed his back against the trap. He strained against it with all the power of his back and legs. And then he felt a wave of terror. Like a page slowly unfolding before him, he saw it. Ed Mathis. The secret meeting with Eloise. Mathis was a car salesman at the place where he had admired the beautiful car that day. His birthday. 40. And standing there like a poised missile just inches above him, the yellow, beautiful sports car, with one wheel resting firmly on the trap door.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
He awoke for the third consecutive occasion at dawn, sweating and terrified, with the details of the dream vivid in his mind. His hands were clutching the simple iron frame of the bedstead above his head, and the dews of his night terror had soaked the linen of the bedding. His name was Farlow. He was a genius in his line, that of higher physics. He was also a friend and acquaintance of mine, and I believe it my duty to tell his story. Not that I know what it all means, but I do know that Farlow was not mad. And yet, why should a celebrated scientist be admitted at his own request as a private patient to Green Mansion for rest and observation? Green Mansion is, not to put too fine a point on it, a luxuriously appointed mental home. You see, my friend Farlow experienced a brand of mental torture that is perhaps greater than anything ever recorded. More terrible than anything dreamed up by the horror writers of the last 2 centuries. He traveled further than any other into the regions that lie beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Recently, I received a letter from Mrs. Myra Strawn. It was quite a lengthy letter and emphasized many of the points we've been making over the past month about Biotex. She said that when the product first came on the market, she and her daughters were a bit skeptical, but nevertheless decided to give it a go. And indeed, she is now most enthusiastic and a great supporter. She recommends it to neighbors and friends. Another letter from Mrs. J. Lake of Fruitflame Mines, Springs, said that she wished to congratulate the makers of Biotex, and went on to say that she had 2 children, 6 and 7 years of age, and that her spin dryer was not able to cope with the stubborn stains of their play clothes. Well, nowadays, she soaks with Biotex overnight in cold water and finds her washing much whiter, and colored clothes are brighter and stain-free.
Farlow was an old friend of mine, and I have pieced the story together as it was told me, over a longish space of time, both from his own lips and from those of the superintendent, Dr. Sondquist, a psychiatrist of great sympathy and brilliance. It was a month or more after the onset of the dream that Farlow had written to tell me that he would appreciate a visit.
I didn't contact you before, Basil, because, well, you knew, of course, that I'd come into this place.
I knew, yes, the news is abroad, but only in the hands of trustworthy people, so...
No, I don't worry. I don't for one moment worry about... Basil, I want to tell you a story.
A story?
Yes. A story with as yet no end.
Ah.
You must forgive me in the telling of it if my thoughts aren't clear, if I ramble.
Yes, of course. I mean, what...
I've been having dreams. At least, I like to call them dreams.
Dreams?
Yes. I say dreams. They are all bits of one, the same dream. Let me try to begin at the beginning. This dream world is a place of terror and fear for me. I've tried to find the place. I've studied maps and atlases of the whole world, but I haven't found...
Yeah, but surely if it's a dream place...
No, wait. You'll see. Early one morning, about 1 o'clock, a month or so ago, perhaps it was 2 months, I don't know. This morning I came home very tired. I think perhaps I'd been overdoing things in the laboratory. Of course I worked too hard. What physicist doesn't? I was hungry anyway, and I had rather a heavy meal. Nearly a pint of black coffee. Quite. And of course I didn't sleep. Not until nearly 3 o'clock. And I dreamed. But the thing is, although I know I was within a dream, I also knew I was awake. In this dream, I was cold, and I was in water, shallow water. I knew that I was in deadly danger of my life, or at least I had been. My mouth was soaked with moisture and salt, and then I felt sand between my toes, which were bare. I opened my eyes, and I found myself in the shallows of the wildest, bleakest shore I have ever seen. I was exhausted, and I started to drag myself up onto a long beach of sloping white sand. It was dawn. When I awoke, it was just 3:10. I know that the last time I'd looked at the clock before sleeping, if you can call it that, the time was only a minute or two before 3. And yet I know I had been away for hours.
Yes, but you know, you must do. The second or two in a dream must be, can be stretched.
To eternity, yes, I know, but I'm afraid it's not as easy as that. You see, I felt very frightened. And I switched on the light and got out of bed. And between my toes, there was sand. And my pajamas were soaked with cold, salt water. You can imagine how terrified I was. The situation is bizarre, unbelievable. And yet it is perfectly true. I'm not mad.
Frightening, I agree. But on the strength of a dream, why,
Not a dream, Basil, but many dreams. And in all of them I am in the same place, upon that same shore. And I am progressing. Each time I dream a little longer, see more things.
Good heaven.
A week passed before I dreamed again. And then just as before, I found myself first in the water and then on the beach. I was coughing. I felt almost drowned. The vision went on even longer. The shore was wild and beautiful, and I knew it to be somewhere in the east. It was not the east as known today, but at a time of great antiquity. It was misty, and the sun came up through the mist. Somehow it seemed a younger sun than we know today. And then I awoke, came back, if you like, through the veil.
And this time were you...
I was wet with seawater, yes. My third dream began with me already lying on the beach. I'd somehow recovered from being in the sea. The sun was well up. I felt as if I'd been lying on the beach for at least 3 hours. In the fourth dream, the sun was higher still in the sky. It is like a cinema film projected over and over again. A little more of the action is revealed each time.
I see.
I'm afraid, Basil, that you'll be supposing my sanity to be in question.
I have every belief in your sanity. Of that I assure you. I may continue to visit you?
I'm counting on it. I need you.
No other knows of the dreams?
Dr. Sundquist.
His reaction?
He's puzzled, of course, but very sympathetic.
I'll come again in 3 days.
Please do.
Of course, I was fully aware of my friend's fears. Not only did he feel his sanity to be suspect, if in fact he was journeying in or on some other plane, would he, during one of the dreams, fail to get back? Would he be lost from this 20th century world? I offered to stay with him in his room and watch. I was sure that Sonnquist would agree to this, but Farlow would not agree. He said this might prevent him from returning. I think if any other man in the world had told me the story, I would be skeptical, perhaps even disbelieving. But from beginning to end, the frightening and bizarre climax, I believed him. I found him on my next visit considerably agitated.
The sequence is advancing faster now. But the terrifying thing is, when I awoke or became conscious in the dream, I was hardly more than damp. And I was a long way up the beach. But this isn't all. When I awoke here, in my room, my pajamas had gone. I was dressed differently, in some sort of open-neck blouse thing made from linen. And my lower half was covered in a pair of baggy pantaloons. What's happening to me, Basil? And are there two me's existing on different planes, or what? I fear I am traveling in these dreams towards some kind of fate, and I shall be able to do nothing to prevent it. When it happens, what will they find here in the bed, in this world, on my return?
I was prevented from seeing Farlow for almost 3 weeks. I had to leave the country on business. I cut short my trip, though, and hurried back because I, too, had a dream. Nothing terrifying, just the common garden nightmare in which my friend Farlow was in dire straits. I went immediately to Green Mansion. Sonnquist assured me that all was apparently well with the physicist, at least on the surface. And indeed, I found him quite calm and rational.
And the night before, nothing. I haven't dreamed for 2 nights. The last time was Friday. Basil, a week or so ago, Sonnquist asked me if I thought it would be possible to bring something back from this dream world of the shore.
Sonnquist asked you that?
Oh, you're surprised. Sonnquist is taking this seriously.
And so am I assure you. Physicists of your reputation and standing do not tell fairy tales. Go on. The doctor said
the dreams have been averaging 3 a week, never more. Each time, each one's progressive. There's bright sun now in the dreams, and the waves are quite calm. And in the distance, I'm able to see the spires of some city.
Heavens. But you said you tried to bring something back. Were you successful?
Have you a cigarette?
Oh, of course, here. From a drawer, he took out something wrapped in white cloth. He brought it across to me and put it down on the table in front of me.
Have a look at this. It's all right. Don't be alarmed. There's nothing unpleasant.
I must confess my hand was a little unsteady as I unwrapped the cloth. What I had before me was a piece of reddish-colored rock, about 6 inches long and 3 wide, weighing perhaps a couple of pounds. You don't mean to say you actually brought this back from...
Yes, that's exactly what I do.
Had anyone look at this thing?
Smithers, one of the best geologists we've got. He was quite excited and puzzled, too. He places it at the time of Christ. He says it comes from the world of approximately 1960 years ago. What upset him, though, was the fact that there's been no weathering since. That piece of rock is as it was. Then. I have some whiskey here. Would you care for a...
Now, an effective spray-on furniture polish that gives a wax shine instantly. Johnson's Pledge. Just spray on, And your duster becomes a magnet. Picks up every speck of dust in seconds. Pledge dusts, cleans, deep waxes quickly, easily. And new, deeper Wax Formula Pledge will protect your furniture longer. Buy Johnson's Pledge Aerosol today.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Business again claimed me for several weeks soon after Farlow's incredible revelation. We kept in touch by letter, and I learned that there had been considerable progression in the dreams. He was dreaming them now 5 or 6 times a week. When I saw him again, his face was gaunt, his eyes bright and unnatural.
In this other place, I've forgotten all about my ordeal in the sea. I can see spires and turrets of the city quite clearly now. And strange as it may seem, I feel in the dream quite light-hearted. It's as if I should be there, as if I'm there for a purpose. I know the name of the city. Emilion. How I know its name, I can't imagine. It's not in any modern atlas. I've searched and searched, heaven knows. It's a beautiful city. Each time these dreams come, I feel stronger and stronger. I've taken to running along the beach, splashing in and out of the water. I gaze at this distant city, which progressively draws nearer. It's a joyous city, shrouded in a rosy mist. It's like Mont Saint-Michel on a bright spring morning. Multiply Mont Saint-Michel 100-fold, and there you have Emilion. Next in my dreams, the banners. And more turrets of Emilion were seen. Across a vast stretch of foaming strand, more than a mile wide, which was stained all pink and gold with the light of the rising sun. And I knew that there was a woman in Emilion who was waiting for me. A woman who is waiting for me. And I know, too, that I love her. The last 2 times I was there, I was walking towards the city, and suddenly I became aware of something, a faint white shape, hazy, like something seen through gauze, away near the city wall. I'm only half a mile away now. I can see this moving shape, or collection of shapes. It seems to be stationary, and yet at the same time it also appears to be moving at an incredible speed. Suddenly I feel afraid. A breath of cold air seems to disperse the last of the mist. And suddenly I feel terribly afraid. I'm still walking towards Emilion. And then I wake up. Or I should say I woke up. For that was my last dream. And I experienced it only last night. I was sweating and icy cold and terribly afraid. And I'm afraid to sleep tonight. I've asked Dr. Sundquist to stay not far from me tonight. Shall we have a whiskey, Basil? Each time I drink with you, I feel it may be for the last time.
I was visiting Farlow every day now. In the mornings. My business was forgotten. I made what arrangements I could so that my living should not altogether go to rack and ruin, but I have to confess that for the greater part of the daylight hours, and sometimes in the dead of night too, my thoughts were constantly with the tortured man who was one of my greatest friends. One thing still puzzled me above all else. Of course you realize, like you and like the splendid Dr. Sundquist, that
Whole business completely confuses me. There's another thing. Listen, you have been at Green Mansion for a long time now. Quite early. Soon after the onset of those dreams. You volunteered to come here. Now, why? Why so soon, I mean? Surely you were not so very strange, so very frightening to begin with, that before waking up and finding sand on your feet and the seawater in your clothes. Is there something you haven't told me?
Yes.
What is it?
The voices.
Voices?
The Janissaries of Emilion.
What?
I've never told you before. From perhaps the second dream onwards, I've heard that phrase. In the wind, it seemed. Called from somewhere. The Janissaries of Emilion. Voices I've heard clamoring. The Janissaries. What do you make of it?
The Janissaries were a sort of guard, weren't they?
Yes. I had Sondikus to bring me the book. The Janissaries were a body of Turkish infantry in olden times. The personal bodyguard of the Sultan of Turkey. They were abolished in 1826. The reference book also gives them as personal instruments of tyranny, Turkish soldier.
But how did this tie in with the period being 2,000 years ago, or the East?
The Janissaries were a terribly ancient force, which existed under many names. They also operated outside Turkey in the East. In my dream, they are coming, this white shape. It's a body of horsemen, the Janissaries of Emilion. In my last dream, Basil, I distinguished the very robes they wear. I could almost see their faces.
Oh, very well. You surely can't take this seriously. I mean, this latest
You haven't
phase...
heard me out. I now know the nature of the threat.
Threat?
I am trying to reach the city. I know I shall never reach the city. Crossing the water to reach me are a body of horsemen clad in white robes.
Can a dream do to harm you?
They will kill me! When they reach me, I'll die!
In my opinion, you need perhaps more skilled medical advice than Sundquist can give you, my friend. If I might suggest...
Good morning, Mr. Basil Copper.
That night, even I doubted Farlow's sanity. I didn't go to see him for 3 days. When next I did go, he seemed to have forgotten our disagreement. I was shocked by the sight of him. He was even more fine-drawn and gaunt than ever. The dream had progressed. He was able, he said, to see the cruel oriental faces of the horsemen now. They carried short, heavy-bladed swords. They wore turbans. They looked so rapacious and sadistic that his dream self was near to fainting with fear. He believed the end was very near now.
He's half the man he was. He lies all day upon his bed, listening to the birds, smoking, dreading the night. He says no man can help him.
Can anyone help him, Dr. Sundquist? Can you help him?
I don't know. For the first time in my career, I am completely and utterly baffled. One thing I do know, though, there is no physical danger. If we are unable to help him, then he may lose his mind for good. But that a dream can harm him other than mentally, no.
I only saw Farlow once more. I remember the occasion very well. It was a Thursday evening, late spring. I was feeling helpless and more gloomy than ever I can remember.
Many things to give mankind, my research, my work. The sense of doom fills my horizon. Those faces. Those ghastly faces. The cruel eyes. If Sundquist is not successful, they will reach me and it'll be the end. The Janissaries of Emilion. The Janissaries of Emilion.
Come in, please, Mr. Copper.
The matron didn't want me to see you, Doctor. She tried to put me off with the superintendent. The place...
Please close the door.
Well,
place is crawling with policemen. Now, I've come to see Farlow.
I have bad news for you. I'm afraid Farlow died in the night.
What happened?
He had a heart attack. There was nothing we could do.
Why are the police here, then?
That is about another matter. Now,
I'm sorry, Doctor. I insist. He was my dear friend. Do you believe that he was mad?
I sometimes believe that I may be.
What does that mean? Doctor, I want to know. Why the police?
Sir, I can rely on your complete discretion.
Absolutely.
You are completely aware of all the progressive stages of Farlow's dreams or visions?
He gave me his confidence.
He was very quiet during the last day or two of his treatment. He became very agitated on the last afternoon, though. He told me that these Janissaries of a million were so close that he could almost touch them. He said if he slept that night, he knew he would die. I told him that the night would prove him wrong. I said it was the last crisis. He would come through it and lead a normal life again. He was put under sedatives that night. At 4 a.m, the whole sanatorium was aroused by the most appalling screams. Photographs have been taken. Investigations are being held at county level. Photographs are on that desk over there, Mr. Cooper.
Photographs? When I had taken my leave of Dr. Sonquist, I drove back to my house. I wrapped the piece of rock Farlow had given to me in a piece of sacking and weighted it with stones secured by wire. And I drove out to the point and hurled it into the deepest part of the sea. But the thing haunts my brain, and latterly my sleep too has become more and more broken. I pray earnestly that I never dream the same dream as Farlow. For you see, Sonquist showed me the photographs, though I think they would have been better destroyed. Farlow's room, which was padded, contained no sharp edges or weapons of any kind, and yet, make no mistake about it, though the thing is scientifically impossible, Farlow had been hacked to pieces as surely as if a dozen men had attacked him with sharpened swords or knives.
That's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two. You find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex soaks stubborn stains away.
Clean, everything soon will be clean, for all the world to see. Soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotex.
Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
I do know, though, that if a bedroom door is locked, I cannot rest until it is opened. Perhaps you feel like that, too. Davy Snowden did. He had a few ideas about what might lie on the other side of a certain locked door. but he could never have guessed with any accuracy. You see, a mere turn of a handle sent him on a journey into and beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
I received a letter from Mrs. Bookvites of Spoon Street, Lakeside, Cape Town during the week, and she wrote to me about Biotex. She said, my daughter's gym tunic was very badly stained, with the result she would not wear it. I decided to try Biotex, which you advertised, and I soaked the garment for a few hours, and much to my amazement, the stains disappeared. I've spoken about this product to my friends who are now using Biotex, and I'd like to say a big thank you for making this product available to us. Well, as I've been saying for a little while, Mrs. Bookfights and you other ladies, Biotex is absolutely marvelous when it comes to helping get rid of those very stubborn stains. I've kept on emphasizing that you let soaking do your washing, and you will notice that these stains just vanish by using Biotex merely by soaking overnight or for a couple of hours in warm water or pre-washing in your washing machine. It is spelt Biotex.
The house was a sphinx, squatting on the hillside. It had the dark, sullen look of all empty houses, but its size also made it seem tragic. It was 4 stories high, the topmost floor overhanging the entrance and supported on spidery white columns. It was a house built in an era of opulence, and then deserted by its owners for smaller, racier houses in more fashionable sections of the countryside. Spotlighted in the glare from the car, they embraced and kissed, and the girl fumbled in her purse for a key. The boy went back and made the car dark again.
Hey, wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, here we are.
Hunting light sources and finding them, the front room blazed into view, but the gloom of the old house was only partly dispelled.
Oh, will you just look at the wallpaper? Positively scurfy.
It looks different, huh? How long has it been since you were here?
Yes, it's almost 8 years. I was 9 when Father died, and that's when we moved out. We've always rented the place every summer, though. Rented it out, you know? Just smell it out.
You rented it out. That's why the lights are still on, I guess.
Davy, maybe we shouldn't have come here.
Oh, Bonnie. Bonnie.
He grinned. It was an appealing, crooked grin, placing lean dimples on the smooth plane of his cheeks. He was 22, and the best-looking boy that had ever come into Bonnie Daniels' life. And now, he was even more than that.
Davy. Let's go explore.
Right, okay.
Go up these stairs here.
From room to room and floor to floor they went, racing down corridors, giggling at ancestral portraits, playing hide-and-seek in the labyrinth of upstairs bedrooms. They made the old house shake with their exuberance and ring with their laughter. It was on the 4th and topmost floor that Davy found the door that wouldn't yield.
Huge old house. I'm a ghost. I's just a little old ghost.
I can't, Davy. I can't. I have to sink down. sink down. Oh, and rest because I'm tired. And I've no strength. And
This is queer. All the others are open. Oh, brother. This one's really stuck.
No. No, it isn't stuck. It's locked. It's always been locked.
Oak. That's what this is made of, okay? Oak. What's behind it?
I don't know. It's been locked since ever I can remember. Daddy once told me never to go near this room, and once I remember my mother talking about it. She was sort of nervous, I recall.
Sounds mysterious. What say we break it in?
Oh, no, Davy. No. We can't do that.
Well, gee, aren't you curious? Maybe it's full of hanging women, like Bluebeard's castle. Or I tell you what, maybe it's where the family jewels are hidden.
Oh, let's leave it alone, Davy. I was always scared of that door. Davy, don't!
Well, what's it locked for? There's got to be something pretty valuable in there. Listen, for all you know, there may be money in there. I mean, your father left the house to you, didn't he? I mean, if there's something valuable in there, it belongs to you, doesn't it?
Davy, you promised not to talk about money.
I'm not talking about your mother's money.
But the house isn't really mine. Not yet. Well, not till I'm 21, and that's 2 years yet, Davy.
Don't be technical.
Davy.
Okay, if that's how you feel. We have plenty of time anyway. Hey, come here.
No, please, Davy. Let's go downstairs.
Oh, sure, let's go. Come on.
They went to the first floor, and Davy, with dramatic gestures, pulled all the dust sheets from the furniture, and then he went to the basement and returned with kindling. The fire took a long time to get going. A city boy, Davy was inexpert. Finally, though, warmth was induced, and they pulled the sofa close and curled into each other's arms.
Come on, kitten. Time to go to bed. You're asleep. You always fall asleep. Hey, what the... Hey, we got company. No, wait.
It's Mother. Mother, it's all right. Mother, it's all right. You're hurting me.
All right, is it? I suppose you're David Snowden. I've heard about you, Mr. Snowden. Well, thank heavens I had the sense to think of this place when Bunny didn't show up at home.
You have it all wrong. Davy, tell her.
Never
Daniels,
mind. I understand everything. I was afraid something like this might happen as soon as Bunny started mentioning you in her letters from school. Get your things, Bunny. We're going home.
Mrs. Daniels.
I don't want to hear.
We're married, Mrs. Daniels.
It's true. We were married in Elsham this afternoon.
You can't be. You're underage.
Not in Elsham. 19's fine in Elsham. You can't do anything, Mother. Please, try to understand.
Oh, I understand all right. I went through a dozen Davies when I was your age. All the handsome boys who thought I was the catch of the season. Even if I had braces on my teeth and a bad complexion. Oh, Bonnie. Bonnie, my poor Bonnie.
I love Bonnie, Mrs. Daniels.
Suppose you have no money.
Mother!
No. My family were immigrants. My father was a freight dispatcher till he died. My mother's alive, but I don't even know where. I haven't any kind of a family background, Mrs. Daniels, but I love Bonnie.
Why? You heard, Mr. Snowden. Why?
Why? You can't explain something like that.
She's a plain girl. Are you blind? She's plain. Why does a handsome boy like you want to marry my daughter? Do you think I'm stupid?
Mother.
I love her, and that's all there is to it, and we're married, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You're handsome, Mr. Snowden, but you're not very bright. There's everything in the world I can do about it. I intend having this marriage annulled immediately. Oh.
We won't let you do that, Mrs. Daniels.
Going home now, Bunny. I want you to come with me.
I won't.
Don't make it any worse than it is now.
I won't. Davy, tell her I'm not going.
You see how it is, Mrs. Daniels?
Yeah, I see how it is. You will regret this girl. Mark my words.
I can't live without Davy. And if you break this up, I'll kill myself, I swear.
Don't talk nonsense. But a heart doesn't break. It withers. That's what I don't want you to find out.
I will. I mean it. I'll kill myself.
It's a lousy hole, and you know it. I'm ashamed to have to bring you here to 2 rooms downtown.
Oh, don't worry, Davy. We'll make it nice. You'll see. There's something else. More important now, Davy. Can she really do what she says?
I don't know. I'll have to talk to a lawyer.
Because I couldn't stand it if she did, Davy.
Your mother loves you. She wouldn't hurt you.
Davy, tell me the truth. Do you think I'm plain? Huh?
I think you're beautiful.
Tell me the truth, Davy. Do you think I'm plain, Davy? Do you? Tell me the truth, Davy. Do you think I'm plain, Davy? Do you? Tell me the truth, Davy. Do you think I'm plain, Davy? Do you? Tell me the truth, Davy.
Now, an effective spray-on furniture polish that gives a wax shine instantly. Johnson's Pledge. Just spray on, and your duster becomes a magnet. Picks up every speck of dust in seconds. Pledge dusts, cleans, deep waxes quickly, easily. And new, deeper wax formula Pledge will protect your furniture longer. Buy Johnson's Pledge aerosol today.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Davy, what happened?
I went to Hillinger and Dow's. Father of an old fraternity pal of mine works there.
Well?
Bonnie, it doesn't look so good. The lawyer thinks your mother can run us through a ringer. By the time she's through with us, I'll probably be arrested for kidnapping you over the state lines. Looks pretty hopeless, kitten.
It can't be, Davy. Maybe if you talk to her...
She won't give me a chance. She's made up her mind that all I want is her lousy money.
Well, what if there wasn't any money? What if I signed away all the rights to the money my father left me? That would make her believe... That would make her believe us, wouldn't it?
That's kind of drastic, Bonnie. I mean, the money's yours when you come of age. I mean, you're entitled to it.
I don't care about the money.
Yeah, sure, but there has to be another way. There has to be.
Davy.
What?
You don't care about the money, do you?
Do I care about your money, Bonnie?
Because if I thought... If I thought that... What, Davy?
What kind of a question is that to ask your husband?
You better give me some kind of answer, Davy.
Have I acted as if all I want is your money? Oh, sure. That's what your old lady thinks. Oh,
because
sure,
I want my mother to be wrong. More than anything else in the world, I want my mother to be wrong, Davy. Oh, say you'd love her. Please, Davy.
Listen, I got an idea. It's a crazy idea, and I won't blame you if you don't go along with it.
What is it?
You remember what you said, what you told your mother up at the house about you killing yourself?
Yes, but what are you talking about?
Look, she didn't believe you, of course. Nobody believes you when you talk wild like that, but if anything, it'd make her realize that you really love me. I mean, that this marriage was really important to you. No, look, listen, Bonnie, don't get me wrong. I mean, what would your mother think if she thought you were really serious about killing yourself? Wouldn't that make her change her mind in a hurry?
Why, I suppose it would. You can't fool about like that, Davy. Well, we couldn't fool her about a thing
Look,
like...
if you really tried to commit suicide, Bonnie, only you didn't try too hard.
How could I do such a thing?
Well, there's a couple of ways. Gas, for instance. I mean, we could fix up a phony thing with the gas. Kitten, don't look like that. We'll just forget the whole thing.
No. Now, go on, Davy. I'm listening.
Well, maybe the easiest way will be with poison. It might be more convincing, even, because I'd have to get a doctor, and he'd have to pump you out.
Davy, I couldn't do that.
Wait a minute. It could be sleeping pills, or...
Yes, but...
I have some of those. It wouldn't hurt at all. Oh, look, all you'd have to do would be to take a couple. Nothing to really hurt.
Oh.
You could write to your mother, you see. Tell her what you're going to do, but that I don't know about it, see? You could say you were going to swallow a bottle of pills, but in actual fact, you only take a few. Then, when your mother shows up here...
Scares me, Davy. The whole thing scares me.
I promise you, kitten, nothing will go wrong. And your mother will know you love me. You do love me, don't you, Bonnie?
Oh, I do. I do.
Bonnie sat down that same afternoon and composed a letter to her mother with Davy's assistance. It was brief, emotional, and final. Davy's editing gave it a tone of melancholy forgiveness. He grinned as he licked the seal and raced to the mailbox. They waited until the next afternoon before putting their plan into action.
Leave it ring. It may be her. She may have received the letter, and now she's calling you. Leave it ring. Okay. This is it. Do you have the file?
Yes. Here.
Look, you better do all this yourself. To take out 3, okay? No, better make it 4.
Davy, are you sure it'll be all right?
Of course it will. Look, it takes at least 10 to hurt you, and even then it wouldn't do you a lot of harm. Besides, I'll get a doctor over as soon as possible. Trust me, kitten.
I trust you, Davy.
Wait a moment. Here, water.
Davy.
Yes, kitten.
Listen to me.
She took the pills, swallowing them one at a time. It was almost half an hour before she felt as much as drowsy. He suggested that she went to lie down in the bedroom. She did this. She was asleep 10 minutes later. He called her name, but she didn't waken.
Davy, you don't think I'm funny, do you? You don't care about the money, do you, Davy? And please, Davy, you don't...
Bonnie?
About money.
You asleep? Huh?
Davy.
Bonnie?
Davy.
Sleep? Bonnie?
What seemed like a long time passed. He went out and bought groceries at the store. He tiptoed to Bonnie's bedroom and called her. She did not stir. He was about to call Mrs. Daniels, having decided to change the plan a little, to call her urgently to come over instead, when...
Where is she? Where's my daughter?
Well, Bonnie, why, she's lying down sleeping, I guess. I just got in a couple of minutes ago. Just a minute. What is this?
That's what this is all about. Take your dirty little hands off me.
Oh, brother, look at her. It worked. She's out of her mind. Now there's... She can't be dead. No, I'll get a doctor.
You're too late.
You drove her to this. It's your fault. If you'd let her alone.
Me, it's you. She did this because of you.
She isn't dead. She can't be dead. Bonnie, wake up. Wake up, kitten. It's all right. Everything's all right. It's all right, kitten. Please. Oh, for Pete's sake, you've got to wake up. Bonnie, wake up. She can't be dead. There weren't many pills in that bottle. She couldn't have taken many.
She wouldn't need much. Not with Bonnie's heart. It wouldn't take much.
What are you talking about?
She's had rheumatic fever when she was 13. Her heart's been weak ever since.
Bonnie, please, Bonnie. Bonnie, kitten, wake up, please. It's okay, Bonnie. Bonnie, wake up. All right, Bonnie, everything's all right.
Dear Mr. Snowden, would you kindly attend a meeting in the office of my attorneys, Hallman and Wilcox, 70 Wall Street, at 10:30 a.m., April the 3rd.
Were they meaning to do him harm? What could they do? Concerned about his making a claim against Bonnie's estate. He had already covered the question. Helena and Dowles had assured him that he had no rights to any part of the girl's estate. What then?
What then?
Mrs. Daniels is in my office waiting for you.
Am I being sued?
Sued? Of course not.
Come in, Mr. Snowden. It won't take very long. I wonder if you're curious about my daughter's estate. In case you didn't know, her inheritance from my late husband wasn't due until she was 21. Since her death, it automatically reverts to me. So, you see, there's nothing you could possibly expect.
I didn't expect anything.
Very kind of you, I'm sure. However, Mr. Snowden, the fact that you did marry Bonnie imposes a certain amount of obligation on me. You are my son-in-law, whether I enjoy the fact or not. As it happens, I don't. But as it also happens, I feel that it's necessary to make some kind of settlement in regard to your welfare.
I don't understand.
I'm sure Mrs. Daniels
Shut up,
very
Walter.
generous.
Tell him myself. Mr. Snowden, you seem very fond of that old house of ours. It was once valued at a great deal of money, but I doubt that it's worth more than a few thousand today. Anyway, it's yours, Mr. Snowden. You have complete possession of the land, the house, and everything in it.
Everything? You really mean everything?
Of course. Mr. Holman will see to the formalities. I merely wanted to let you know.
Gee, Mrs. Daniels...
Don't thank me. I can stand anything from you except thanks. I sincerely hope, Mr. Snowden, that we never meet again.
Now then, let's take care of all the details.
Could I just ask one question? When Mrs. Daniels said I could have Everything? Well, there are certain places in the house. I mean, locked doors, rooms and that. Am I entitled
Of
to all...
course,
all
Mr.
that?
Snowden, everything. I'll see you get a full set of keys for every lock. Now, for the advantages.
Came the day when Davy drove out to look at his estate. A cursory inspection of the lower floors, and then the climb to the fourth. He was winded by the time he reached the door. He was excited, too. There might, of course, be nothing of value in the room, no treasure, no hidden cache of jewels. But there might just be something of value, he reasoned. There was, of course, only one way to find out. To learn the secret behind the locked door. Success. He stepped inside. The house was a sphinx. And, like a sphinx, it was silent. But now, the silence was broken.
You lied to him. You knew perfectly well what you were doing when you deeded the house to Snowden.
I knew. You going to give me away, Walter? You could call that place lieutenant back, you know.
Of course, I'm not going to give you away. But, well, there's such a thing as morality.
I knew. I knew there was nothing behind that door, except rotten floorboards. I used to argue with my husband about it. I used to say we ought to have the floor repaired. That someone might fall through that terrible overhang and be dashed to pieces on the driveway. But he was a strangely miserly man. So we just locked up the room and forgot it. It's an old, gloomy house, Walter. But sometimes I really think it wasn't so bad.
Darling, let's go out and paint the town red.
But what about your headache?
Oh, that's gone. Grandpa Headache Powders did the trick.
Grandpa Headache Powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa Headache Powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa Headache Powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa Headache Powders.
Grandpa.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
the signalman heard my voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box with a flag in his hand furled round its short pole. One would have thought he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came, but instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting over the railway line, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable about the man, the way he stood, something strange, perhaps uncanny, but certainly I would have termed such a thought mere imagination then. I know now what was remarkable about that man, and even though years have passed, I still see his figure, foreshortened and shadowed down in the deep trench, my figure high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all.
Hello, below! Is there any path by which I may come down and speak with you?
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Now, ladies, we're speaking about Biotex in a series of programs, and Mrs. E.B. Granger of Gordon Road, Heathfield in the Cape, wrote to say that she decided to try our Biotex just to see if it lived up to our claims, and she said, I bought a packet, and lo and behold, it actually did just what the advert said. I'm so proud of the children's white shirts, the hankies, and the underwear that I want to say it will be Biotex for me every washing day from now on. Some of my family's accessories were left with slight stains, but now, thanks to Biotex soaking, they come out white, and the stains do go away, as you say. Now, that is the statement from Mrs. Granger of Heathfield of the Cape, and it bears out what we have been saying to you, ladies, ever since Biotex first came on the market. We said to you, it is different to any washing product that you've ever used before. We claim that the stubbornest stains will vanish, and people like Mrs. Granger bear out our claims. Remember, Biotex.
Stood now with his left hand at his chin, his right hand across his breast. His post was in as solitary and dismal place as ever I saw. There was an earthy, deadly smell, and little sunlight penetrated down to the line and signal box. The gloomy entrance of the black tunnel yawned. I stopped a few feet in front of the man, and suddenly he stepped back and raised his right hand. There was something in the man that daunted me. This is a lonesome post to occupy. A visitor, I should think, must be a rarity, yes? I looked down from up yonder and felt a need to come down. Signal boxes have always riveted my attention. He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth. The light is in your charge, is it not? Don't you know it is? A monstrous thought came into my mind that this was a spirit, not a man. I stepped back, but then I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me. You look at me as if you had a dread of me. I was doubtful whether I'd seen you before. Where? There. By the light. There? My good fellow, what should I do there? Well, however, be that as it may, I never was there, you may be sure of that. I've always had a fascination for railways and their workings. If it would not disturb you, may I prevail upon you to show me over your box? Of course, sir. Come this way, sir, come this way. Thank you. Come this way, sir, please. Manual labor I have next to none. I have to trim those lights,
turn that iron handle now and then. Many long, dreary hours I have to spend here, so I occupy my time working at fractions and equations, problems, you know.
Is it necessary for you always to remain in this damp air down here? Even in this signal box with a fire aglow, it is somehow oppressive. Can you never rise into the sunshine?
Well, that depends upon times and circumstances.
I see.
Under some conditions, there will be less upon the line than under others. In bright weather, I go up for a change. Certain hours of the day and night, I'm freer than others. But at all times, I'm liable to be called by my electric bell.
Forgive me, but you appear better educated than your station in life calls for. I mean no offense.
When I was younger, I was a student of natural philosophy. I attended lectures, but it all came to nothing. I ran wild and was sent down. I've never risen again. But I've made my bed, sir, and now I must lie on it. It is too late to make another.
Acceptance of things for what they are. There is something to that. You almost make me believe that I have met a contented man.
I used to be. But I'm troubled, sir. I'm troubled.
Oh? With what? What is your trouble?
It is very difficult to impart. Very, very difficult to speak of. If you ever make another visit, I will try to tell you.
But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?
I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on guard at 10 tomorrow night.
I'll come at 11.
I'll show you my white light. That is, till you found the way. When you have found it, don't call out. And when you're at the top, don't call out.
Very well.
Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, hello, below there, tonight?
Heaven knows. I cried something to that effect.
No, not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well.
Well, I spoke thus because I saw you below and wished to attract your attention.
For no other reason.
What other reason could I possibly have?
You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?
No.
Oh, good night, sir. Oh, may I inquire your name? Mine is William Bendy.
Mine is Charles Dickens. There was something singularly peculiar about the man. Of this I was sure. And I could hardly wait the time before I could speak with him again. That he was well educated, there was no doubt. That he feared something or someone very greatly, there was no doubt either. There was something tortured about him. While we talked that first night, he was several times interrupted by the little bell and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand and display a flag as a train passed. Once or twice, while he was speaking, he turned and watched the bell, and his face drained of all color when it did not ring. I was punctual to my appointment the next night.
Good night, sir. My hand.
Good night to you, sir. And here's mine.
I have made up my mind, sir, that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. Oh, please be seated.
Oh, thank you.
I took you for someone else yesterday night. That troubles me.
That mistake?
No. That's someone else.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Like me?
I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is across the face, and the left arm is waved, violently waved. This way. For pity's sake, clear the way. One moonlight night, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry, hello, below there. Look out. I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving as I just showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and he cried, look out! Look out! And then again, hello, below there! Look out! I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure. Figure just stood in the blackness outside the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at it keeping the sleeve before the eyes. I ran up to it and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away when it was gone.
Into the tunnel?
No. I ran into the tunnel 500 yards. I stopped and held my lamp above my head and saw the figures of the measured distance and saw the wet stains stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again, faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me, and I looked all around the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder atop of it, and then I came down again and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
All well. All well.
An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
All well. All well.
An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?
This figure must have been a deception of your senses. A deception of your sense of sight. Figures such as you describe sometimes originate in the delicate nerves that minister to the functions of the eye. As to the imaginary voice, well, the wind, dear sir, the wind which sometimes sounds, well, in this unnatural valley, think...
That is all very well. I know about the wind and telegraph wires. I pass many long nights here, alone and watching, but I beg to remark, sir, that I have not finished my story.
I ask your pardon.
Within 6 hours after the appearance, a memorable accident on this line happened, and within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel, over the spot where the figure had stood.
Now, an effective spray-on furniture polish that gives a wax shine instantly. Johnson's Pledge. Just spray on, and your duster becomes a magnet. Picks up every speck of dust in seconds. Pledge dusts, cleans, deep waxes quickly, easily. And new, deeper wax formula Pledge will protect your furniture longer. Buy Johnson's Pledge Aerosol today.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find it's so as good as new when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex soaks stubborn stains away.
Clean, everything soon will be clean, for all the world to see. Soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotex.
Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
Within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood. This was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock when, one morning, as day was breaking, I, standing at that door, looked towards the red light and saw the spectre again.
Did it cry out?
No, it was silent.
Did it wave its arm?
No. It leaned against the shaft of the light, with both hands before the face like this. Like an action of mourning I've seen in stone figures on tombs.
Did you go up to it?
I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was all around me, and and the ghost had gone. Ghost? That very day, as the train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at a carriage window on my side a confusion of hands and heads. I saw it just in time to signal the driver. Stop. He shut off and put his brakes on, but the train drifted past here, 100 or 50 yards or so. A beautiful young lady had died instantly in one of the compartments, and she was brought in here to the box and laid there on the floor between us. True, sir. True. Precisely as it happened. So I tell it you. Now, sir, mark this and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since, it has been there now and again by fits and starts. At the light? At the danger light. What does it seem to do? Like this. For pity's sake, clear the way!
For pity's sake, clear the way! For pity's sake, clear the way!
I have no peace or rest from it. It calls to me.
Below there! Look out! Below there! Look out! For pity's sake, clear the way!
It calls for many minutes together, in an agonized way. It rings my little bell.
I remember. Did it ring your bell yesterday evening when I was here and you went to the door?
Twice.
Oh, I see how your imagination misleads you. My eyes were on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell. And if I'm a living man, it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except in the course of natural physical things, when it was rung by the station communicating to you.
I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with a man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell that it derives from nothing else. And I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you fail to hear it, but I heard it.
And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out?
It was there.
Both times?
Both times. Will you come to the door and look with me now?
Very well. I saw the danger light and the dismal mouth of the tunnel. The high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were stars in the sky.
Do you see it? No. It is not there.
Agreed?
By this time, sir, you will fully understand that what troubles me greatly is what does the spectre mean?
I do not know.
What is it warning against? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before, but surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do?
At this, the poor man pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. I could think of nothing to say, nothing to put courage into him.
If I telegraph danger on either side of me, or on both, I can give no reason for it. I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. Can you imagine? This is the way it would work. Danger! Take care!
What danger? Where?
I don't know, but for pity's sake, take care! They would say I'd gone mad and they would displace me. What else could they do?
His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man, oppressed beyond endurance by a responsibility involving life.
When it first stood under the danger light, why not tell me how it might be averted? Why not tell me where the accident was to happen, if it had to happen? When, on the second coming, it hit his head, why not tell me instead she's going to die? Tell them to keep her at home. If it came on those two occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, a poor signalman, on this solitary station? Why not go to somebody with credit to be believed and power to act?
Bendy, William, you cannot blame yourself for anything. You must not become so agitated. Whoever so thoroughly discharges his duty as you do must do well. It must needs be comfort to you to know full well that you understand your duty perfectly. The fact remains, I know that you do not understand these confounded appearances, but you must not take on so. I will not insult you by trying to reason you out of your belief.
Thank you, son.
I left him at 2 o'clock that morning. I'd offered to stay the night, but he would not hear of it. As I climbed the path up, I looked down to the red light. I did not like it. I knew full well I should not sleep sound if my bed were under it. Nor did I like the 2 sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I wondered how I ought to act. I knew the man to be painstaking, vigilant, and although in an inferior position, he held a most important trust. How long, with his mind as it was, would he remain to execute this trust with precision, I wondered. I resolved to accompany him to the wisest medical man in those parts and to take his opinion. Something told me that it would be most treacherous to communicate all that the signalman had told me to his superiors. It might well cost him his living. A change in his time of duty would come round next night, he had informed me. He would be off an hour or 2 after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. Next evening was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting. I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down from the point from which I had first seen him. I cannot describe the thrill that seized upon me when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw the appearance of a man with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me quickly passed when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw that this appearance of a man was a man. There was a little group of men standing further away, and this first one seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made, the gesture the signalman had described so vividly. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft, a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. I descended the path with all the speed I could muster.
Hello! Hello! What is the matter? What has happened? Signalman, killed this morning, sir.
Not the man belonging to that box.
Yes, sir.
Not the man I knew.
You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him.
He raised the tarpaulin cowering from the small structure I had observed from above.
His face is quite composed.
How did this happen?
He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better, but somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He struck the light and had the lamp in his hand, and as the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her and was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom.
Well, coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir, I saw him at the end, like as if I saw him down a perspective glass. Well, there was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. But as he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off. And as we were running down upon him, I called to him as loud as I could call.
What What did you say?
Say, sir? Why, I said, below there. Look out. For pity's sake, clear the way. Never left off calling to him, sir. I put my arm before my eyes so as not to see, and I waved this arm right to the last. But it was no use.
Let's play some music. I feel like dancing.
But I thought you had a splitting headache.
Oh, that was 5 minutes ago. I've taken Grandpa headache powder since.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find it's soak as good as new when you use the Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
There are certain people, often well enough liked, genial souls whom one is always glad to meet, yet who have the faculty of disappearing without being missed. Crutchley was one of them. It wasn't until his name was mentioned casually that evening at the store gates that most of us remembered we hadn't seen him for the last year or two.
Yes, I remember. I was talking to old Crutchley at the time.
Oh, he's awfully sweet. I always liked him. Wasn't it queer? He seems to have dropped completely out of things.
For the last year or two, he's been living very quietly with his people in Norfolk. Really? I heard from him only the other day, as a matter of fact.
I wonder why he's chosen to efface himself. He was rather a lamb in his way. I used to adore that shiny black hair of his, which always made me think of patent leather.
It's as white as the ceiling now.
Pardon?
I said it's as white as the ceiling now.
Oh, no. We're speaking of Simon Crutchley.
Simon Crutchley. I mean Simon Crutchley.
But that lovely, sleek hair. What happened? Did he have a nervous breakdown?
Something like that.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
In this series of programs, ladies, it's our intention to talk to you about Biotex and promote it to you for the laundry. Now, we've made claims that Biotex will get rid of the stubbornest stains just by soaking. I dare say, like others, you feel a bit skeptical about these claims, and so we've been collecting letters from ladies who use Biotex, just to quote you from time to time in order to authenticate our advertisement. And Mrs. O'Dell from Beechwood, Sea Point in the Cape, wrote and said that Biotex is a very welcome product for the household. Biotex has a unique quality that it does what it claims to do. Mrs. Dove finished by saying, I have proved your claims about Biotex and am delighted with the results. And then Mrs. Rita Stewart of Hans Stratham Avenue, Littleton, Transvaal, said, we have tried your Biotex for all our children's clothes and also white underclothing, and we're absolutely amazed at the change in their appearance. And I can assure you, said Mrs. Stewart, that I will be a regular user of Biotex. So, buy Biotex for yourself and your laundry.
Good of you, Handy. Share your cab like this.
Our ways lie in the same direction. There was a method in my madness, though, Price, old man. I wanted to ask you about Crutchley.
Oh.
I smell a story.
Yes. It's a queer and rather terrible story. There's even one bit that he couldn't or wouldn't tell. So no one but he knows what the sight was that sent him off his head for 6 months and turned his hair as white as snow. The night's young yet. Come to my place and have a drink. I'll tell you all I know. Driver. Anyway, he was greatly interested in Joan of Arc, you see, and decided to go over to France to work, as it were, on the spot. I don't know if you like Rouen. Crutchley was delighted with it. He found a hotel practically undiscovered by the English and the Americans. L'Hôtel d'Avignon. It stands halfway down one of those old-world streets near the Gare de la Rouge Jeanne d'Arc. Crutchley liked it immediately and decided to stay. It was out of season. There were plenty of rooms. It was a hotel where many ate but few slept. Crutchley then had a choice of rooms on the first floor.
Monsieur?
Well, this seems... There's a garden out here.
Oui, monsieur. The hotel is very old. It is built onto the side of the hill. The garden...
And the garden's a story about the street. Oh, I care for this. It won't get much sun, will it, though? But that's a plane tree, isn't it?
Monsieur?
Yes, I think it is. It's very quiet. Reminds me of some of the little squares in User Court.
Oui, monsieur.
Yes, please. I should like this room. Please arrange my luggage to be sent up. I'm a writer, you see, and the garden appeals to me as a place to work.
It never occurred to our friend that a square, enclosed on all sides by brick and almost completely starved of sunlight, would be something of an unhealthy place. He was quite fascinated. The very next day, he took pen and writing materials, and sitting on one of the decrepit paint-peeling seats, he started on his study of the Maid of Orleans. To begin with, his writing wasn't successful. I think Crutchley mistook the almost unnatural silence for peace. Instead, the lack of noise bred in him an indefinable restlessness. It was almost a relief to break off from his labors and go out into the little town. Crutchley had 5 days at the hotel, 5 fruitless days as far as work went, when something strange happened. It was his habit to undress in the dark because his window was overlooked by dozens of others. One night he was smoking and stepping into his pajama trousers when he wandered over the window and looked out.
Plane tree might be carved out of jade. Nothing stirring at all.
He looked down to the old green seat where he'd tried to work only that morning. With a faint, unreasonable thrill and a slight tingling of the nostrils, he realized that someone was sitting there.
It's a woman.
Yes, a woman. She sat with her head turned away. One arm was thrown along the sloping back of the seat. He said that her attitude was one of extreme dejection, of abject and complete despair.
Woman? This time of night? Can't see. I could never see her face. Not even from one of the windows on the western side. Scarf she's wearing. Hides completely. You can never know the sorrows of others. So many people in this world in every country. Alone. Actually, you're a romantic. Probably one of the chambermaids had a tiff with the head waiter. It didn't look.
And then he went to bed, but made no effort to sleep. Instead, he lay there, his mind full of the woman and her attitude upon the old leaning seat. He had a definite and urgent temptation to go out and look at her, to use force, if necessary, in turning her face, so that he might look into her eyes. Finally, he could bear it no longer.
She's gone. Yes, well, I didn't expect her to sit there all night, did you, Crutchley?
Come in. Good morning, monsieur.
Good morning.
You sleep well, monsieur?
Oh, I got so. Well, I tell you what, I've been meaning to ask you for the last week. Can I have a harder pillow?
Monsieur?
Pillow. Harder. I'm sorry, my French is about as good as my Lithuanian. I don't speak that at all. Pillow. This thing here. Harder.
Ah, oui, oui.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, one more thing. Who's the lady who sits out there in the garden late at night? I mean, I say sits. Well, she was there last night anyway. Somehow, though, I did have the feeling that she might go there often. Who is she? A sort of sad-looking woman.
The chambermaid turned towards the window. Our friend saw a rapid movement of her right hand. It was done very quickly. Just the touch of her forefinger on her brow and a rapid fumbling of fingers at her breast. But he knew she had made the sign of the cross.
There isn't a lady standing near us, monsieur. Monsieur has been mistaken. Will monsieur take coffee or the English tea?
Darling, let's go out and paint the town red.
But what about your headache?
Oh, that's gone. Grandpa headache powders did the trick.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two. Use fine. Think the capsule as you when you use new Biotex.
Amazing new Biotex acts with a biological action to soak out the stubbornest stains and loosen dirt. New Biotex is great for all textiles and synthetics, whites and colors. It contains no bleach. Get amazing new Biotex today and let soaking do the washing.
The wine list, monsieur.
Oh, thank you, Pierre. Thanks.
Are you quite comfortable in your room, sir?
No, quite thank you.
There is a very pleasant room in the front, sir. It's quite so big, and then there is the sun.
Perhaps you like it better, sir, huh?
Hmm? The white wine there, please. How do you pronounce it, Pierre?
Le Cromertin, monsieur. Oh, good choice, very good. The room, sir. In the front, sir?
No, thanks. No. I shouldn't get a wink of sleep. You see, none of your motor traffic seems to be equipped with silencers. With trams, motor horns, and market cars bumping about all over the place across those cobbles, I should never get any peace.
Very good, monsieur.
I believe I'm on the trail of something queer here. The chambermaid's been talking to him, obviously. I wonder what's wrong. What they think is wrong.
Crutchley forgot about it for a little while and tucked into the very excellent food they served at L'Hôtel d'Avignon. When the head waiter returned to his table, though, with the wine, he reopened the subject.
Why do you want me to change my room?
I do not wish for you to change your room if you are satisfied, monsieur.
When I am not satisfied, I say so. So, why do you think I may not be?
I only wish for you to be more comfortable, sir. There is no sun behind the house. It is better to be where the sun comes sometimes. Besides, I think monsieur is one who sees.
The head waiter's last remark seemed cryptic, but our friend let it go. He didn't feel like discussing the sad lady he'd seen at any length with Pierre. During the afternoon and evening, Crutchley had tried to work. He was incapable of concentration, though. He knew, and he was angry with himself because he knew, that he was eking out his patience until night came, in the hope of seeing once more that still figure of despair in the garden. Before he even reached the window, he knew he would see her sitting in the same place. He was unable to explain, even to himself, why he knew. It was midnight. She was there. As before, and Crutchley felt his eagerness mingled with an indescribable fear. He seemed to hear a cry of warning from the honest workaday world into which he had been born. He said it was like starting on a voyage, feeling no motion from the ship, and then being suddenly aware of the spreading space of water between the vessel and the quay.
Madam, look at me. Madam, let me see your face. Then I must come to you.
Monsieur, where are you going, sir?
What the devil's got to do with you?
The devil, eh? Bien, monsieur. I think perhaps he has something to do with it. You will please have the goodness to return to your room. No, not the room which you have left, sir. That is not a good room. But come with me, I shall show you another.
What do you mean by interfering with me? It's not a prison or an asylum. I'm going to the garden for a breath of fresh air before I go to sleep.
That, sir, is impossible. The air of the garden is not good at night. Besides, the doors are locked, and the patron, he have the keys.
You're blasted insolent, that's what you are. Tomorrow I'll report you. Now get out of my way. Send you for a thief because I leave my room at midnight? Never mind. I can reach the garden from my window. What do you think you're doing, man?
Monsieur, bon Dieu has sent me to save you. I have waited tonight because I know you must try to enter the garden. Have I your permission to enter your room with you and speak with you a little while?
This is bedlam. Oh, if you must.
is there, sir, because I am here and I do not see. Monsieur is the one who sees, as I tell him this morning. But he will not see her when he is with one who does not see.
What are you talking about? Who is she?
Who she is, I cannot say, sir.
And the head waiter blessed himself with quick, nervous fingers.
But who she was, I can perhaps tell you.
Do you mean to try and tell me she's what they call a ghost, apparition, or some blasted thing?
It does not matter what one calls her, monsieur. She is here sometimes for certain who are able to see her. Monsieur wishes very much to see her face. Monsieur must not see it. There was one who looked 5 years ago, and another perhaps 7, 8. The first he make die after 2-3 days. The other, he is still mad. That is why I come to save you, monsieur. There was in this town a notary of the name Lebrun. And in a village halfway from here to Dieppe is a grand chateau in which there lived a lady, une jeune fille, with her father and mother. And the lady was very beautiful, but not very good, monsieur.
Well, go on. Though I don't quite see what this has to do with...
You will, please. Eh bien, Monsieur Lebrun fell in love with her. I think she loved him too, better as all the others. So he made application for her hand. But he was bourgeois and she was aristocrat. He had not so very much money, and the application, it was refused. And so they find for her another husband who she loved not, and she find herself someone else, and there is divorce. And she have many lovers, for she was very beautiful, but not so very good. For 10 years, perhaps, she make her beauty to make slaves of men, and one he made kill himself because of her. But she does not mind. And all the time, Monsieur Lebrun, he does not marry because he could not love another woman. But at last, this lady, she have a dreadful accident. It is a lamp which blow up and hurt her face. In those days, the surgeons did not know how to make new features. Oh, it was dreadful, monsieur. She had been so lovely, and now she had nothing left except just the eyes. And she go about wearing a long, thick veil because she had become terrible to see. And her lovers, they no longer love. And she have no husband because she have been divorced.
Well? What happened? You mean she's the one?
Monsieur Lebrun, he write to her father, and once more he make offer for her hand. The father, he is willing because she no longer very young and she is terrible to see. But the father, he's a man of honor, monsieur, and he insists that Monsieur Lebrun see her face before he decide if he still wish her in marriage. So a meeting is arranged, and her father and her mother bring her here to this hotel. The lady come with them wearing her thick veil. She insists to see Monsieur Lebrun alone. So she wait out there in the garden. Love is not always what we think it. Well, perhaps Monsieur Lebrun think all the time that his love go deeper than her beauty, and when he see her dreadful changed face, he find out the truth. Perhaps when she put aside the veil, she see that he flinch. But Monsieur Lebrun, he walk out alone, and she stays sitting on the seat down there. And presently her mother and her father come, but she does not speak or move. And in her hand they find a little empty bottle, monsieur. She... all her life she lived for love. Lebrun is the last of her lovers. When he no longer love, then that is the last of everything. She have bring the bottle with her in case he does not love. So, it happened a long time ago. And now perhaps Monsieur understand why perhaps it is better he sleep in the front of the building tonight and change his hotel tomorrow.
But why does she come back?
How do we know, monsieur? She's a thing of evil. When her face was lovely, while she lived, she used it to destroy men. Now she still uses it to destroy, but otherwise. She has some great evil power which draw those who can see her. They feel they must not rest until they have looked upon her face. And that face is not good to look upon.
Another drink handy, old man?
No thanks. Listen, that can't be all. Poor old Crutchley. But that can't be all.
No, it isn't quite all. I wish that it were. Crutchley was scared. He changed his room, and the next day he moved out. He went to another hotel, tried to work, but couldn't. The horror of the thing had a fascination for him. And the next night, as it started to get dark, he asked himself why he shouldn't go and look. He was compelled.
Why shouldn't I go and see? It couldn't hurt me. Not if I look from the distance.
He didn't realize that she was drawing him to her. He went to the Hotel d'Avignon. He walked around the building twice and then walked straight in through the swing doors as if he still stayed there. He went to the first floor and found one of the doors that led into the walled garden. It was late and the door was unlocked. He just stood there, staring in horror at that which sat upon the seat. He was drawn like a moth to a candle flame.
Madam, please look at me. Madam, let me see your face. Madam, please look at me. Madam, I know your story and I pity you. Allow me to see your face.
He was lost. He knew it. The power was too strong for him. He bent over her. That's the part Crutchley can't really describe. There weren't any features left in her face. But it wasn't just that. It was something much worse, much more subtle. Something happened, I know, before his sense left him. Poor devil, he couldn't tell me. He's getting better, though. Nerves still in shreds, of course. And he has one or two peculiar aversions.
What are they?
He can't bear to be touched. Or to hear anybody laugh.
Now, ladies, we're speaking about biotechs in a series of programs, and Mrs. E.B. Granger of Gordon Road, Heathfield in the Cape wrote to say that she decided to try our biotechs just to see if it lived up to our claims. And she said, I bought a packet, and lo and behold, it actually did just what the advert said. I'm so proud of the children's white shirts, the hankies, and the underwear that I want to say it will be biotechs for me every washing day from now on. Some of my family's accessories were left with slight stains, but now, thanks to biotech soaking, they come out white, and the stains do go away, as you say. Now, that is the statement from Mrs. Granger of Heathfield of the Cape, and it bears out what we have been saying to you, ladies, ever since biotechs first came on the market. We said to you, it is different to any washing product that you've ever used before. We claim that the stubborn stains will vanish, and people like Mrs. Granger bear out our claims. Remember, biotechs.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Dear Ghost, dear Ghost, dear Ghost. This is a true story. There is not much point in inventing ghost stories. Anyone can do it. It's rather like playing a game whose rules one has made up without telling one else what they are. The events I'm going to report took place in a glorious blaze in the most marvelous summer in living memory. England, the summer of 1921. Good it was that summer to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. I was as old as the century, 21.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
There are plenty of people still alive who will recall the endless procession of golden days. 1921. Its unclouded dawns, its magnificent looms of blue and gold, its days sinking into warm, noble evenings, full of the promise of another day of the kind of summer one dreams about, but seldom gets. I was living at this time with my parents in Taunton, and they, knowing my ways, were not at all put out when I went off, saying I would write when I found out where I was going. I had never been to Crome Stratford. I read its name and decided. I made up my own fantasy of characters. I was the only passenger to alight, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The whole earth drowsed pleasantly in the heat.
Crome Stratford.
The station master wore a cap of golden braid, but it appeared he was doing duty as porter as well. It was good to be 21 at Crome Stratford in the sun that summer.
Crome Stratford.
Afternoon, sir. Tickets, please. Good afternoon. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. I want to stay here for a while. Have you any suggestions where I might put up? Put up? Well, there's the Bell Inn. That's if you don't mind a bit of jollification on market days and Saturday nights. Oh. Well, you see, my stay is going to be quite a long one. I think I would prefer private accommodation. You go out of the station, there. You go over the bridge. You'll see 4 houses in a row. They're called Sevastopol Terrace. Now, you call at number 2 and ask for Mrs. Wayne. Tell her I sent you, Mr. Jolbury. I think you'll find she'll fix you up. Sevastopol Terrace consisted of 4 red brick cottages without elegance of any sort. They could not have been more ordinary if the architect had entered a competition for the most ordinary, the most mediocre dwellings.
Please come in.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's a beautiful day.
Let me show you the room.
A dead front room, seldom used. Uneasy chairs. A small piano with a fretwork front panel. The front room fire grate is stuffed with orange tissue paper. Above the mantelpiece, there was the enlarged photograph of a man in khaki. He was dark with a full moustache and an expression of slight astonishment on his face. I made a satisfactory deal with Mrs. Wayne. The other lady was Mrs. Jennison, 50-ish, stout, and, as it was called then, a kindly, infectious laugh. I knew I was going to be comfortable. 6 weeks or so I decided upon. Time in which to write a novel. Oh, yes. That is what I had set my heart on doing. The blue, cloudless days went by, and I wrote not a word of the novel. I liked my ladies. We took our meals together, and the household was an easy one to dwell in. And then, a strange uneasiness began to make itself manifest in my mind. For no reason at all, it seemed, I began to be afraid of something. Afraid in a way that I'd never experienced before, or for that matter, since this time. As Dr. Johnson said, if you think well of what you wrote at night, tear it up in the morning. House is quiet. Where are the ladies? Are you gone out? Oh, come on, Fielden. What's the matter with you? What is there to be afraid of, man? So quiet. But there was no doubt about it. For some strange reason, I was afraid to stay in that house in Sevastopol Terrace alone.
Mrs. Wayne, are you going out?
Yes, we're just going for a walk, Mr. Field, and we won't be long. Yes, we won't be long, Mr. Field. Just a little walk. We shall be back to tea. Bye-bye. Oh,
You see, I became certain that I was being followed by something down the stairs whenever I'd been up to my room. It was worse somehow when they were out of the house. All right, somehow, when they're here, but so quiet. Something was following. Stupid. Yes. Yesterday, too, when I went up to get my pen. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't. I knew, of course, that Mrs. Wayne was a widow, and I knew that exceptionally trained soldier in the picture was her deceased husband. One Sunday, after the ceremonial tea, Mrs. Wayne had used him as a time peg, as people do. She was putting the tea things together to take them out into the kitchen, and was at that moment holding what I privately thought to be a very ugly teapot. Mrs. Jennison regarded the teapot. She nodded at it.
I always liked that teapot. Do you believe in premonitions?
Oh, no, I can't say that I do. Or at any rate, I've never had one that was worth having. Do you believe in premonitions, Mrs. Wayne? Oh. Tell me about it, Mrs. Wayne.
I'd rather not. It's a painful subject. She often thinks about that on Sundays. 2 years ago on a Sunday, she had a premonition of something awful all day.
Her husband, who went into business when he came out of the army, used to get up first and go off to work. That Monday morning when Mrs. Wayne came down, she found him in the kitchen. He'd hanged himself there. Why? There had to be an inquest, of course, but nothing definite ever came out of it. He had troubles, money or drink or something like that.
Well, there had to be a reason. There had to be. Tell me about it. Tell me what it was.
Well, if you ask me, it's only my opinion, of course.
I'm asking you.
Excuse me, I must go and help Mrs. W. with the washing.
The reason? Tell me the reason.
I reckon that, like a lot of other men, couldn't settle down to ordinary life when he came out of the army. It wasn't the same anymore. Whatever makes you like life had gone out of it. He never liked being a soldier, but when he got back home, he didn't like that either. Some fellas managed better than he did with it. He couldn't. He used to brood a lot. You could hardly get a word out of him sometimes.
I stared at the photograph of Sidney Wayne, and then at Mrs. Jennison. Do you mean he killed himself because he was bored?
Well, I didn't say bored, no. Say lost. There was a lot like that when they came back. Killed in action, you might say.
I moved close to the photograph and stared at the dead face in it. He stared with the same cold intensity, not at me, but past me. It was horrible. The stillness of the face, those eyes fixed on some object of vision beyond me or my glance. His hair was close-cropped beneath his hat with its badge of the Suffolk Regiment. The peak of the cap came down almost to the bridge of his nose, hiding his forehead. Nothing fitted with either his body, his temperament, or his final act. Now that I knew what that act could be, he was dressed for me in a horror of the grotesque. My eyes moved involuntarily to his neck, and I turned away alike from the photograph and the dreadful images which I violently extruded from my mind.
Now, how shall we spend the evening? Is anyone to church? Or a walk? Or shall we have a game of cards?
Darling, let's go out and paint the town red.
But what about your headache?
Oh, that's gone. Grandpa headache powders did the trick.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, collar and cuff stains, ingrain dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Well, what do you think? A walk, do you fancy? Would that be nice? Mr. Fielding?
Oh, dear, look at that. Sidney's picture. Well.
Of course. I knew it would go one of these days. Get me a dustpan and brush, will you? I'll soon clear this mess.
All right, I'm sorry that happened. Now you'll have to have it framed. Oh, frame's broken too.
I shan't do that. I never really liked that photograph. I only put it up there to please Sidney. I like to remember him the way he was before he went into the army.
I shall just put it away somewhere.
And then I knew that we were not 3 in that house, but 4. The situation had taken a new turn. I did not know what to expect. I decided that day, after the falling of the picture, was a day to be spent by the sea. So accordingly, I went to Lowestoft. I soon settled with a newspaper on the promenade in a deck chair. There was an empty chair beside me. It was not empty long, though. A middle-aged woman sat beside me. After only a few minutes, she made occasion to talk to me.
You're troubled about something, aren't you?
Huh? Yes. Yes, I am.
Will you tell me what it is?
Yes. Yes, all right, I will.
And as if it was the most natural thing in the world, I told her the whole story. From my arrival in the house in Sebastopol Terrace, right up until the falling of the picture.
May I tell you what I think?
Certainly, I'd like to hear.
It's quite clear to me. I believe in spirits or ghosts, or whatever name you like to give to that part of us that you now know exists when the body's fallen away. That poor spirit was driven to his terrible deed by distress that was very real to him, however silly you or anybody else may think it to have been. And afterwards, in the clear vision death brings with it, he saw how wrong he had been, how cruel to that kind little woman. He's trying to tell her that, and he can't leave the house till he has done it. He's in touch with you to be his messenger. You know that now, but you're refusing the message. Oh, you mustn't, my dear. You must take it and set the poor ghost free.
I can't do that. I won't. Well, let his message, if there is one, be carried some other way.
You told me that you don't dare stay in the house when the others have gone out for a walk or...
Oh, that's right. Daren't is the right word.
That's just the time when he was trying hardest to get his message to you. You must stay in the house and give him his chance. I doubt he'll leave you till you do. Maybe you're his only chance.
How do you know this?
Oh, your way. Experience. And now I must go home to lunch. How strange I should come to you this morning.
And then she was gone, walking against the sun, so that I could hardly see her departure. I arrived back at Crome Stratford at 6.
And now, letters. I must keep up my correspondence. If no great novel is to come out of this holiday, then at least I must... Aloud. Mrs. Wayne and Mrs. Jonathan. The house is completely silent. Yet somehow I don't feel afraid anymore. Even though I'm in the kitchen where did the body hang? Behind me? Or in front? The little kitchen had the peace of a Dutch interior. The
place shone quietly with care. There was not even a sound from the outside world. The shadows in the room moved solemnly with the sun, and the light imperceptibly faded. The window was open a little at the top, and occasionally the curtains stirred in a passing, soundless breeze. My eyes felt heavy, and my limbs agreeably warm. I felt, for the first time, completely free of fear. Slowly, I moved into that half-slumber that one gets in church at sermon time. One hears the sound of the voice and sometimes the words, but the impressions are jumbled. And then something happened. Something happened that turned me into a thing of terror. I uttered a sound like a man in a nightmare. I struggled to shout at the dark terrors that flapped in my mind. I thought I saw something, a limp form, unnaturally hanging in the room in front of me.
Been doing your correspondence. What a good man. Now, off you go while I make supper.
I'll just get everything sorted out, and then I can seal the letter and get the stamp tomorrow. I'm quite hungry.
Thank Mr. Sphinx. Thank you.
Yes.
Why, of course he isn't an officer of the Royal Flying Corps. He's wearing the uniform of an army chaplain. Then we all knew, you see, at once.
Oh, Mrs. Sanderson, you're a giddy limit. You really are.
You all right, dear? Quite all right. Why shouldn't I be? Oh, I thought maybe you had one of your headaches. Some maybe. No, I'm all right. Just tired, perhaps. I think I'll go to bed shortly after supper. You do that. We'll wash up, won't we?
Oh, rather.
She had lost her air of commonplace acceptance of life. She looked like... what could it be? Like someone who had mislaid a possession, was trying to remember where it might be. She wasn't going to bed because she had a headache. She was going because she wanted to be alone, to think about whatever it was that preoccupied her. When the meal was over, she rose.
Well, if you don't mind excusing. Not at all. Where you go, have a good rest.
And so Mrs. Wayne went up to bed. Next morning, I was having breakfast when I heard the postman knock at the door. I expected her to return to the kitchen where I sat at breakfast. I was reading the paper which I'd propped up against the teapot. Mrs. Wayne didn't come back. I thought she was being a long time out in the lobby. There was no sound at all. Then, just when I was going out to see if anything was the matter, she came in. Slowly. Her face, with its snub nose and sandy hair, was as pale as death. It had a terrible dignity of sadness, a piercing accusation like an angel with a sword, and a dreadful quietness. She held out to me a letter. The envelope and notepaper were mine. It was addressed to someone called Meggs.
How did you know he called me Meggs?
I did not need to ask any question. She had found this letter among my mail on a little table, and she gave the rest to the postman.
I didn't know.
No. I never told you. Read the letter.
I don't want to.
Read it.
Max, dear, forgive me. Forgive me. That's not my writing.
It's his. But you wrote it. I found it with your letters. He came to you last night, didn't he?
I don't know.
I knew. As soon as I came in, the house was empty. He stayed with me until you came. He was here. I knew he was always here. I didn't think anyone else would ever know. But you knew. And he came to you. And now, he's gone. Forever.
You must stay in the house and give him his chance. I doubt if he'll leave you until you do. Maybe you are his only chance. Max, dear, forgive me. Forgive me.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Well, I had a thought on this, and both barrels are actually in red.
Quite the best way to do it, I think.
Oh, close the door!
The cards! You blow them all to kingdom come.
Carrington!
Close the door, Carrington. Can't you see we're... Gentlemen, good evening.
Really?
I won't keep you long, gentlemen.
I've come to give each one of you an invitation to my wedding.
Your wedding?
Your wedding?
You don't mean it.
My wedding.
Who's the happy fair? When's it to be?
I'm sorry to deprive you fellows of your only joke, but Miss Foster and I are to be married in September.
Mary
Foster?
You asked her to marry you a year ago before you went up to Oxford. She laughed at you.
Right, she laughed at you.
You asked her again when you came home, and she still laughed.
Man, you can't be
amazed. Unrequited love turned his mad. Mad.
I'm neither mad nor mazed, my dear James. She's consented to be my bride.
Lend me a pistol, someone, on a first-class fare to the other end of nowhere. Carrington's bewitched the only pretty girl in our 20-mile radius.
I agree.
Was it mesmerism or a love potion, Jack?
Neither, sir. But a gift you'll never have.
Oh?
Perseverance. And the best luck a man has ever had in this world.
Oh, I still you asked her 3 times in all. She laughed every time.
The third time, she said it was becoming a confirmed bad habit and laughed fit to kill herself.
Oh, the belle of our village coterie. Gone, lost forever to this monster.
True. You're a blighter, Tarrington. We're all in love with May Foster. Well, tell me a man who isn't.
So, So now you'll be in love with my wife? Oh,
Careful, careful.
Everybody's in love with her. It's the fashion, like Inverness Cape.
I've lost my bet, I can tell you that. £5 that May Foster won't be married this side of the 20th century.
But when you congratulate May, don't seem so incredulous. She'll think she's getting a devil of a poor man if you make my work so negligible.
That is just what we'll strive to do, Carrington.
It was true. There wasn't a man in Barkham that wasn't in love with May Foster. Oh, I remember her so well. The picture of her is imprinted on my mind. I had asked her twice myself. She laughed, of course. She always laughed, as if the whole idea of matrimony was the funniest joke in the world. I have to confess that we all secretly believed that Charrington had used something other than persuasion with her. The queer thing about it was that when we congratulated Miss Foster, she blushed and smiled and dimpled for all the world as though she were in love with the man. As if she'd been in love with him all the time. Upon my word, I think she had been. Women are strange, impossible creatures. We were all asked to the wedding. September the 19th, 1893. The date is engraven upon my mind. My sisters were, I believe, more interested in the trousseau than the bride, and I was to be best man. The coming marriage was much canvassed at afternoon tea tables and at our little club near the Saddlers. The question was asked all the time. Does she care for him? No one could believe it, you see. She had for a long time made her position clear about marriage. I've never known a woman be so amused at the idea. After a certain evening in August, I never questioned her love for him again, though. It was not my intention to eavesdrop on them. I was coming home from the club through the churchyard.
I cannot believe it, even now. I'm so terribly happy. Sometimes I think I could die from sheer happiness.
May, my dearest love. Do you remember? It seems years ago now. I was about to go up to Oxford.
May was sitting on a low, flat gravestone, her face turned towards the full splendor of the western sun. Her expression ended once and for all any doubt I may have had about her feelings for him. Her face was transfigured to a beauty I should not have believed possible, even to that lovely little face.
My dear, I believe I should come back from the dead, if you wanted me.
I hurried away. The evening was clouding over. We did have a storm that night, but I was fully enlightened once and for all as regards John Charrington and his bride-to-be. The wedding was to be on September the 19th. 2 days before, I had to run up to town on business. The train was late, of course. The Southeastern always was. I stood grumbling on the platform, I remember, my watch in my hand, when I saw Charrington and May Foster. They were walking up and down the unfrequented end of the platform, arm in arm, looking into each other's eyes, careless of the sympathetic interest of the porters. Actually, I must confess it sickened me a little. Love's all right, but...
James! Hello, old man.
Hello, John. Miss Foster?
Good afternoon, Mr. Andover.
Ah, still Mr. There was a time when... No matter. John, where are you off to?
To old Branbridge's.
I wish you wouldn't go, John. I feel certain something will happen.
Do you think I should let anything happen to me in the day after tomorrow, our wedding day?
Don't go, please.
I must, May. Well, your boy's been awfully good to me. He's dying. I must see him. Well, don't worry, I shall be home in time.
You're sure to come?
Nothing shall keep me. I shall be back tomorrow, or if not on the day after, in heaps of time. Nothing on earth shall keep me.
Although I turned my head away, for I was not a little embarrassed by all this, I could not help noticing that May Foster's eyes were red-rimmed. I had never known her to cry before. Certainly her entreaty to Charrington would have sent me in my Gladstone bag out of the station and back to the village, no matter what I felt I owed old Branbridge, whoever he might have been. But the train came in, and Charrington and I shared a smoker quite pleasantly, and later I said goodbye to him, and that was that. A bit of our train conversation, though. And suppose Mr. Branbridge dies?
Alive or dead? I mean to be married on Thursday. I have a copy of the Times. Care to read it?
When I got home the next afternoon, a very wet one, by the way, my sister greeted me with,
"Where is Mr. Charrington?"
"Goodness knows."
"I thought you might have heard from him, as you're to give him away tomorrow."
"Isn't he back?"
"No, James, he is not back. He has not returned, and what is more, you may depend upon it, he won't. You mark my words. There'll be no wedding tomorrow."
Nothing shall keep me. I shall be back tomorrow, or if not the day after, in heaps of time.
Rain, rain, rain.
Good for the farmers.
I have a strange feeling, James.
You were always one for prophecies, Fanny.
Mark my words, sir. Tomorrow there'll be no wedding here. Tomorrow.
Fanny, you have a power of annoying me which no other human being has ever possessed. Mark my words. You had better give up making such a thundering idiot of yourself. There'll be more wedding tomorrow than ever you'll take the first part in. I shall go and see if he's returned. Oh, I could snarl confidently at my sister. But I didn't feel so comfortable when, late that night, I, standing on the doorstep of John Charrington's house, heard that he had not returned. Next morning brought a brilliant blue sky, gold sun, and all such softness of air and beauty of cloud as go to make up a perfect day. I woke with a vague feeling of having gone to bed anxious, and of being rather averse to facing that anxiety in the light of full wakefulness. Come in, Fanny.
Your shaving water, James.
Ah, beautiful day.
There's a note for you, too.
A note? Not...
Yes.
Oh, thank heaven. I really began to believe your gloomy fears yesterday.
I knew by the writing. I'll put the water here, James. Don't let it cool. Well, what does he say? All's well?
Yes, I'm to meet him at the station at 3 and come straight on to the church. You see, Fanny, dear sister?
Well, praise be that I was wrong. I cannot help what I fear, though.
I must go and tell May. Oh, he must have written to her as well, but I'd better go and make sure she's not anxious. Miss Foster! May! She was in the garden. I saw her blue gown through the hollyhocks as the lodge gates swung to behind me.
He's written to you, too?
Yes. I have to meet him at the station, 3 o'clock, and then we're to come straight on to the church.
Mr. Branbridge begged him to stay another night. Had not the heart to refuse. But I wish he hadn't stayed.
Please don't fret, Miss Foster. Today there's to be a beautiful wedding. Congratulations, and all my heart's wishes for a wonderful life. I must go now. I was at the station at 2:30. I felt rather annoyed with John. It seemed a sort of slight to the beautiful girl who loved him that he should come, as it were, out of breath and with the dust of travel upon him to take her hand, which I, for one, would have given the best years of my life to have taken.
John Charrington on the train. Anybody seen John Charrington? John Charrington.
I was more than annoyed. I was furious with him. There was no other train for 35 minutes. I calculated that with much hurry we might just get to the church in time for the ceremony. But, oh, what a fool to miss that first train, the 3 o'clock. What other man could have done it? That 35 minutes seemed a year as I wandered round the station, reading the advertisements and the timetables, the company's bylaws, getting more and more angry with John Charrington, Esquire. The confidence in his own power of getting everything he wanted the minute he wanted it was leading him too far. I always hated waiting. I believe everybody does. But I hated it more than anyone else. The 3:35 was late. Of course, he wasn't on it. Five minutes after the departure of the 3:35, I flung myself into the carriage I had brought for John.
Drive to the church. Mr. Charrington hasn't come by this train.
Anxiety now replaced anger. What had become of the man? Could he have been taken suddenly ill? I'd never known him to have a day's illness in his life. I decided that some terrible accident had befallen him, and it was my duty to tell the bride. It was 5 minutes to 4 as we drew up at the churchyard. A double row of eager onlookers lined the path from Lichgate to porch. Our gardener stood near the church door.
Are they waiting still, Biles?
Waiting, sir? Oh, no, sir. Why, it must be over by now.
Over? Then Mr. Charrington's come.
To the minute, sir. Must have missed you somehow. Sir, I never seen Mr. John the least bit so before. In my opinion, he's been drinking pretty free. His clothes is all dusty and his face like a sheet. I tell you, I didn't like the look of him at all. And the folks inside, they're saying all sorts of things. You see, something's gone very wrong with Mr. John, sir, and he's tried liquor. He went into that church with his eyes staring straight in front of him, and we never a word for none of us. Him was always such a gentleman, sir. Here they come, sir.
They were coming out. Biles was right. John Charrington did not look himself. There was dust on his coat. His hair was disarranged. He seemed to have been in some row, for there was a black mark above his eyebrow. He was deathly pale. But his pallor was not greater than that of the bride, who might have been carved in ivory. Dress, veil, orange blossoms, face, and all. The ringers stopped ringing the gay wedding peal, and as if in some awful jest, they started to toll the passing bell. And then the 6 ringers fled like rabbits, away, away. The bride shuddered, and grey shadows came about her mouth, but the groom led her on down the path, where the people stood with handfuls of rice. But the rice was never thrown. And then, in a hush like the hush in the chamber of death, the bridal pair got into their carriage, and the carriage started on its way.
If I'd seen his condition, sir, I'd have stretched him out on the floor of the church. By heaven, I would. Before I'd have let him marry my daughter. Come with me, James. We will drive like the blazes and get on before their coach. I have some explanation for this. Coachman, take us home. Drive like the devil.
We passed the bride's carriage. I did not look at it, but old Foster, her father, did, and he cursed. We reached home before it. We were at the house for more than a minute before the bridal carriage rolled in.
All right. Sir, out! Some explanation I'm demanding.
Please, Mr. Foster, just...
Merciful heavens! The carriage is empty.
Empty? But...
May! She's fainted. May! May! Help me, for heaven's sake, help me, James!
There was no sign of John Charrington. May, his wife, was crumpled on the floor. We carried her into the house. The coachman swore that he drove straight from the church, and no one got out of the coach. Yet Charrington and his bride had got into the coach. In the house, we drew back May's veil, and I saw her face. White, and drawn with agony and terror. And her hair, her radiant blonde hair, was white, like snow. As we stood with the horror and inexplicability of the affair all around us, there came a telegram. I tore open the orange envelope.
Mr. Charrington was thrown from the dog cart on his way to the station at 1:30, killed on the spot.
And he was married to May Foster in our parish church at 3:30. I saw him myself.
I shall be married, dead or alive.
What had passed in that carriage on the homeward drive? No one knows. No one will ever know. Oh, May. Oh, my dear. Before a week was over, they laid her beside her husband in our little churchyard on the thyme-covered hill. The churchyard where they had kept their love trysts. Thus was accomplished John Charrington's wedding.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
I find it really quite difficult to understand about this thing, really.
Well, take that horrible murder, for instance. Well, nothing anyone can do about the beggar.
Jimmy, if the police know who's done it, why on earth can't they arrest him?
Because, darling, the evidence is inconclusive. You see, Mrs. Clinton, a man can only be tried once for any murder. And the police are reasonably certain that sooner or later he'll give himself away.
Or the missing link in the chain will be filled in. More soda, Sir Henry?
No, that's perfect, thank you.
Anyway, I'm sure that chauffeur did it, and I think it's scandalous he should get off scot-free. I wish I had the power of deciding the sentence.
And they say women are the gentler sex.
But it was a ghastly crime. That poor girl was only 16. You know, men like that Yarrow creature, they should be killed in some terrible way. Nothing would be too bad for them.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Timing's certainly too good.
As it happens, I have known Dr. Peters for many years.
Did you know him well? And the girl?
Naomi Clinton's face was flushed with excitement. It's a strange thing. Women will often profess disgust or horror with a certain topic, and yet they cannot bring themselves to allow that topic to drop. Amazing. However...
Not very well, mind. She was one of the loveliest little things I ever saw. I could hardly believe it when I opened the papers and learned such a dreadful thing had happened to her.
And don't you think that chauffeur, Yarrow, did it?
Undoubtedly. But if the proof isn't conclusive, I'm afraid there's nothing anyone can do.
Don't worry, he'll do it again.
And next time, they'll get him.
But by then, one more human life would have been sacrificed needlessly.
Something should be done. Either the girl's father or the brother. But something, definitely.
This fellow Peters, her father, he isn't the Peters, is he?
He is.
What? The fellow who's done all these marvellous things with these thyroid experiments?
Truth.
Why did you choose to live in Wimbledon?
When you get older, a little peace and quiet are wonderful things.
If he hadn't lived so close to the common, his daughter might be alive today.
Well, what will happen to this man Yarrow now? It's hard for him to get a job, huh?
Well, he'll probably start for a foreign country. Not anything left for him. But if he really did do it, he won't get off in the long run. He'll make a slip.
Yarrow. Something horrible about that name somehow, isn't there? Yarrow.
Yarrow. What have you thought of doing? Well, it's going to be a bit nasty, and I won't be able to get work, Dr. Peters. I thought of Canada or Australia.
You can still have your job with me, Yarrow.
You mean that, sir? Well, stay on. Well, it's marvellous of you, sir. Well, I never... Oh, thank you, sir. It's very, Christian after what's happened. And to think of what they accused me of. Oh, thank you, sir. It's a weight off my mind, I can tell you. The trial and the crowd afterwards.
George Yarrow sat on the edge of his bed in the little room he rented at number 77, Elderton Road, Wimbledon. Yes, the court had been hostile, and the crowd outside the court had been worse. You see, the murdered girl was young, beautiful, popular. Strange the way that girl, that one girl in the angry crowd, had called out, "Bravo, George." But there's a certain kind of woman who is attracted by a man like Yarrow.
Fantastic. The way old Peters has taken me back. as his chauffeur? It's fantastic.
Yes, fantastic indeed. Yarrow had murdered Angela Peters. Oh, yes. And the father knew he had, but the evidence inconclusive. George Yarrow was the sort of man the religious painters of old consigned happily to their fiery Hades. But people don't always get what they deserve. And now, after the trial, after everything, Dr. Peters had taken his chauffeur back into his employ. A Christian gentleman. After it had happened, his brain had cleared, and his one thought had been to get away. He had killed the Peters girl, his big red hands had done it, and his one thought had been to escape. Fast. He had made for the nearest road where buses ran. It was ironical, you see, that as he reached the bus stop, a certain Nellie saw him. A young woman to whom he'd promised many things, a young woman who had showered him with her favors in the belief that he would marry her. Yarrow did not want to meet her, because he knew that he might want to pretend he had been far away that night.
George! George! George, wait! I want to talk to you!
What?
Why are you so cruel to me? You've got another girl, haven't you? George, I've got the rifle and you have, George, I have.
I can't stop the bus. I've got to catch it.
George! George, wait! I've got to know! Why you got me? Who you see? Here's me! George! Wait!
Damn it! What's it?
One moment, George on the bus, not looking back. Nellie, the deserted one, middle of road, gesticulating, the shout, screech of brakes, and Nellie knew no more. Those were the facts. Yarrow, Peter's chauffeur, murdered his employer's daughter. Murdered her horribly. Nellie met him soon after the event and was run down by a car as she tried to run after George Yarrow's bus. George Yarrow did not look back. He had no idea of the accident. Court. Trial. Yarrow acquitted. And the case discussed over the entire country, just as Sir Henry and the Clintons discussed it earlier. Yes, things had gone very well for the chauffeur with the big red hands. Very well indeed. And a Christian gentleman, his employer, despite everything, was taking him back. Pity Nellie had seen him that night after it had happened, but no matter. Yarrow wasn't able to listen to a certain conversation, though, that took place in Dr. Peters' study. The evening of the same day that good doctor had offered to keep his chauffeur on.
Bring me a whiskey and soda, Smith, will you?
Yes, sir.
And Smith.
Sir.
Yarrow is returning to my service tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
But the verdict of the trial was not guilty. That being the case, Yarrow is innocent. That is all.
Yes, sir.
I need Yarrow in my service, Smith. You hear me? I need him.
Yes, sir.
Yarrow is guilty. I know he is guilty. If only someone could be found who saw him near the scene of... But reliable witnesses are wary of swearing away the life of a man. I can only wait. Sometime the missing link, the missing piece of evidence will turn up. Meanwhile, I will have him close by.
Nellie Tor opened her eyes. She had always hated hospitals, but they were very kind to her in this one.
Don't worry, dear. It was enough that you're going to be all right. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh, you're mending nicely.
Here, I brought you a paper. Oh? What's the news? Oh, nothing very much. A new Chevalier film coming on this week. Oh, there's some trouble in Bulgaria. Oh, and a horrible murder in Wimbledon. Wimbledon? That's where I come from. Some poor little girl. Horrible. And they don't know anything about who did it. Makes you wonder what kind of a world we live in, doesn't it?
Time passed. Nellie Tor grew stronger. It was in another paper, another set of headlines, another week. But Nellie read,
"The man the police questioned, George Yarrow." George Yarrow.
And laboriously she read of the man's explanation, how he had been in Hyde Park at the time of the crime, his flat denial that he had been anywhere near the common. Nellie's mouth tightened into a thin line. Yarrow, the man who had jilted her. Yarrow. That was the day she had met him, the day the car had very nearly taken her life. The day. Oh, Yarrow, beware of an injured woman.
What must I do? The police? No, not getting mixed up with the law. Dr. Peters.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm well better. When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotech.
Stains, grass stains, collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotech.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotech.
A week after leaving hospital, Nellie Tor, who had not yet contacted her former lover, George Yarrow, was passing the town cinema. The Chevalier film had come and gone, and now in its place was a fiery, tempestuous love story. Nellie stopped and examined the posters and watched the crowds coming out, mostly couples, young couples. Oh, there had been hijinks in the back, a few stalls of the 3 and 6s that night. She noticed a man and a girl who, arms still entwined, stood out from the rest. The girl was blonde and curvaceous. She was impressive, but loud. The man was tall and burly, and dressed to kill, as it were. His soft hat was tipped rakishly. His purple tie boasted a splendid pin, and his shoes were extravagantly pointed. It was, of course, George Yarrow.
Are you quite certain, Miss Tor, that it was Yarrow you saw that night? You could not have been mistaken?
No. If anybody ought to know George Yarrow, I should. I knew him most intimate at one time.
And you'll be prepared to sign a sworn statement to this effect?
If you say so. But I'm not wanting any police trouble, if you don't mind.
You won't have any. I can promise you that. For the present, you must tell nobody. The matter's perfectly safe in my hands. I have your word.
Yes. Remember you promised that George shan't know as I've told you.
I've already given you my word. Thank you very much for what you've told me tonight, Miss Tor. Thank you very much indeed.
You ran.
Shut the door, Smith.
Is there anything I can get?
No, thank you. Just shut the door. I want to talk to you. How long is it you've been with me? 15 years?
16, sir.
You were fond of Miss Angela, were you not?
No. How I don't. If she'd be my own
Very
daughter.
well. Listen to me. All right, my friend. My hand.
My hand, sir.
Ring Mr. Carter and say that I would be pleased if he would dine with me tomorrow. Say that it is very important. That is all, Smith. Good night.
Good night, Dr. Peters.
Yes. Tony Carter must be in on this. Tony Carter, heavyweight champion, Oxford University. He should manage it all right, together with Smith and myself. An eye for an eye.
I don't know what's the matter with the lights, Yarrow. The doctor merely said he wanted you to look at them. That's all I know. Have you everything you need?
Well, it's a bit much, isn't it? 11 o'clock at night fixing flaming lights. I had a date.
Never mind, Yarrow. Hey, what is it? The Yarrow is here, sir. Receive the light.
Good evening, Yarrow.
Good evening, sir. You've got light trouble, Smith said.
Put up your hands.
Huh?
And the chauffeur turned and faced a gentleman by the name of Carter, Oxford Blue, gentleman of leisure and of letters, a gentleman who held a levelled, lethal-looking revolver. It was pointed at Yarrow's stomach.
What's the game?
We know you for a murderer. Some days ago, the missing piece of evidence came into my hands. If I felt so inclined, I could hand you over to the police to hang by the neck until you were dead. But hanging is too good for a swine like you.
Take it easy, Peters, old man. Take it easy.
The handcuffs, Smith.
Hey, what you doing to me? What's this? I mean, what?
And Peters came towards him, a pad in his hands. Yarrow smelt a sweet, sickly odor. He was stifling, choking. He could hear low grunts, curses from the other men, but the sounds seemed very faint, far away. When he came to, Yarrow found himself lying on a long, white table. He tried to move his arm, but something held it like a vice. His legs were confined in a similar manner by a thick leather strap. He was naked, and above him burned a powerful light. He realized that he lay upon an operating table. He turned his head and saw, on his right, his clothes in a huddled heap on the floor.
Mustn't be scared. The old bastard's just trying to bluff me. Reckons he'll panic me into confessing my guilt. He hasn't got any stake at the door. I'll get him for this.
Say something, Yarrow.
If you can't do this to me, I'll have the cops onto you.
I don't think you will, my friend. I'm not going to kill you. And if you go to the police, they will assuredly hang you. As certain as the month is March in the year 1932, they will hang you.
I didn't do it. I thought it.
And once more, the great doctor, a man envied and admired by his colleagues, the doctor referred to by one James Clinton as the fellow who's done all these marvelous things with thyroid experiments. The doctor once more pressed the sickening pad over Yarrow's mouth. During the
hours that followed, Yarrow suffered the agonies of a burning afterlife. At intervals, he fainted, only to recover and endure once more agony. He never really knew what was happening to him. He lost all sense of time. The world had become for him a place of unbelievable torture. Peters worked as one possessed. All his vast knowledge of the human body was called upon to play a part. No one was permitted to come near the laboratory, save Smith. The servants were told that Dr. Peters was engaged in important experiments and must not be disturbed. Months passed, and even the butler, who was forbidden access to the room, only came, occasionally, to bring his employer meals upon a tray. He also brought a tray for one other. It was March when Yarrow had disappeared, and now December held London in its frigid grip.
Doctor, I brought...
The door into the room was open just a few inches, and through the aperture Smith saw an almost unbelievable sight. Dr. Peters stood, whip in hand, over a creature which crouched on the floor, held by a chain and staple driven into the wall. The legs of the thing were bent and calloused. The arms hung ape-like with simian looseness from the wasted body. The face was the face of an old man, wrinkled with age and fear, but with a sly cunning lurking behind the rheumy eyes. A thing of horror. A thing of pity.
Oh, the powers! Merciful heavens! Is that... What's that? Yarrow!
Jimmy and Naomi Clinton sat impatiently in their motor car, a long, low Invicta. They were late for lunch. The block of traffic in the Tottenham Court Road was exasperating. Their splendid motor car was overheating. 1932. Motor cars did tend to do things like overheat, even in December, in 1932. It was Naomi who saw the creature first.
Jim!
What?
Look!
What, for heaven's sake?
What a disgusting sight. What do you think it is?
Oh. From the show at Olympia, perhaps.
He looked at the grotesque figure ambling along the pavement, the jostling lunch hour crowds giving it as wide a berth as the pavement permitted.
Isn't it pathetic? Why is something like that alive to live?
I don't know. Oh, we're going to be terribly late, darling.
And then the traffic block broke, and the Invicta slid forward. Naomi turned to look at the bizarre, ape-like figure, alone in the crowd, an outcast forever from its fellow creatures. She thought how terrible it was that it would never know human relationships. At best, only pity and commiseration, or laughter and curiosity. Inconsequentially, she thought of the murder still unsolved at Wimbledon.
Darling, did they ever find the Wimbledon murderer?
Oh, he got off scot-free. And no one knows what happened to him. Probably found it difficult to get a job there. But apart from that, he got off scot-free, yes. Look, when we get there, we're very late. Don't take too long to do your face.
Their life went on, and Yarrow, stumbling down the Tottenham Court Road, did not really understand the looks of the passers-by Yarrow, stumbling down the Tottenham Court Road, did not really understand anything anymore.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
So, what can you expect? Always the same new house. Bound to be built.
Of course. They're all built.
Yes, right, sir. Oh, no. Here's a... Oh.
Huh?
I didn't know we knew anybody there.
Where?
Australia.
Oh, I don't. You? Well, won't bite you. We've been in the house 3 weeks when the letter came. July. It's drowsy weather. There's so much to do. The new house, curtains, and we worked very hard. We went to bed before dark every day, tired out. At the same post, I got a letter from Mary. Forgetting Australia for the moment, I was deep in her everlasting news, and something made me look up. I looked down again, and then back once more at Arthur's face. I wasn't sure then what I saw there. I only knew that whatever it was, it wasn't good.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is a pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolen, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Those used to be sunny mornings. The house faced east over the estuary, and I used to open the windows early to air out the smell of paint. We'd moved in the day the workmen left, and every day was fresh and lovely. The house, so ancient, felt new to us. There had been a step leaving Wimbledon Park, but those early weeks were proof that it had all been worth it. Then the letter came. Arthur! What was it?
Well, this letter. It's from a P. St. J. Hobart.
Well?
He says that this house has no business to be disposed of. He says it is.
Is?
Under his late uncle's will. Late St. P. Oh, from St. John Herbert.
He was the owner. Did you remember? Been in the family for a couple
I went
of
into
years.
everything carefully.
I remember that it was a lawyer.
Yeah, I know, Hobart, but he died here, the uncle, but he died intestate. So he made a will. Well, the lawyers had it, apparently. But this isn't what this chap from Australia says. Well, this is what I know. I mean, what the lawyers told me. Look, wait a minute. The old man made the will, but then went to the lawyers and destroyed it under their very noses. Well, they told me. He didn't make another one, and then he died. All he left was bills. So the house was sold to pay the bills. Nothing but a nephew anywhere. Well, now all this, what does it mean?
Oh, sir, those lawyers can't have made a mistake.
No, they can't. Nah, this chap hasn't got a leg to stand on.
Trying his own.
Or an imposter. Here, read it. Whoever it is, he knows the place like the back of his hand. Read it.
So does this mean that we've
Just read it. I don't know what it means. Well, not much, I hope. Oh, he's an insulting so-and-so, but, well, like I said, well, he mightn't be genuine.
Pack of robbers. That's very charming for a start. Scene of his boyhood.
He can't make up his mind whether to insult us so that we clear out or to make us feel bad, preying on our feelings. A scene of his boyhood.
Lived my miserable life with no hope only to return. It's my fate, my inheritance, and my passion. Mine. And no one shall cheat me of it. Well, it sounds sort of like a threat, doesn't it? No, Arthur, it's no use just dismissing it.
I'm not dismissing it.
I mean, really, in fairness, his uncle ought to have told him.
Well, maybe they fell out. Well, you never know. There's a lot goes on in those old families. I mean, always supposing this chap is genuine and...
Anyway, I think you ought to send this on to the lawyers and that. I mean, we've only just moved in.
And we're not moving out either. It's our house. Bought fair and square and above board with cash.
Well, I mean, let these lawyers you saw, who arranged everything, let them write to this what? About this man.
Oh, Hobart.
Yes, well, let them write to him. I don't mean, what are they for? What else are they for? In the first place, he ought to have written to them instead of trying to play us up.
You haven't got a leg to stand on.
Look, this hasn't got anything to do with us. Just put it out of your mind and send it to the lawyers.
Not a hope.
Well, God, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the end of it. All right? Arthur? My dear husband left the room after that, went down to the garden and stood on the lawn and looked out across the water. It was a lovely house. We'd wanted a house near the sea. Arthur was very keen on boating and asked nothing better than a bit of gardening on the shore. That morning, before that letter came, he planted out some carnations, and Arthur had cut the hedge. He was so happy. It was the last happy morning we ever had, I suppose, together. As soon as Arthur set eyes on the place, I knew we were going to live there. You came on it round a turn of the valley, suddenly. Just the house, the water, and the trees going up. The lawn sloped to the estuary, and there was a jetty. High and dry that day, for the tide was out. You tell me you'd written yourself. Oh, Arthur, I thought you were just going to pass the letter to the lawyers.
Well, I did, but I thought I'd like to try and explain things to Hobart myself,
Not a good letter writer, but the way you express yourself.
Yeah, well, there it is. The fat's in the fire now, all right. He's just gloating. I mean, he sounds like a maniac. I just wanted to let him know that the place was in good hands. Well, I thought... I don't know what I thought.
Would he go for us with a gun or anything? It sounds as if... Anyway, he's coming. Coming here.
Just to throw the whole matter out. What is it to thrash out? It's our house. We bought it. I mean, that's what I told the lawyers. I thought lawyers were people to be trusted. I've never had to deal with lawyers much before, but at least I thought in an open and shut case like this, I mean, when there's no doubt there's in the right, I thought they'd be on our side. All they do is hum and haw, change the subject.
The villagers aren't much better.
Oh, they're a close lot, they are. Smugglers, that's what they are.
Go on.
They're in league with the Hobarts, I tell you that for nothing.
Well, how on earth can they know the nephew's coming?
I don't know, but they know he's coming here all right. The way they look at me. They won't be living in that nice house for long. That's what their looks say.
Oh, sometimes I wish we'd never come here at all.
Why? We bought it, it's ours. Why then, if that bloke continues his present attitude, not a word will I hear. I will not clear out. I'll not sell. And that's final.
This P. Hobart man arrives in London day after tomorrow. He'll be here that same day. So there we were, left with this worry hanging over us. Arthur couldn't concentrate on the garden. Somehow I couldn't summon up any energy to get on with the things that needed doing around our home. Because we were frightened that in a very short time it would no longer be our home. And then, 2 mornings later, we ceased to worry. I'm just going down to the shops, dear. Do you need anything? Tobacco? Arthur, dear, is there anything wrong?
Lizzie, look.
What? Arthur, what's the matter?
I don't believe it.
What?
Well, there's been a plane crash. En route. Home from Australia. But they give the passenger list. Look. All lives lost. There.
P. Richard Hobart. Arthur and I were ashamed to voice our relief. We were ashamed. Later on that day, the lawyers came on the phone. Yes, I know, said Arthur. Don't tell me. That evening, our floorboards started to be torn up. A clock was moved, and in front of the sliding panel, thrown out in heaps, were our clothes and papers from drawers and cupboards. I heard him. Arthur heard him. It went on, night and day, but neither of us caught him at it. How could we doubt for a minute who it was?
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm well better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powder.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex. Stains, grass stains, collar and cut stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger. Just soak in Biotex. Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't. Just soak in Biotex.
Please.
Hobart? Can you hear me, Hobart?
No, Arthur, please.
Can you hear me? Leave us alone. Go away. We know it's you. We're sorry. Although none of this was our fault, we are sorry. Sorry that you had to come halfway across the world just to die. We're sorry, P. Citizen Hobart. But you've got to stop frightening my wife now and go away. Go where you belong.
Listen. It's all right, love. Please. Please, sweetheart.
I never saw that. Do you think that figure in the village?
What good is that?
Church stop. We can do things. Eggs. Oh, I don't know what to
Exorcism, Lizzie.
They do. They Please, let's go and see him.
We don't belong to his church. Well, we never go to church.
Oh, he's a good Christian gentleman. He'd see us. Why should it matter whether we go to church or not? That's not what he's for. Just for people who...
All right. Yes. I'll phone him and we'll go and see him. And we'll both go.
You know what he's looking for, don't you?
Hobart?
Yes.
one that the old man destroyed. Here we are, two grown people, old enough to know better, huddled, frightened in the room, talking about a man who's dead. And we know he's dead. And we're talking about him as if he's alive in our house. And
He? In our house, I mean. Not alive anymore.
there are no such thing as ghosts. Lizzie, please, my dear, it's all right, please. We've got to fight this. Please say you'll fight. Please tell me you'll try. Try not to be too afraid. We'll fight this together. It's got to end somehow.
At the start, we remained outdoors as much as we could, leaving the house to P, Fidge and Hobart, in case he might weary and be still. We now seldom saw the sun. It was sultry weather. The trees became dark as if they were full of smoke. To distract me, Arthur would take me boating upriver, out of sight of the house. Or we'd take Sam with me, go into the woods. Sometimes we'd go miles and miles away, walking nearly all day. This lasted for a little while, but I could see that my husband wasn't happy. He was right, of course. Man should stay in his own house. He telephoned the vicarage, more to please me than any hope that a solution from there might help us. Either way, it was the same. Because Mrs. West, the vicar's wife, told us her husband was away for 3 weeks on exchange in a north of England parish. And then, one evening, I saw P. Fidge and Hobart. I feel as if we've walked for miles and miles. I feel as if we've walked to Land's End and back. Oh, it's lovely to go out for the day, but it's even nicer to reach home again and see your house down.
Red sky at night, Sabbath delight. Look at this. Weather's going to...
Look. In the doorway. We looked down at our home from the hill above it, down through the sycamore trees. And he stood in the doorway, as might an owner. Oh, we knew him so well. He was tall and bald, and even from that distance, I felt that he was smiling.
Let's get down there. To our house.
Came the evening when the man from Australia had a long look at it. It was raining and the windows were closed. There was a heavy sea mist from the estuary. Arthur was reading. I was trying to sew some chair covers, but somehow my heart wasn't in my task at all. I looked towards the window and there he was. One hand flat against the pane, with the water running down in little rivers. Through the glass, I saw his teeth and his eyeballs. I saw him laugh silently, terribly. Arthur, dear, let's close the curtain, shall we?
Oh, yes. Somehow I pity him out there.
Oh, Arthur, how much longer? How much?
Oh, my dear, I won't go, I won't. What's good enough for him is good enough for me. Yeah, but why don't you... Why don't you go away just for a while? And for a change. And to Mary's there,
Here isn't leave you. I know where my place is. He's stopped looking for the will, hasn't he?
It seems as if he has. Seems concerned with us now.
Could it do us some harm, do you think?
How could he? He's not of this world. Well, not flesh and blood. What else could he touch us?
Perhaps he wants to come to terms.
Terms?
It's funny, I would wouldn't mind having a bachelor in the house. I wouldn't mind at all. If he was alive.
I deal fair and square with a living man. That's all I ask a living man to deal with. Well, as it is, I call this a dirty trick.
Well, you can't blame him. Blame the air crash, but you can't blame him.
I never thought there'd come a day when I'd tolerate in my home something from a world which isn't ours. I can't enjoy my home anymore, and I won't be able to until I've had this out. Until it's finished. I'll have this out with him if I die in the attempt.
Arthur would stand for hours in our doorway, watching to see who would come out of the woods. It seemed as if Hobart had given up sneering. He'd remain quietly in the corner of a room or range the woods above the property. He'd stand by the water and look out across the estuary. Far from getting an occasional glimpse of him, we started to see him quite regularly, almost every day. After a while, it seemed as if we merely had a silent guest living with us. But you see, Hobart would never face Arthur squarely. No sort of satisfaction would he give. It was always distant. Distant between us. And looking back, I can see that this was all planned on our ghost's part. He was goading Arthur, goading him. He was everywhere, and always the same queer smile upon his face. It was out? No. Somehow, I think I knew, even during those days, that he meant to do more than that. May have been his revenge, I don't know. P. Sidgeon Hobart brought about a rift between my dear husband and me. I never thought such a thing possible. After all those years. But it happened. A big man came between us. Arthur grew tetchy. He lost his appetite. It was as if I'd done something wrong. The end came suddenly. There's going to be a storm. Oh, so glad we've got a nice lot of logs in here. Oh, my, it's dark in here.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur? Arthur, dear, what? Dinner's ready and... Oh. I looked up, and Hobart was standing between the dinner table and me. He'd never come so close before. He was laughing silently. His bald head shone in the fire glow. He came closer. I saw the whites of his eyes. I know evil when I saw it. This was evil. The wind came. The storm was beginning. Already I knew it would be raining in the estuary. It was full tide. Hobart, P. Sidgeon Hobart, came closer to me and closer still. Hobart laughed again, as silent as ever, and then backed away to the sofa.
So you needn't go. We've got business, Mr. St. John Hobart.
And he spread his arms wide, Arthur did, barring the one way out of the room. And Hobart walked straight through Arthur and the door and disappeared.
No, you shan't. You can't do this. Well, not just... Hobart! Hobart! Hobart!
I ran to the window, and I watched the ghost stroll down across the lawn. Arthur ran after it. My poor dear tried to battle with it. He threw punches at it. He was fighting the air. Hobart went on and on, down towards the jetty. Full tide. The water was high and angry. Lightning flashed. Hobart shimmered in the lightning. Through the downpour, I watched them come face to face for Hobart's turn. Suddenly, I could see him laugh. What began to pass, I shall never know. I could not move, could not follow. Time for me stood still. I was watching a play, a film. I was in a dream, anything except reality.
strolled off towards the jetty. Arthur followed. Lightning, a white sheet under the water, over which P. and Hobart walked. Forward, on. Arthur followed and fell where the jetty ended. What remained was the roaring storm and the racing water, into which my dear had gone like a stone. Not till the following day did they bring Arthur home. His poor face was strangely peaceful. You see, he was satisfied. He had had his say. He had had it out. I suppose I'd got through on the telephone to the village. I know I was not left alone long. Death finds you friends wherever you are. Somebody wired Mary and she came. And it was with her that I went away, never to return. So there is the place for whoever wants it. Once again for sale, for I need the money. Empty or not empty, I cannot say. Who is in possession? I do not ask.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cotton, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt, but washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.